请就座。
Please take your seats. We're getting started. Thank you.
谢谢。伟大的。 好的，大家早上好。我的名字是 Matt Rajan， 我是芝加哥布斯商学院院长，也是乔治舒尔茨会计学教授。在座的各位可能年纪都够大了，知道乔治舒尔茨是谁，但不知道我在说谁。所以，我代表学校非常高兴地邀请大家。
On behalf of the school, I'm just thrilled to invite you all here to the 2025 Stigler Center Antitrust and Competition Conference. Deeply appreciative of all the speakers and panelists. I know many of you have come here from all over the world, brave souls. Special thanks to our keynote speakers. We have, Thierry Breton, former Commissioner for Internal Markets for the EU, Andrew Ferguson, Chairman of the US Federal Trade Commission, and John Ioannidis, Professor of Medicine, Epidemiology, and Population Health at Stanford. And finally, my thanks to the organizers from the Stigler Center who put together, as always, a fantastic program. I saw Luigi's email yesterday, and since this is a Stigler event, let me say that I'm not getting paid to do this intro. This isn't a disclaimer, more like a complaint, so let me leave it at that. The Stigler Center, I think, is a truly great Chicago institution, and it's been around for almost 50 years, dedicated to understanding issues at the intersection of politics and the economy. The center is named for George Stigler, who was a faculty member at Chicago GSB, and the first business school faculty member, I think, to ever win the Nobel Prize in economics. And he made seminal contributions to the economic theory of information and market power and the economic analysis of government regulation. And in keeping with that, the center brings together, on a sort of a periodic basis, scholars from around the world to look at political economy issues, right? Global antitrust and competition, corporate governance, corruption, the role of the state, the role of the media, and the connections between democracy and capitalism. And the center has also done a lot to keep alive and sustaining the notion of, quote, Chicago economics, which is that we view economic theory as a powerful tool for understanding the world and providing an appreciation for the role of the private markets in promoting human welfare. And we're just really fortunate to have the leadership of the inimitable Luigi at the Stigler Center. And he's done so much to engage with the wider community over the last several years through the pro-market publication, the Capitalism podcast, our Journalists in Residence program, which has been super successful, affiliate fellowships, and lots of other programming and outreach. And they've had huge impact. You always worry about academic centers, whether they're too inwardly focused. With Stigler, that's literally not the case. The 2019 final report from the Committee on Digital Platforms has been cited in tons of congressional, federal regulatory reports, presidential reports, and in academic publications. And pro-market as well is widely read and has been used in dozens of courses. So we're very thankful to Luigi for doing that. And this conference has become a huge event. It's one of the most prominent convenings on issues of market power, brings together regulators, academics, and people from industry and legal scholars as well to debate these issues. This year's conference, titled Economic Concentration and the Marketplace of Ideas, will explore whether increased market concentration negatively affects our marketplace of ideas, academia, about which there's been a lot of question, news and information production and dissemination, and what can we do about all of this. And over the next 2 days, the panels will cover kind of the historic evolution of media concentration, the inner workings of AI systems in the digital public sphere, and academic independence, among many other topics. Before we begin, I thought, since you have a captive audience, give you a brief update on some of the great things going on at Booth, if that's okay. Well, or even if it's not okay, I'm going to do it. So I think, one of the great things about this place is that, because I came to this place as a complete outsider, one of the great things is the aspirations are about as high as they can be. And that's to be the best social science research institution in the world. And we're very fortunate that we have the resources to make significant investments in faculty and support to kind of make that happen. We have about 150 tenure-line faculty at Booth. And the caliber is sort of spectacular. I often just go through the website just to kind of look at it. And we have 8 academic groups, and I think it's fair to say that 5 of them are literally the best in the world. I've been dean long enough to know that I'll never name which 5, but I think it's just fantastic. And obviously, we have amazing senior faculty. I think we still, and I can say that because Taylor retires in June, we still have 4 active Nobel Prize winners on the business school faculty, which is pretty incredible. And it's true for our younger faculty as well. In the last couple of years, we've had 3 junior faculty win Sloan Research Fellowships. The interesting thing about that is that they're all from different groups. One from finance, one from macroeconomics, and one from behavioral science. I think it's pretty amazing. One of our faculty, Veronika Rokova, won the award given to the top statistician in the world under the age of 40 this past year. And the Financial Times recently named us the top school for producing research, the greatest impact on management. And honestly, I think the stuff that Stigler does was a big part of that. So thank you for that, Luigi. We're also a very global school in every way possible, and we've made investments physically. We have campuses not just in Chicago, here and in Hyde Park, but also in London and Hong Kong. And we've been, I think, very innovative relative to just about any place or on any kind of absolute level. We have a lot of new initiatives that faculty come up with that if they catch on, we get money for them and they become centers. So we have a Center for Applied AI we started a few years ago, which is doing fantastic work to transform our understanding of machine learning and AI, and how can you apply it actually to business and science and social policy. And this year, we're starting actually a new faculty group, not subsumed by any of the other academic areas, on faculty doing applied AI. So this is one of these brave experiments that get deans fired. So we'll see how it goes. We started a healthcare initiative a few years ago, which is now going to become a center. And we have 2 new initiatives, one on family offices that Steve Kaplan and John Heaton are going to run, and the other on arts and creative enterprise that one of our faculty in behavioral sciences is running. So lots of innovation going on. We also started this year 2 new master's programs, which are our first new degree programs in 90 years, right? We've only ever done the MBA in addition to the PhD. We started a 1-year master's in management for students who come from humanities or STEM backgrounds who want to sort of learn about business before they get their first job, and a 16-month master's in finance program for students who want from undergrad to go straight into finance. And both have been amazing. We've had great students. And the finance program was, we had a great gift from Cliff Asness and John Liu, the AQR founders, who are our alums, to support that. We're probably going to launch a global version of the master's program by having them spend like a quarter in London this coming year. So that's underway. With the university, I'll just say one thing quickly. We do a lot of joint degrees with them. We have a 3-year JD MBA, which has become highly popular. But our biggest collaboration is in about 6 years ago, we started teaching undergrads, which we've never done. And that business economics program has become in 6 years from 0 to the #1 major in the college. Right, over a quarter of the students now do that. So it's kind of been a fantastic achievement. I think Chicago is the only place where you can actually do that kind of stuff. It's been great. So let me kind of go back and say, the mission of the school is the same as it's been for the last 127 years now. And that's to produce knowledge with enduring impact and educate and influence current and future leaders. And we're fortunate to be in an amazing institution, the University of Chicago, which has a celebrated history and a great record of scholarly achievement, but also a unique culture, which really emphasizes a relentless pursuit of truth by a vigorous debate, belief in the fundamental power of ideas, and a strong belief, again, in academic freedom and freedom of expression. And that spirit of debate, I think, it's just something that pervades the university, and Chicago booths too. I think this conference is really a testament to that spirit. So thank you again for being here, and I'm sure you'll find the discussions thought-provoking and enriching. Thank you again, Luigi, for having me. Enjoyed everyone.
Morning, everyone. You and I need to talk about Madhav's fee for next year. I think he gave us a hint there. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Guy Rolnick. I'm a clinical professor here at Booth, and welcome to the 8th annual Antitrust and Competition Conference of the Stigler Center at the University of Chicago School of Business. First, I want to remind you, as Madhav said, a friendly reminder that all of those speaking here today and tomorrow to please disclose your potential conflict of interest. So over the past 7 years, this forum has become an important stage for rethinking antitrust. Ideas that first raised and debated here, well before they entered the policy mainstream, have helped reshape how we think about corporate power, market concentration, and the role of antitrust in a democratic society. Now, it's tempting to begin today with a sense of accomplishment. After all, the current administration has appointed leaders to the FTC and the DOJ who are, each in their own unique way, carrying forward many of the ideas that took place in this very room. These ideas have not only just endured, they have gained traction across political spectrum, which is quite a feat these days, and have begun to influence enforcement in real and maybe in lasting ways. But celebrating without a pause would risk complacency or worse, self-deception. Because even as these ideas have gained ground, the terrain beneath them is shifting rapidly. The foundations of our legal, regulatory, and democratic institutions, the very assumptions that undergird the liberal democracies, are now contested and rapidly changing. For more than 2 decades, scholars and institutions monitoring global democracy have warned of backsliding. Today, we are witnessing something more dramatic, rapid unraveling. In some countries, it's a slow erosion. In others, it's a collapse. And here, some people are voicing concern that we may be approaching a constitutional crisis. So there are many competing narratives about how we got here. Rising inequality, political polarization, cultural fragmentation, disillusionments with complacent elites, or simply the passing of time since the last major global reckoning. But one crisis, I think, cuts across all of them, and this is the epistemic crisis. We no longer share a common base of facts. We no longer agree on truth. And increasingly, we are losing faith in the very institutions designed to pursue, protect, and disseminate those truths. Our courts, universities, media, and democratic processes themselves. Without a foundation of shared structures of knowledge, no system of law, no regulation, not even antitrust can endure. This is a moment of reflection. Many in this room have been early and consistent voices over the past 7 years in arguing that antitrust has never been just about price or consumer welfare. It has always been about liberty, democracy, and the dangers caused by concentrated power, economic, political, and increasingly informational. Over the past 3 or maybe 4 years, those ideas have found their way into power. Scholars and advocates like Lina Khan, Jonathan Kanter, and Tim Wu brought them into the government. They launched landmark lawsuits against big tech. They demanded structural remedies. They challenged deals that would have been rubber-stamped just a few years ago. And they received an antitrust vocabulary that had long been forgotten. But today, the momentum feels both fragile and perhaps inadequate. The epistemic crisis has intensified. The world has grown more chaotic. And antitrust, once seen as a pillar of democratic renewal, now feels sometimes too narrow, too slow, in the face of disinformation, polarization, and institutional breakdown an institutional breakdown. That's why, a month ago, long before the last political flashpoints, we made at the Stigler Center here the decision to dedicate this year's conference to a broader and deeper theme, the information ecosystem and the fragile market of ideas. Not just markets, not just platforms, not just product monopolies, but the very infrastructure of democratic life, our shared truth, our shared narratives, and the growing threat of weaponized information in the age of algorithms. Today, here, much of the inquiry will focus on the news media, social media, and antitrust. Tomorrow, we will expand it into the entire market of ideas with focus on academia, lobbying, and the First Amendment. Now, we are not here to declare, of course, that antitrust is irrelevant. Far from it. In fact, the problem of concentrated economic power is more relevant than ever, especially given the unprecedented role the digital platform now play in shaping our politics and public discourse. But we must also acknowledge that antitrust alone may no longer be sufficient, perhaps not even central, to addressing the crisis we face now. The tools we may need could include rethinking media ownership rules, re-examining Section 230, regulating algorithmic amplification, or building entirely new institutional framework to constrain those platforms and restore accountability. What remains essential is the collective insight of this community, your deep understanding of power, how it's built, how it's maintained, and how it can be challenged in the public interest. Once again, we've brought together here, I hope like every year, people from across disciplines, perspectives, and sectors to foster an open and rigorous debate. Housekeeping, our keynote speaker for lunch, Thierry Breton, former European Commissioner for Internet, decided to cancel his participation this week, actually yesterday. And Breton, now with the Bank of America, wrote us that after another round of thorough evaluation and consultation, he decided that even virtually, his participation in the conference would not be appropriate at this time. Ironically, Breton maybe did us a favor because it opened up the space for an even better keynote speaker at this moment of great institutional uncertainty. So, as a globally respected scholar of constitutional law, democracy, and comparative institutions, Tom Ginsburg brings both intellectual rigor and moral clarity to the urgent questions of our time. How do democracies defend themselves when the public sphere is polluted by disinformation? How do courts, constitutions, and norms adapt or collapse when the marketplace of ideas is overwhelmed by platforms, propaganda, and power? Professor Ginsburg's work bridges theory and practice, and his voice is essential as we navigate the erosion of truth, trust, and the institutional foundation of liberal democracy. These are unsettling times for liberal democracies around the world. Trust in institutions is at historic lows. Cynicism is widespread, but across the ideological spectrum, one thing is clear. The frameworks that brought us here will not get us out. If we need new ideas, this is the room to develop them. If we need new coalitions, this is the moment to imagine them. And if liberal democracy is to have a future, it will begin with rebuilding the information ecology that sustains it. So let us begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. And good morning. I'm thrilled to be here. My name's Sarah Ellison. I'm a national enterprise writer at the Washington Post. My disclosure is that 100% of my salary last year was paid by Jeff Bezos. So if we're concerned about concentration, there you go. I want to introduce my panel, illustrious panel. We have Paul Starr on my far left, who's a professor of sociology and public affairs at Princeton University. Richard John, history professor at Columbia. Stephen here. I'm just going in order. This is what we're going to order. I'm skipping Alexandra because she's last and best. So we'll do Stephen Bates, professor of journalism and media studies at the University of Nevada, and then Alexandra Geese, member of European Parliament. We are here to sort of ground this conversation in history, to let everyone here know that this is not a new discussion. This is something that we actually have been debating since the 19th century. In fact, I think Richard was almost quitting the panel when we were preparing for this because someone tried to say that we were going to start discussing media consolidation in the 20th century. And he said, well, we can't just talk about the last 5 minutes. So with that, I want to just go to Paul to kick us off. And we're starting a little bit late. Everyone's going to have five-ish minutes to start, and then I will ask some questions, and then we will leave a lot of time for Q&A for all of you. So looking forward to it.
Well, thank you, Sarah. This will be very much in the spirit of Guy Rolnick's initial remarks. I want to congratulate Guy and the other organizers for the brilliant timing of this conference. On the eve of what may be a historic antitrust case against Meta's market power in online platforms, or what may be a historic capitulation at some point in this case by a president who, as we just saw, rules with a whim of iron. The development of online platforms in the 21st century has come as a bit of a surprise to the many people who thought that the internet, by its very nature, guaranteed decentralization and competition. But we shouldn't have been surprised. The shift from competition to monopoly power has been a regular feature of the history of communications in the United States. It was what happened to the telegraph between the mid-1840s and 1866, when Western Union became the nation's first national monopoly. It was what happened to the telephone between the mid-1890s and the 1910s, when AT&T gained a near monopoly. And it was what happened in radio during the 1920s, when the NBC and CBS networks emerged as dominant. Contrary to the idea that the internet changed everything, history should have taught us that communications industries are liable to monopoly power. But their development in the United States in the 19th and early 20th centuries did have one competitive feature that distinguished the U.S. from Europe. That feature was intermodal competition, that is, competition across different technologies. And let me explain. When the telegraph developed, European countries put it under their postal systems. But the U.S. government left development to private investors. Now, that decision was not, as you may imagine, the inevitable outcome of American preferences for limited government. The inventor, Samuel Morse, and his partners expected and wanted the federal government to buy them out. Contingent circumstances, like which party happened to win the 1844 election, tipped development in favor of the private market. But the telephone and radio also developed in that way, even though the structure of each industry turned from competition to monopoly. The organization that previously dominated one stage of infrastructure development did not succeed in getting control of the next. So just as the post office did not succeed in getting control of the telegraph, so Western Union Telegraph did not succeed in getting control of the telephone. And then AT&T didn't succeed in getting control of radio or TV. On the whole, intermodal competition had positive results. More rapid extension and ubiquitous penetration of communications networks in the United States than in Europe, greater receptivity to new products and technologies, greater openness and competition in the media, with one major historic exception. But before I get to that exception, I want to raise a larger point. I take it that this meeting is ultimately about the challenge of maintaining free and independent media. My understanding of that challenge stems partly from my understanding of how free and independent media originally emerged in the United States. The emergence of a free press obviously had nothing to do with antitrust law, because we had no antitrust law until 1890. And it had nothing to do with the role of the courts in upholding the First Amendment, because the judiciary was not a factor in upholding free speech until the 20th century. In the early republic, the decisions that mattered the most were the decisions that Congress made about the key communications infrastructure of that era, the post office, our much maligned snail mail. Today, the most consequential decisions are the ones that the federal government has made and will make about the key communications infrastructure of our era, the online platforms for both communication and artificial intelligence. In the early republic, the federal government made decisions about the press and the post office that fostered democracy. While European countries tax newspapers, Congress not only refrained from taxing them, it also subsidized their distribution through below-cost postal rates, and it provided those subsidies without respect to their viewpoint. In addition, Congress created a more extensive network that existed in European countries, reaching into villages and out to the frontier. And by giving newspapers a franking privilege, that is, by allowing newspaper editors to exchange copies at no postal charge, Congress created a national news network without controlling the content of that news. There had been nothing like that anywhere historically. In short, a free press developed not just because of the negative liberty of the First Amendment. It developed also because of the positive role of the state. By creating a wide-open infrastructure that subsidized the press, Congress created an economic environment that supported the rise of independent media and the free circulation of news and opinion. But when I said that the historical choices about communications in America's early history were on the whole successful, I said there was one exception, and that exception holds lessons for us too. The exception was Western Union's telegraph monopoly, which became a joint monopoly in the control of national news, that is, telegraph news. It was a joint monopoly with an association of the country's most powerful newspapers, the Associated Press. The AP was the original wire service, and it entered into an exclusive contract with Western Union. It agreed only to use Western Union, and Western Union agreed not to carry any other wire service. In the contested election of 1876, the election that ended Reconstruction, that bilateral Western Union AP monopoly played an important role in giving the presidency to the Republican candidate, Rutherford Hayes. Now, I mention this because it was an early example of the phenomena today that are called media capture and infrastructure capture. So in countries such as Hungary and Turkey, the political threat to independent media has not come through direct state takeover or official censorship. The threat has come instead in the form of media capture, that is, the incorporation of media oligarchs into close alliance with the regime, while other uncooperative or dissenting owners are subject to hostile enforcement of regulatory, tax, and other laws, and often forced to sell. Political capture can also be infrastructural, involving digital platforms that throttle dissent and magnify messages favorable to the regime. Elon Musk's conversion of Twitter into X is the American prototype. The rise of the tech right and the growing partnership between the tech titans and Trump in his second term are indications that this pattern may be spreading to the United States. The online platform monopolies are a danger in their own right, a threat to competition in the conventional antitrust sense. But infrastructural and media capture pose a more fundamental threat, a threat to our political freedom. We have already seen newspapers and other news media weaken over the past several decades as a result of technological and economic changes. The same forces that have created immensely wealthy and powerful platform monopolies. If we add to that imbalance yet another development, a close alliance of tech oligarchs and the government in power, we have the makings of a full reversal of America's historic traditions. And that, I think, is what we have to worry about most.
Well, with that sobering introduction, we're going to move to Richard.
Richard John for Luigi. I am professor of history at Columbia, communications, salaries paid for by the Columbia Journalism School, which is training professionals who are regarded as enemies of the people by the current administration, and I do get a modest research funding from the Hewlett Foundation. Media concentration has long troubled journalists who are unable to gain access to coveted sources, to promoters eager to break into new markets, and to lawmakers troubled by unfavorable news coverage. You can take a look at Upton Sinclair's Brass Check 1919 to fill you in on the story up till then. The commercialization of radio beginning in 1920 transformed the terms of public debate. Radio broadcasting presupposed exclusive access to specific wavelengths of the electromagnetic spectrum, a new kind of natural resource over which the federal government presumed to exercise sovereign authority by analogy with other natural resources, such as the vast parcels of land known as the national domain that the federal government had acquired through conquest or purchase and over which it retained jurisdiction. The electromagnetic spectrum, analogy with public domain. Contemporaries assumed that the electromagnetic spectrum was limited, a presumption that was made obligatory the establishment of a standard-setting regulatory regime, a priority, as Harvard Business School professor David Moss has documented, for the manufacturers of radio sets, since it minimized the likelihood that would-be radio broadcasters could render the equipment manufacturers' radio sets obsolete by scheduling program on wavelengths for which their radio sets had not been tuned. In other words, there was a standard-setting issue here. Radio set manufacturers who were powerful, government scarcity. R.H. Coase challenged this presumption. Not going to deal with that now, but we can talk about that later. The regulation of the electromagnetic spectrum was coordinated through the licensing of individual radio stations, a task that would be performed between 1927 and 1934 by the Federal Radio Commission, and after 1934 by the Federal Communications Commission. The framework that the FRC and the FCC established for the regulation of what would become known as mass communications, new concept. This framework would remain in place long after the radio age would go into eclipse with the rise of television after the Second World War. This framework would live on in the fairness doctrine, first enunciated in 1949 and not repealed until 1987, as well as in the legal requirement that owners of broadcasting stations be citizens of the United States. And to Paul's point about the enormous solicitude for newspapers, those were newspapers originating within the United States, which was an issue in the early republic. Non-U.S. newspapers did not get those privileges. Three features of this regulatory regime would seem to be relevant to the issues of media concentration we'll be discussing in the next 2 days. So making 3 points. Here's point number 1. The idea of media concentration, a concept that received a major impetus from the establishment in 1934 of a single government agency, the Federal Communications Commission. This idea emerged at this time when the government has authority to regulate radio broadcasting, point-to-point wireless, undersea cables, landline telegraph, telephone, all electrical communications. Modern communications, from this point on, became linked weirdly with electrically powered communications. Debates over media concentration followed. The FCC in its formative era, a period that stretched from its establishment in 1934 to the end of the tenure of its fourth chair, James Lawrence Fly, a decade later, he's the most important federal administrator relevant to our debate in the next 2 days that I suspect very few of you have ever heard of. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but I suspect that's true. James Lawrence Fly, FCC commissioner. The FCC in this period would prove remarkably successful in transforming the idea of media concentration from theory into reality. Take that, Tim Wu, who says that the FCC in this period was captured by corporate interest. It was not. Exhibit A, I claim, is the success of the FCC in limiting chain or network broadcasting by weakening the protocols devised by the then two dominant networks, NBC and CBS, to limit the autonomy of their affiliates. Each of these networks, NBC and CBS, major radio networks in the 1930s, was headquartered in the same locality, that is, New York City, a fact that was not lost on James Lawrence Fly, a proud Texan whose ancestors had fought for the Confederacy in the Civil war. The FCC under Fly would go so far as to force NBC to sell its second network, which would become ABC, policy vindicated by Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter in a sweeping 1943 ruling. Okay? The FCC also created the evidentiary paper trail that would lead to the 1949 Justice Department antitrust suit against the Bell system that would culminate in the 1956 consent decree that would open the way for the commercialization of the computer industry and much else. Media concentration as a public policy issue could be said to have originated in the FCC in the 1930s, energized by the presumption that the spectrum was scarce, and therefore the spectrum had to be regulated to promote the public good. That's issue number one, media concentration. Number two, the second issue to emerge in the 30s is the relationship between domestic and international point-to-point communications. This is what I was talking about in newspapers, U.S. or non-U.S., because the issue is very old. Media scholars, unfortunately, almost entirely ignore the international dimension of communication policy in the 1930s because of their fixation on radio broadcasting. Yet, the international dimension of communications was of pressing significance for the U.S. Navy. From the standpoint of the Navy's radio engineers, the most threatening media organization is not NBC, it's not CBS, it's not and Wireless, which is working closely with the British Navy and the British government to coordinate the movement of all those ships. Navy engineers in the U.S. opposed media concentration and ocean-borne communication to minimize the likelihood that the entire U.S. wireless network might become subject to foreign, especially British or maybe even German control, which was a national security disaster from the perspective of military insiders. The idea that communication infrastructure could be taken over by a foreign power or manipulated in the interest of foreign power is at the very center of debates over communications in the 1930s, completely neglected by scholars, especially scholars on the left. All right, third media concentration-related issue, my third point. Idea of media concentration is the first, second is the international dimension. The third issue can be summed up in a single resonant phrase: listeners' rights. FCC Commissioner James Lawrence Fly was hardly the first to come up with the idea that the few should defer to the many, and in particular that radio broadcasters, as the beneficiary of special privilege, had an obligation to prioritize the rights of their listeners. In a 1941 public address, Fly explained precisely what he meant, and here I quote: "The radio is the most potent of all instruments for the projection of speech to the millions. The essential function of this publicly owned facility cannot be appraised without primary regard for the rights of the listening public." Fly was a principled anti-fascist. He defended listeners' rights to promote a vision of the good society. Following the Second World War, the United States would export this vision to Germany and to much of the rest of the world. Well, all of this may well appear to be ancient history today, and you may go away perfectly content forgetting the name James Lawrence Fly and ignoring the role of the FCC in the 30s. I think that would be unfortunate, but so be it. As my brief overview of media concentration in the radio age suggests, early 20th century media policy was shaped far less by Benthamite cost-benefit analysis, as R.H. Coase has mistakenly contended, I think, with disastrous consequences for U.S. communication policy, shaped less by that than by a robust vision of the public good. The DNA of U.S. media policy is not only commercial. It had been commercial from the beginning, but it's also civic, and here I emphatically agree with what Paul Starr said. Among the unanticipated consequences of the FCC's civic mandate for communications regulation is the hostile response that the FCC's regulatory initiatives elicited from big city newspaper publishers, especially those that were very critical of the Roosevelt administration. The origins of what media critic Victor Picard has dubbed corporate libertarianism can be found not in the Reaganite 1980s, which witnessed the demise of the Fairness Doctrine, but in the interwar period. In fact, precisely the period I'm talking about today, the 1930s. This impulse Corporate libertarianism would receive a powerful impetus not only from advertisers, but also from the metropolitan press, which in its contest with the Roosevelt administration would devise precedents that in the decades to come would be mobilized by big tech media platforms to consolidate their power over the information infrastructure of the digital age. So I haven't talked centrally about antitrust. There are other regulatory mechanisms that were very important in American history, and I'm happy to talk about antitrust and Thurman Arnold in the 30s. I haven't talked about the marketplace of ideas. That metaphor emerges at this moment in time, popularized by the disciples of Oliver Wendell Holmes, who himself fought in the Civil War, as did Fly's grandfathers, fighting faiths. This was a collective goal. It was not individual rights. It was not corporate privilege. And that's the foundation of the modern information infrastructure that's being challenged today.
I'm going to talk about an inquiry into journalism, not so much into infrastructure, from the 1940s, called the Hutchins Commission, or the Commission on Freedom of the Press. It was funded by Time Incorporated by Henry Luce, met from 1943 to 1946, and published its report, A Free and Responsible Press, in 1947. It is a classic in media studies, but more important today, I think, it's a reminder that although the specific sources of our fears may vary over time, the fact of fear can be consistent. The Hutchins Commission included some of the era's greatest intellectuals. The chair was Robert Maynard Hutchins, president and then chancellor of the University of Chicago. It included poet, playwright, Pulitzer winner Archibald MacLeish, Zechariah Chafee, who was the preeminent First Amendment scholar of the day, and Reinhold Niebuhr, leading theologian and political philosopher. Their emphasis was on philosophy. They didn't conduct or at least make use of a great deal of research. And they spent very little time talking about technology, beyond Zechariah Chafee's remark that the linotype and radio tube are as much responsible for our anxiety as hers. That's stated, but I think a lot of their other observations still resonate 80 years later. They believed, first of all, that government is not always the enemy of free speech, and concomitantly, that corporate media are not always the friend of free speech. They, in fact, thought that private sources, most notably corporate media, such as Colonel Robert R. McCormick's Chicago Tribune, represented a greater threat to freedom of speech than the government did. Niebuhr, early on, said in one of their meetings, democracy seems to be on the skids today. This is in the 1940s. And he thought that media were partly to blame. There was, to begin with, political polarization that was being reinforced, they thought, by a partisan press. One of the researchers said that the liberals in the United States today who read the newspaper PM and the conservatives who read Reader's Digest no longer speak the same language. An economist on the group, John M. Clark from Columbia, said different political groups live in different worlds of fact and judgment. And democracy, they believed, requires a shared set of facts. There were also some outlets capitalizing on making their audiences angry. Telling people, it turns out, where to direct their rage can be a good business model. William Ernest Hocking, the Christian philosopher, said, a man who hates will pay to have his hate increased. And this, too, can impede democratic deliberation. Dangers like this, they thought, were being magnified by media concentration. The number of daily papers was down nearly a third since 1909. Chains were growing so that the number of owners was down even more than that, and there were radio and newspaper combinations. They feared what might come next. Reinhold Niebuhr said, if the people who own the channels of mass communication keep some ideas out, democracy cannot survive. Some of them thought that ownership concentration was the biggest problem afflicting the press of the era, that antitrust law was the ideal solution, and that the only thing lacking was political will. But as they looked into it and deliberated about it, they found that it was much more complicated than they had first thought. That, among other things, big companies offered efficiencies, that they were strong enough to stand up to boycotts and to pressure groups, that they achieved their success by giving the public what it wanted, and that there was a risk that politics would drive prosecutions. After a few meetings, Robert Maynard Hutchins said he found himself distressed because I began with such simple answers to all these questions. Their report says antitrust enforcement should be a last resort. It represents a threat to freedom of the press, and the report mainly calls for greater responsibility on the part of media owners, with a threat that if you don't improve, you're going to lose your freedom. That was the best they could come up with. Niebuhr made 3 points that I think apply to antitrust as well as other issues. First, he said regulation can destroy freedom in this area, so can lack of regulation, if it leads to the centralization of exorbitant and irresponsible power in the media. Second, he said, in writing and applying laws, remember that your side won't always be in power. In his words, it is a sound practice in a democracy not to establish an engine of government which we are unwilling to put into the hands of our enemies. And third, he said it was naive to imagine that there could be a now and forever solution to the problems of the press. The best you can do, he said, is seek proximate remedies, monitor unintended consequences, and always be ready to recalibrate or to start over completely. That issue, he said, is not unique. In his words, all great issues are insoluble.
Fantastic. As we can see, these are ideas that people have been discussing. There are sort of no new media debates. But with that, Alexandra, please continue.
Yes, thank you very much. I start with the disclosure. My salary is paid 100% by the European taxpayer, which gives me a very high amount of freedom of speech, which I will use. I am also one of the contributors and I negotiated the Digital Services Act, which your government has recently taken offense. And on top of that, I'm from Germany, where also your vice president has taken offense, saying we are a country that has a lot of censorship. And actually, there was a time in Germany after World War II when there was censorship, not now. And it was imposed on us by the Allied powers led by the USA after World War II. And the point of that censorship was denazification. And I think most of us in this room would agree that at that point it was necessary. But then the US gave Germany a gift, and it was a media system that should support a strong democracy, and it did. What was that media system? It was no censorship, freedom of the press, but liability of journalists who lie. So a clear separation between news and comment, and the news had to be correct. Otherwise, there was liability. At the same time, there was a strong public media system, not state-controlled, but controlled by relevant social groups. And the system was far from perfect, but it has served German democracy very well. It is true that there are limitations to freedom of speech in Germany. For example, hatred, incitation to hatred, because that would mean that the freedom of speech or the safety of other groups or other individuals is threatened. So it's about freedom of speech for everybody. And there is one particularly important instance of censorship in Germany, and that is the ban of Holocaust denial. You can't deny the Holocaust in Germany. That is the crime. I think that the US soldiers who liberated the concentration camp of Buchenwald and saw the horrors would very much agree with Germany having established that crime. It was President Eisenhower who said, well, critics have said that the US soldiers don't know what they're fighting for in World War II. No, they do know what they're fighting against. And I'm very proud that Germany holds this up. Let me come to a second point. In the introductory notes to the conference on the website, you quote Benjamin Roger, who says, he who pays the piper decides the tune. And I want to tell you about a recent study by Tabea et al. On the role of X and the political bias on X during the German electoral campaign in January and February. It's a really interesting study that I can only recommend. I would just only quote a couple of numbers. Basically, the study uses two sock puppet accounts to measure how many tweets political candidates or parties write and how much these tweets account for in the feed of those accounts. And it's very interesting because the two parties that openly support pro-Putin and pro-Russian and anti-Ukraine positions account for together 16% of the tweets written. It's 15 for AfD and 1 for BDBSW, for those who know German politics. But they do account for 48%, almost half of the feeds that people see. So there is a perceived half of the population saying we are basically in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, we support Russia, which is absolutely not the case in Germany and which does not reflect the amount of activity of candidates or parties tweeting. So this is Elon Musk controlling the tune, and this is violating the rights of the listeners. Very clearly. And what about the freedom of speech of the parties and candidates whose tweets get suppressed, who don't show up in the feeds? That's suppression of freedom of speech, very clearly. So this is when we look at ownership. Let me look at a second aspect. It's not only ownership. Let us look at outcome. When you look at social media today, be it Facebook, be it X, be it TikTok, whatever, they all prioritize the same kind of content: inflammatory content, propaganda, rumors, extremist content, polarizing views will in almost any instance outperform facts or contents that tends to compromise or nuanced or differentiated views. How is that compatible with democracy? When people who just tell the facts don't have visibility anymore, when propaganda beats trustworthy and serious journalism, when a lying politician is rewarded over a politician who at least tries to stick to the facts and the truth. And my last point is about the combination of different kinds of power: control over technology, economic power, political interest. There was a very interesting NewsGuard article a few weeks ago that has, I think, not attracted as much interest as it deserves. This article speaks about a propaganda campaign by Russian actors called Pravda. It consists in generating pro-Russian content about the Ukraine war, the aggression against Ukraine. 3.6 million documents generated, probably AI-generated content in 2024 alone. And that content is not really destined to real people reading it. It is destined to training AI chatbots. So we have this AI-generated content. Then we have social media algorithms, so further AI, that automatically ranks that kind of content higher than seriously nuanced, well-researched articles about the conflict. And we have large language models and AI chatbots that basically function as a laundromat for propaganda and disinformation, because once they go through ChatGPT or Claude or whatever AI chatbot, for the listener, the reader, it becomes impossible to distinguish whether that is a fact. What is the political bias behind it? Where does it come from? People take it as truth because this is what the artificial intelligence says. Then it becomes even more complicated. Who owns generative AI technologies? Who owns social media? The same people, the same handful of people controls this technology. And those are the people who were standing behind President Trump at the inauguration. So what's the relationship of President Trump with President Putin, who started this propaganda campaign in the first place? It's quite friendly, as we have observed with a high degree of concern in Europe. Russia is the only country which he hasn't slapped tariffs on so far. So this is where the circle closes. And I think this is the kind of concentration of power over technologies, economic power, and political interest that the democracy cannot live with. This is what we need to change to be truly free. Thank you very much.
Okay, fantastic. We'll do our own questions for a bit, and then we'll open it up to the rest of you. But Alexandra, I want to stay with you for a moment because that statistic that you mentioned, the study that you mentioned about the German election, I wanted to ask you about another observation that you had about the German election regarding English language voices and their influence in the outcome, or at least in the inputs of public opinion in Germany. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, very happy. It's really a very short, interesting study. Since we talked about listeners' rights, so you would think that German users of X will be probably interested in German content relating to the elections. This study established that out of the 100 accounts that had the highest share in the feeds of these two sock puppet accounts who did not engage in any way with the content. You know, it's just completely neutral. They're not engaged, so it cannot be cost, the share of the content, the choice of the content in the timelines and the feeds had nothing to do with engagement because there was no engagement, so no user's choice at all. So you would expect, according to European ideas, a certain kind of pluralism. The accounts followed, I think, 64 accounts, like more or less 8 for each party. So you would expect a more or less balanced choice of these accounts. Out of 100 accounts that ended up in these feeds, the first 4 were Elon Musk himself, Alex Jones with English language content for German readers, and then 2 far-right German politicians. So I wonder, where does this come from? It does not come from engagement. It probably does not come from other interests contained in the data profile of the users because they were probably looking at German-speaking content. There is no real explanation except Elon Musk pushing heavily far-right content. And the first 4 out of 100 were all far-right.
Wasn't an organic interest in Alex Jones among German
I don't think so. I think this would be very interesting to further research, but since it is well known that Elon Musk, since he took over Twitter, which was in the past famous for being very transparent, cut off all this transparency, and it's become very difficult for research to access the data and the research correctly make that point that in order to explain this, they would need access to the data. But I think it is no coincidence that they don't have access to the data. And this is, if I can boast a little bit, the Digital Services Act, I think, is the only piece of legislation in the world that can make that data access possible.
Richard, you look like you
were.
Well,
just on this topic, because U.S. media policy has been so long studied as if it were completely autonomous and had no international dimension. And in fact, it has had an international dimension from the beginning. James Madison in 1799 wrote an outraged editorial about the influence of British advertisers in tipping American public opinion through their control of newspapers. And this is a concern that continued in the Civil War, and it continued into the era of the First World War, which is one reason for the Krill Commission, and then in the 1930s. The anti-fascist sort of concerns of not only Fly, but also Thurman Arnold at the Justice Department were central to their critique of cartels, to their critique of media concentration. And it was in response to these attacks that there emerges among newspaper journalists, as Sam Lebovic demonstrated in a very important book that it completely rethinks our understanding of the marketplace of ideas, L-E-B-O-V-I-C, that it emerges as corporate libertarianism from the Tribune. It was the Tribune's lawyer, Caldwell, who was pushing this in the 20s and 30s, and also from Hearst. And just to get a sense of the politics here in which the Western Union is implicated, Hugo Black in the Senate launches a major investigation of Hearst in trying to push back against Hearst's attacks on the Roosevelt administration. And in the course of that investigation, this is how complicated media policy is. This is not an international convention. Of course, it has international implications because of Hearst's relationship to U.S. foreign policy. Black enlists the FCC to tap Western Union to make available to the Senate thousands of Hearst's telegrams. So the FCC was here working to attack a newspaper who it saw as inimical to the public interest in supporting the fascists. This would lead James Lawrence Fly to become a leading anti-wiretapping advocate, beginning in his years at the FCC and later. But the point I'm making is there's an international dimension to communications policy, media concentration from the 1930s. This is not an issue that is new with the internet. Ownership of newspapers, ownership of media outlets. Murdoch had to become a U.S. citizen when he took over those broadcast networks. This is an old issue. It's been dealt with by contemporaries. It's not been dealt with by historians and sociologists because we've ignored it, because we've assumed the United States was autonomous and was completely independent of foreign influence, which it has not been.
Paul.
This interplay of international and domestic communications is extremely interesting, and it must have aroused in many people's minds the connection with TikTok right now. And indeed, this week, with Trump's trade war with China, raises the question, how is this deal that he's talked about going to come off? What he's done in relation to TikTok makes no sense in relation to what he's doing with trade. And he did recently, I think, extend the deadline for a deal. Of course, this is a matter of legislation. Presidents actually don't have the power just to ignore legislation, but you know,
you should tell Congress.
Let that rise.
You should tell Congress.
Yeah, right. It looks to me like at the moment, that TikTok will, would probably go offline, given the current state of relations between the U.S. and China.
Stephen, I wanted to ask you, and you had raised this beforehand, but this is a vibrant conversation and we should continue to have it, but why should we care what professors have to say about these questions?
With the Hutchins Commission, there are a couple answers to that. One is Robert Hutchins said to journalists, we're all educators. We're all in the same business. In his view, a university should teach values through the great books was his idea, and newspapers should teach facts. He felt universities were doing their job and newspapers were not. It was also an era of generalist intellectuals when people like Hutchins and Niebuhr were on the cover of Time magazine, and people listened to them, and they thought people should listen to them. Hutchins himself thought about running for president and was considered as running mate to FDR at a couple of points. So it was an era in which, at least it seemed, that intellectuals mattered to public discourse.
Can you think of go ahead, Richard.
Well, just a point on this, that the suspicion of newspapers, of Hearst and the Tribune was in your presentation. It was quite evident. This suspicion manifested itself at the FCC in something known as the Mayflower Doctrine. All it meant was that radio stations could not take positions on public issues from 1941 onward. So radio stations were much constrained because they were special interests, and their listeners have rights, and the listeners should have opportunity for speculative opinion. How would the Second World War have gone had isolationist groups or other groups further to the right had access to airwaves? And this is a sentiment that's going to inform the Hutchins Commission. Suspicion of newspapers. And journalists often assume that, of course, journalists should be in charge, and of course, journalists know best, and of course, journalists should not be regulated at all. And this was an issue of great concern to the Hutchins Commission folks because they saw what had happened in the 1930s. So I just raised that coming from the cathedral, as it were, of journalism, that there is, if we're talking about infrastructure, there is reason to be skeptical of the claims advanced by lots of groups.
One point going to that was that newspapers argued that the fireside chats were propaganda.
Of course.
And should be stopped.
And weren't they? I mean, the government if you look at it from the point of view of the critics, the government was getting free airtime to put out a message, and then was there a response, right? We viewed the 30s through a New Deal. We even call it the New Deal. It's the only period in American history which we name after the political program of one party. And there were critics of the New Deal in the 1930s that are now very present in our public life. And it would behoove us to understand who they were, what they believed, and why their issues, why the issues they cared about were marginalized. Because it's back, it's a return of the repressed. So anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off, Steve, but I think that's a very important point about those fireside chats.
Can you say a little bit more about the voices that were suppressed then and what we should be focusing on?
Well, I mean, there was a very lively critique of the New Deal, which was coming out of places like the University of Chicago and West, which is not much emphasized in our history books. David Beito, B-E-I-T-O, a fine academic historian, University of Alabama, who's got libertarian ties, has documented some of the challenges to civil liberties in the 1930s. You don't have to agree with the book or its perspective, but a lot was going on. Hugo Black's attack on the Hearst press, had that been a left-wing press, would have gotten quite a lot of attention in historical firmament. And I'm speaking here from the left, but I'm just pointing out that the moment we're living in right now is a moment we can no longer ignore the challenges not only to the New Deal, to FDR, but to the administrative state, the rule of law as it was reconstituted in the 20th century. If we're going to be serious, and even the idea of the marketplace of ideas, which is a new idea, which has a very sketchy history, and whose implications I think have been insufficiently attended to by folks who are connected to or immediately involved with the activities of the University of Chicago.
I want to open it up to all of you to just start to talk a little bit about when we started to think that media concentration was an issue, and what are the policy proposals that we're looking at today that are the most sort of exciting or interesting in terms of addressing that.
Do you want to start with the when?
Well, I think Richard was right that the concern about media concentration comes out of the 1930s. It was specifically in relation to radio. It was specifically in relation to the NBC, CBS duopoly, and the case that was brought against NBC, forcing it to disgorge ABC. That was sustained by the Supreme Court. That was the first moment when media concentration became a national issue, and when the breakup of monopoly power in communications. Well, there are actually earlier episodes with the telegraph and telephone, but in the current you know, that this is, I think, the most relevant, you know, antecedent. But one of the things I really liked about what Guy Rolnick was saying at the beginning is that the issues now really go beyond media concentration in the conventional antitrust sense, and some of those also have their origin back in this period during the Depression, and the tradition that Stephen was talking about in relation to that commission, the ideas about responsibility. So we have had newspapers and other news media that have had certain ideals about editorial responsibility and accountability. They were important gatekeepers of information, and now we have these tech institutions that have no tradition of editorial responsibility or accountability. But their algorithms, in a way, perform the same function as editors deciding what goes on, you know, what goes on the front page, you know, but without any of that tradition to you know, resist what the market incentives toward, you know, what used to just be sensationalism in like the tabloid press, but now it's really, you know, controlling the distribution of information and opinion on an even more massive scale than in the past.
And I'll just say that, you know, sitting I've always worked for mainstream media organizations, whether it was the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post. And what we are seeing now is that emphasis on responsibility and sort of restraint is seen as dishonest. That we are, I mean, the critique of certainly, you know, President Trump and the idea that, and his many followers in the sort of new media world is that those people who are, you know, I've talked to journalists from Breitbart and the Charlie Kirks of the world, the Benny Johnsons of the world, that they are authentic, that they are honest with their listeners and viewers, that they at least let them know exactly what they think, whereas someone like Sarah Ellison is sort of being dishonest by trying to pretend that I have some greater purpose of trying to protect and promote democracy and truth. And I find that like a pretty interesting turn of rationale, and it's a very difficult argument to make when you look at the actual content of what they're putting out. The question of honesty is really challenged, but nevertheless, it's a very popular idea, certainly on X. Go ahead, Alexander.
Yeah. I agree that many of the problems we are discussing are not new, but what is totally unprecedented is the scale. The scale of concentration, the scale of global character. And one of the reasons for that is the control over the data, which none of these previous organizations had. They could do some polling on what the listeners or their readers thought, but this extremely precise data profiles with millions and millions of data points. So these companies know a lot more about us
the micro-targeting
than ourselves. Micro-targeting, the profiling. I mean, that allows for a way of targeting content that has never existed in history, and also a concentration of information in the hands of basically a few companies and a few individuals. This is new. And this gives it a completely different scale. The amount of surveillance, how you can survey groups, individuals, and direct content to them and push a political opinion or on them, this has never existed. You know, with testing message, the kind of message test, and I've heard about A/B
and also the
testing,
rapidity of the messaging is so, because of the technology, it's so much faster.
Because you can test the messaging in 24 hours, you can test it on millions and millions of people, and you can test thousands of different messages and figure out what works best. And this is done at global level. You know, what works in the US and is rolled out to Germany, to Romania, to the whole world, and this is why we see this very unified narrative of the global far right. So this is absolutely new, and the scale is new. You asked for some policy proposals.
Yeah.
I have some ideas. Under the DSA, the Digital Services Act, something you could do is under Article 34 saying disinformation is a systemic risk for public discourse and electoral processes. This is DSA language. It basically means it's a risk for democracy. I think it is systemic because of the scale and because what happens, the discourse that happens on social media also strongly influences what happens in legacy media. You know, in Germany, we're so proud of this media system that people have been telling me for a very long time and still do, scholars and journalists. Yeah, but what happens on social media, I mean, that doesn't matter because we tell the truth. We explain people. But, you know, as you go down in the generations, younger people don't read that anymore, and even professional journalists are extremely influenced by what happens on X or on other social media platforms. So once, you know, millions of people repeat something or ask the same question, it becomes a reality, even if it's not a fact. And that is something that the global far right knows very well. You just need to talk about it and it becomes a fact. And this is exactly, and this is why it is systemic. So what could you do to combat disinformation? Not taking down content. Absolutely not. This is exactly what the DSA does not do. But creating transparency about the mechanisms. So the algorithms that promote propaganda over facts, lies over facts, rage over positive emotions. You know, the hate and rage thing that you mentioned, it is not new, that's human nature.
Right.
And it's normal, because when we are afraid, when we're hating, we have to react quickly. It makes sense in our biology. It just doesn't make sense in a modern news world. So, first of all, you have to create transparency around this. What are these algorithms? What are they doing? What are they actually optimized for? What are the collateral effects? Because I think in the beginning it's a collateral effect. Now it's used in politics, but in the beginning it was just a business model, because it throws out more advertising at people. So then you tackle those mechanisms, and I can't see a world where the European Commission says engagement-based ranking is not legal anymore, because it's a systemic risk for democracy. Come up with different kinds of algorithms, and there are platforms who are doing this. There are a lot of ideas by scholars. We had a conference in Brussels last year, I think you were there, Joris, and where we saw all the different ways that an algorithm could work. There could be algorithmic pluralism, people choose their algorithms. That could be the unique selling point of the platforms. But I think you have to come on as a legislator saying certain kinds of algorithms that we know lead to only polarizing content, and that prioritize propaganda over facts, over serious journalism. This is not compatible with the democracy, and just get rid of it. Full stop. That's not encroaching on freedom of speech at all, to the contrary. The other thing is, if I may,
sure.
It's full transparency for generative AI, for large language model. What sources are they trained on? How is it weighted? How does the modeling work? This is clearly something that most of us don't understand, but there are the scholars and the experts who can analyze how these models work and can say, okay, maybe you're taking in too much Russian propaganda here, and have a public debate about it. That's not easy. It's new for us. It's really not easy, but start to make these things transparent is the first step in order to figure out how, as a democratic society, we want to deal with it. And stop the profiling. This is a battle I've been fighting for 6 years now in Brussels. We have partial victories, but the enforcement is still lacking. Because as long as these companies have all the data about billions of people and can use it to manipulate groups, there is no real democracy possible. So we really have to stop the profiling and the data collection. Thank you.
And just to add, the name hasn't been mentioned yet, I mean, would be the greatest American media critic of the 20th century, would be Walter Lippmann, who was very skeptical of the possibilities of ordinary people, he's thinking of ordinary Americans, to process news before coming of radio. So this is an issue that predates radio, and his solutions were, well, first, you recognize the limits, you recognize that democracy is a form that has certain possibilities and certain constraints, and that then you focus on training and educating a responsible elite that is concerned with, as he would be in the 1930s and 40s, the problem of fascism. So there's a connection. But the idea that before radio, information access led to democracy was not an idea that either Walter Lippmann or John Dewey would have endorsed in the United States. So I'm just trying to create a grounding here, and what the interesting counterpoint is that these are international pressures on polities and on the coherence of let's say, a humane, democratic, liberal society. These challenges are not new. There are echoes, and that they have profoundly shaped the way that we have responded to and have been shaped by media concentration. And the last thing I want to say, we haven't talked much about government propaganda, but that was enormously important in shaping Lippmann's conception coming out of the First World War and Second World War, even going back to the Boer War. So that's a dimension. If your answer is, as it has often been on the left, let the government take it over, that has problems that have been well rehearsed in the past.
And I just add to that with what Richard is talking about in relation to Walter Lippmann applies more generally to early 20th century American progressivism, which very generally believed in professional authority and professional expertise in many different areas. And we're seeing a collapse of that expertise, I think about this as much in relation to healthcare as in relation to media. And there, to some degree, it's a political development that has global dimensions. And it's some degree a result of the new structure of communications that has allowed people to do their own research on YouTube and come to their own conclusions and rely on their own experience. And these cultural and political tendencies together have broken down safeguards that we once depended on, you know, even if we didn't fully understand how much we depended on them.
Which gives sort of the illusion of doing your own research, gives the illusion of freedom, and there's this wonderful exchange of ideas. And I just want to, well, we're going to open up for questions in one second, but go ahead, Alexandra. Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's not only doing your own research. I think doing your own research is a very good thing. But if you do your own research about vaccines, how much content will you see that reproduces the serious studies that say that vaccines work? Very little, 5–10%. You only get the anti-vaccine content because this is what is successful on social media. I mean, Renée DeResta wrote a great book, her last book, and speaking about this. So if you do your own research and you do find the facts, that is a good thing. You know, I'm not against, I think this is, the internet has an enormous potential and did democratize societies for a long time until 2005, 10, 11, according to how you want to count it. I think this is a really good thing. But how is it biased? That's the problem. The bias is the problem. And the bias towards propaganda, hate, rage, rumors, that leads to children dying of measles in the US today. That is what needs to be changed.
I wanted to say one thing about, before we went up with Paul. Mark, another name that has not come up so far is Louis Brandeis, who is exemplary of this professionalizing movement of the law in the early 20th century. And it greatly enhanced the status of law to have an antitrust establishment, which is really created in its modern form by the 30s of Thurman Arnold. But the challenge on professional expertise is not just going to extend to economists who are ignored tariff debates or, to say, public health professionals, but also to lawyers themselves. And I think that creates an increased importance of intermodal competition, or just finding ways to prevent aggregates from coming instead of having aggregates occur and then trying to find a way to break them up. So it's just professionalism, early 20th century reform, and the rise of the legal profession. There were 5 people working in the antitrust division in the time of Teddy Roosevelt. There wasn't much of an antitrust division in the time of Teddy Roosevelt. That all emerged from the 1930s, and its golden age was in the 1950s.
Okay, we're going to open up for questions. I think that are there microphones that we want? Okay, I see this hand up here. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Myers. I'm a historian of advertising and broadcasting industries, and I focus on the 20th century. And we're here talking about media consolidation, and this is sort of a comment for any of the historians on the panel to respond to. But what I didn't hear was the question answered as to why media companies consolidate. And I want to just make a couple of points about that. We are in a business school. One is that there's an extremely high failure rate in media. All entertainment industries have an 80 to 90% failure rate for all the stuff they put out. That requires that companies do a lot of cross-subsidy, which means that the one movie that fails is cross-subsidized by the one movie that's a hit. And that also means that a lot of media industries have to depend on ad revenues. And what was not stated here, but is also mentioned in the Hutchins report, is this kind of notion that advertising revenue is a threat, rather than as key to maintaining the production of media in general. I really think that like the rise of objectivity in news coverage came about because of advertisers' needs. Advertisers didn't want to be limited to one partisan outlet or another. In fact, what they wanted types of outlets where they could reach a wider market and therefore also not alienate certain elements or sectors of their audience. Advertisers care about audience demand. They're going to the places where people want that content. So they are actually responding to what I think a lot of people are talking about as a democracy. They're responding to a sort of marketplace democracy. They're not going to go places where people aren't interested in that content. So every time we talk about the rise of a particular media organization, we need to look at how they're appealing to their audiences. And I think that a lot of the critique that I've been hearing here today is actually based on an elite distaste for commercialism and for the fact that large audiences prefer the type of content that maybe you or I don't particularly prefer. And so what I see is a lot of the blame for what's happening in media consolidation tends to be pointed at the advertisers, that somehow they're the ones that are responsible for that they're sort of top-down controlling the audience. But I would argue it's the opposite. They are being responsive. They're trying to figure out where the audience is. They're frantically racing all over every media outlet trying to find those audiences. And of course, they're in crisis right now because of the fragmentation of the media audience. So, and I'm also, for Professor John, I'm just going to mention that James Fly's attack on the networks in the 1940s, I think was kind of hypocritical because they were essentially ad distribution networks. They weren't actually controlling the content. The advertisers were controlling the content. But as I just have mentioned, the advertisers are only putting out content and programming that they thought would bring in audience attention. And they were very successful at that. The networks actually had nothing to do with that. And instead, I think this attack on the networks as monopolists is simply an attack on commercialism and also attack on sort of the taste of these mass audiences that were drawn to that. So if anybody wants to comment on any of that,
let me,
I'd be happy.
well, you want to
This is exactly what we were going to get. Yes, thank you.
But of course, this is Cynthia Myers, who's a very distinguished historian of advertising, whose books you should all read. My bias is pro-advertising, and I think that media historians have egregiously neglected the centrality of advertising to the development of the press in the United States from the 18th century onward. We foster this mythology that once newspapers were controlled by parties, and then they were controlled by advertisers. That was a bad period, and then they became controlled by professionals. And that's wrong narrative, and it's propagated in journalism schools and communication programs around the country. Wish it would stop. No one who has read 18th, 19th century newspapers can understate the enormous importance of advertising. So those were advertisers, and Madison was very concerned about the British infiltrating American newspapers, who the advertisers are, but they were generally small. And yes, they were, the editors were responsive to the advertisers, and the advertisers were responsible to the editors, to the advertisers responsible to papers, and that did shape content. It was very difficult to have any criticism of patent medicine, for example, because patent medicine was a major advertiser in the magazines. That was an issue in the progressive era. 1930s. Nationwide broadcasters, NBC, CBS, were constraining their affiliates in ways that troubled the affiliates. And Fly was responsive, as was McNitch before him, to those affiliates, and they got major advantages for the affiliates. Now, did that perhaps limit the quality of broadcasting? That's an interesting question. It certainly helped to decentralize it. Fly, as a Texan, did not think that all important content should come out of New York City, and that was an issue. The nationwide advertisers who were so important, mass market products coming out, 30s, 40s, and then going back to 1890s, that's created the news magazine market. The muckrakers were a creation of corporate capitalism. Those were very concerned about what was broadcast. And you could argue that was true through the 1960s and 70s, and they should be concerned. And that's an important check. I think the issues that Dr. Gies is raising and others are raising, is that the advertisers today are not buying or access to particular audiences at all. It's not a city audience, when after all most of those newspapers in the 30s were city-based. It's not a putatively nationwide audience as it was with radio or television. And of course, advertisers did limit what went on television. It is instead an audience that is bought and sold in which there's no accountability for the advertiser. So if we could find mechanisms to make advertisers accountable for content, that I think would be a good first step. But I think in that regard, the situation is quite different.
Well, I'm glad the subject of advertising has come up, because advertising no longer works in the old way, the way it was portrayed on Mad Men, where decisions are made about placing ads in particular publications or even particular websites. Programmatic advertising has completely destroyed that, and now through the system known as ad tech, advertisers don't actually know where their ads are going to end up. And as a result, many of them are financing the kind of disinformation that they would be ashamed of if they actually knew that's where their ads were turning up. This in itself is a major part of the problem now, that there is no accountability in advertising.
I'm going to go ahead and then we'll take one more question.
Yeah. No, I would also totally agree. Thank you for bringing that up. It was on my list of the solutions, but yes. I saw Sarah looking at me, taking too much time, so thank you so much for bringing that up. And I totally agree with Professor Starr saying advertisers don't know where their advertising goes, and they would like to know. So making them accountable does not make that much sense, because over the past years, especially the big brands have tried to be accountable, but they can't, because Google and Meta, who are managing that advertising and the ad tech industry, won't tell them. Because the ad does not go to an audience that is interested in soccer or cars or makeup. It goes to specific people and follows them on the round on the internet. So, I mean, there has been a movement against this that called it surveillance advertising, which is a much more fitting description. To speak a little bit about the political environment, a big issue during the DSA was actually programmatic advertising and ad tech, and we tried to get a ban for it because it's not compatible with democracy, this kind of surveillance. We do have a ban now in Europe to use sensitive data according to GDPR, like health data, political affiliation, religious affiliation, and minors data for advertising. You can't have that in their profiles. I mean, I think we still have an enforcement issue, but if that was properly enforced, it would be a very interesting step in the right direction. This is what Google and Meta most heavily campaigned against, using geolocalizing on everybody who went in and out of the European institutions. I was really basically followed by these posters coming up on my Instagram at the Brussels airport. Well, this is good for European SMEs. Programmatic advertising was good for it. It was the main point. And this is what when you know that you touch what is really important, the business model. To come back to the changed political environment, at the time I spoke a lot to advertisers, but because big advertisers were extremely concerned about this, and I can't make names, but those were the big brands. And the World Federation of Advertisers, who fights for their interest, was very vocal in getting more transparency in the Digital Markets Act for advertising and its outcome. And a couple of weeks ago, I had a call to check in with the World Federation of Advertisers, And they spoke about different topics, and when I said, well, what about brand safety? What is coming out of the DMA? Are you satisfied with the provisions? They certainly, they started looking at each other with two relatively young persons, and they said, well, you know, in the US right now, we can't really talk about this. Brand safety has become something that falls under censorship, because brand safety basically means that advertisers don't want to put their money on websites that peddle disinformation or hate. That is the whole point about brand safety. And the whole concept is being attacked now in the US, so they can't even speak about this anymore. And this is why it is so serious, and this is why I think in Europe we really have to make progress on the advertising front. I mean, they're very interesting, and this is especially for you on the antitrust and competition front. There are extremely interesting lawsuits in the US about Google and Meta abusing their dominant positions. And I think when we speak in Europe, a big discussion now is getting new social media alternatives out of Europe, maybe from other places, according with the democratic governments. And a lot of people on the progressive side think this needs to be public. And I'm a little bit concerned seeing where, you know, governments are going, in which direction about the public part. So I would prefer actually a private solution with advertising as a very strong engine for it. But it has to be well regulated, so brands can really care about brand safety and fund websites in a very broad way with a lot of pluralism, but without that bias in favor of propaganda, lies, and hate. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more question right up here in the corner.
A very momentous decision will be made very soon that everybody should focus on. A faction of the legal establishment is calling for overturning Humphrey's executor, where the Supreme Court recognized that Congress has the power to create independent commissions with commissioners or officers who may not be removed by the president. Now, the argument they make is that democratic accountability requires that the president be able to remove commissioners, but what the reality is that that would make a cult of personality president who wins by a bare majority carry out his agenda, usurping the legislative powers of Congress. There's a lot to be said for these independent commissions, especially the 5-commissioner model, where they are initially carrying out congressional laws, but then carrying them out in detail. And really, it far more than antitrust, it's the right medium to hold algorithms to account, to require interconnection, transparency, and so on, that requires a lot of expert knowledge. But the benefit of the commission, especially the 5 commissioners, is the commissioners are appointed, but by different presidents from different points of view, making different political assumptions. So there is actually a possibility of a kind of Socratic dialectic going on, or at least disputation and dialogue and reasoning to come up with regulations in detail. So I wonder what everybody thinks about the future of, well, the FCC would be a big example here, but you could imagine an FCC that is totally under the control of one cult of personality president.
You could imagine that.
Well, just very quickly, I think the unitary theory of the executive that you're alluding to is a threat to the kind of regulatory commissions we've had. It's also a threat to the role of the federal government in producing knowledge and information. Because if we can't guarantee the independence of the technical, statistical, and research branches, including those in the sciences and NIH and so forth, if they don't have any independence, they're completely subject to the president's authority. We have no basis for the kind of confidence that we have traditionally invested in those knowledge institutions.
And as others have mentioned, it's a bad moment for expertise.
The FCC was planned before the Roosevelt administration. Its Cushman Central History of Independent Regulatory Agency did not list it as the New Deal agency. Its origins go back really to the Hoover administration. So I just point that out if you want to play partisan regulatory agency politics.
Well, and I would just also say that what's happening at the FCC now, it sort of inherently, or by definition, it's going to politicize that organization for a generation, because whoever, maybe this is the last administration we're ever going to have, but if there is a different president and that president is from the opposite party, that person will feel the need to entirely replace the people who have overtaken some of these independent commissions in this administration. And so I think that that's going to really, that already damages the impression of independence and the kind of institutional expertise that is already so under threat. Does anyone else have anything they want to say about that? I think we can't take any more questions. Oh, we can take one more? Okay, we're good. We're good. We can't. All right, thank you all so much. We're going to break now, I believe. Thank you to our panelists for that conversation.
I appreciate your remarks. We're skeptical.
Germany, obviously he bankrolled
already?
That's my moderating skill. All right. Man, whoa. It is me. It's always me. Okay. Okay, this is a little bit, oh, there we go, less of an assault. Hi, everybody. I'm Jesse Eisinger. I'm a senior editor and reporter at ProPublica and a regular at Stigler. I guess it's 8 years, and I'm thinking of this version as, well, it was fun while it lasted. But antitrust now can be consigned to the annals of history, perhaps, but today we are going to be talking all things Elon Musk. And my friend Julia Angwin, who will be moderating later, there she is, said that the first Trump administration was a DDoS attack on our psyches. That the Bannon line was a little less technical, flood the zone with shit. I don't think that any one human being can assimilate all that's gone on with the Trump administration and all that they've done and the various attacks on democracy and waves of corruption. But even this subset of the topic of Musk is also similarly a DDoS attack on the psyche. The amount of material that you have to assimilate to understand what Musk is doing and what his importance is in the American economy, American society, and the administration is too much for one person. But fortunately, we have three experts who can attempt to start to surround this topic. And just a kind of quick summary. Of course, there's Doge. It's almost impossible to figure out what Doge is doing in its entirety, but it's obviously an extraordinary new development in modern American political life. There's Musk's government contracts, which are in some ways the lifeblood of the entities that make up the bulk of his wealth. If we just ran a story on SpaceX a few weeks ago, and it was surprising to me that the plurality of Musk's wealth actually comes from SpaceX, not from Tesla. Tesla's a smaller portion of his wealth now than SpaceX. SpaceX is private. Nobody really knows what the finances are. But, of course, it's got government contracts, Starlink. Tesla has government contracts around the world. And then there, of course, is business fortunes. The stock is sliding. Sales in Germany are cratering. BYD in China is an extraordinarily potent competitor. And then there is politics, flirting with eugenics, flirting with openly supporting the AfD, far-right party in Germany. Obviously, he bankrolled Trump to the tune of over $250 million, but then more recently he tried to intervene and threw a huge amount of money into the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, which he said was held the fate of humanity in its hands. Unfortunately for humanity, the candidate that Musk supported lost. So we're doomed, I guess. So we're going to talk about this. He's a singular figure. I can't come up with a figure like Musk in American history. Maybe the panelists can. I think he's a kind of combination of Andrew Mellon and William Randolph Hearst, maybe some Rockefeller combination, who has had this kind of influence. So the first I want to have Guy go to you, and I want to ask you sort of what kind of figure is Musk, what kind of problem he is. I think the consensus of the panel will be that he's a significant problem for American society and democracy. Maybe there's an intrepid Chicago school professor who will defend Musk in the Q&A. You're welcome to it. Or Matt Stoller, who likes to just be contrarian. Maybe he'll, I doubt he would. But so what are we dealing with here? Guy?
Right. Thank you, Jesse. Before we start, I want to start with a very famous quote of Carl Sagan, the intellectual that wrote it in 1985. I'm sure many of you have come to see this quote again in the last couple of years. It's all over the internet. So in his 1995 book, The Demon Hunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark, he wrote, "I have a foreboding of an America in my children's or grandchildren's time, when the United States is a service and information economy, when nearly all the key manufacturing industries have slipped away to other countries, when awesome technological powers are in the hands of very few, and no one representing the public interest can even grasp the issues, when the people have lost the ability to set their own agendas or knowledgeably question those in authority, when clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide almost without noticing back into superstition and darkness." So this is 40 years ago, and it feels not only that it's one of the most prescient warning we ever had, but maybe also a roadmap to our current crisis marked by social media manipulation, disinformation, algorithmic amplification and populist backlash. Now, back to a question, Jesse, the Elon dilemma. So, first of all, the Elon question is part of a bigger challenge facing Western democracies. It's how we deal with the epistemic crisis, the breakdown of our knowledge structure. And I think that the best place to start is in the end of 2022, when Elon announces that he bought Twitter to defend and protect and promote absolute free speech. And of course, everybody loves free speech. And people like Musk and all the platform defenders invoke First Amendment, of course, as the bedrock of our democracy and everything that we cherish and admire. And this framing is, of course, both false and manipulative. And Elon, I think, is the most talented storyteller of those ideas. At least he was until recently. So when social media companies like X claim that they are absolute free speech or neutral platforms that are upholding the freedom of expression, of course, what they do is they obscure the fact, the active role that they play in shaping the discourse. Their algorithms are not neutral pipes. That was, by the way, their design 15 years ago. We might talk about that. And they now amplify some voices over others based on the engagement metrics, favoring the outrage, misinformation, polarization, because those drive clicks and profits. And of course, all of it is based on surveillance. This is not an open marketplace of ideas, and far from a market for quality information. It's a manipulated arena engineered to reward emotional extremity and not any deliberative reason. This is not liberty, it's disguised power. And the freedom of speech today belongs to mostly to Musk and to Bezos and to Zuckerberg and to Sergey and Larry and the Communist Party of China, of course. And free speech, as we heard from Paul Starr, Professor Starr, as we all know, can be interpreted in two ways, the negative and the positive. Now, negative liberty, in Isaiah Berlin's term, is freedom from interference. It's the absence of constraints. This is the form of liberty often invoked by Elon Musk, the notion that users should be free to say whatever they want without censorship. And Musk can amplify or censor whatever they want. But negative liberty, as we know, can empower the strong at the expense of the weak. On unregulated platforms, the absence of constraint does not create a level of playing field. It amplifies the voices that have more time, more resources, more bots, we're going to talk about it, and more willingness to engage in lies, in misinformation and disinformation. Now, in this ecosystem, those with the loudest megaphones drown out everyone else. And the result is no freedom of speech. Now, positive liberty, on the other hand, is the freedom to act, freedom to participate meaningfully in public discourse, to deliberate and to shape one's own destiny. Now, that requires not just the absence of constraints, but the presence of the enabling conditions, access, literacy, protection from harassment, and most importantly today, assurance that no one's voice will be algorithmically buried or violently shouted down. Now, social media platforms that allow mobs, propaganda networks, what it's called, we're going to talk about it, coordinated inauthentic behavior and harassment campaigns to dominate, those are not promoting free speech. They are destroying the very conditions that make speech free for most people and deny citizens the right for liberty to be informed. And we know who are the people that are most adept at using those algorithms. We know who have the resources. This is an investigative piece from the New York Times from a year and a half ago. One of the biggest political campaigns, propaganda campaigns, that they trace it to China and Iran and Russia. Now, the rhetorical manipulation is the key weapon of people like Elon to prevent laws and regulation or any accountability. So they argue, of course, that any attempt to constrain them is to, or to demand transparency is a form of censorship. But this is, of course, a sleight of hand. A society that values democratic deliberation must protect speech not only from state repression, but from private systems of control that distort, suppress, or corrode public reason. And the real danger is not from removing Nazis, bots, or people who incite violence. It's from allowing people like Elon and opaque machines to determine who speaks and who is silenced. And if we care about freedom of expression, we must embrace a democratic conception of it. One that asks not just who gets to speak, but who gets to be heard, who gets to be protected, who gets to shape the conversation. And that is the difference between society of speech and a society of noise. Now, what did Elon do when he took over Twitter? He fired the teams that were trying to weed out hate, Nazis, and coordinated inauthentic behavior campaigns, like those of China and Russia and so on. And he installed a new and improved algorithm, and this is the new and improved algorithm of Elon Musk. There is an anecdote that was revealed by Bloomberg at some point that Elon really got mad with his own algorithm when after the Super Bowl, he tweeted and Joe Biden tweeted and Joe Biden got more likes. So he called all the engineers quick to the office and we need to fix the algorithm. Now, it's after the first panel we discussed the media of yesteryear. Now, it's important to remember that the news media of yesteryear also did that, okay? The oligarchs, the media moguls, of course, but there are two big differences. The first one is the numbers. Platforms are now an order or three orders bigger, okay, than the Rupert Murdochs of the world. We're talking about hundreds of millions of users or billions of users. And the second one is more important. Major news outlets had, and some of them still have, not all of them, legal, economical, ethical, and reputational incentives not to engage in lies and misinformation. Platforms' incentives don't have it. They just need addictive content. And we know what kind of content is addictive. So going back to what you said about antitrust, Jesse, in this room we discussed antitrust for the past 7 years, and some of the people who reshaped antitrust participated in your room, and they were some of the people who were first to talk about the threat of political power of big tech. But Elon is not really the classic monopolist. Maybe SpaceX and Starlink are now becoming monopolists because they are sanctioned by government contracts. But Tesla is not a monopoly. And actually, its small share in the EV market is only shrinking. And perhaps Elon understood 3 years ago that he lost his competitive edge with China and Europe manufacturers. And this is why he got into media, politics, and power, so he can shape the rules. This is an investigative piece from the New York Times. And Elon has relationship with all the leaders of those countries, okay? He suppresses voices for them, he censors stuff for them, he elevates their tweets and so on. And also he has huge business interest in all those countries. And of course, Tesla today, when it's losing so much market share, is becoming more and more fragile. So we are worried with Elon, not because he's a monopolist, but because he controls X. Now, except for people like Barry here that we'll hear soon, not a lot of people in DC were worried about Elon buying X. Most of the people in the news media, by the way, were, Jesse can correct me if I'm wrong, were thrilled and excited when Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post. Now, this is interesting because as my friend Luigi Zingales here likes to say, big business always needs the government. So if big business controls the press, then government controls the press. Now, Bezos told us 8 years ago, right after Trump got into the White House in the first time, that democracy dies in darkness. But in 2023, when the FTC filed a lawsuit against Amazon with potential remedies of breakup, Bezos stopped fearing darkness and became fearful of the light, or what is in plain sight, regulation. So first he replaced the leadership of the Washington Post, and then he basically told them they should learn to appreciate more his ideas about how we should organize society. Now, the Post is still a great newspaper with great journalists, but people understand their boundaries. And I know these are small fonts, so I'll read you a couple of fonts, because the best way to understand the relationship between platform owners and business people is actually, believe it or not, I think that the expert here is Donald Trump. So I'd like to read to you two tweets of Trump. Here is the first one. The Washington Post loses money, a deduction, and gives owner Jeff Bezos power to screw public, on how low taxation of Amazon, big tax shelter. So this is basically Donald Trump explaining to us that the Washington Post is actually a political machine to protect the business of Amazon, and of course later we saw Jeff Bezos with the rest of the people in the rotunda, while the rest of the people are out in the cold in the inauguration day. Another quote from our president is, if Amazon ever had to pay fair taxes, its stock would crash and it would crumble like a paper bag. The Washington Post scam is saving it. You got to give him that he knows how to tweet, and he's very precise. So what should we, and by the way, another quote, another fantastic quote, I think, that summarized the portfolio of, a lot of people look at Tesla, they look at Starlink, they look at SpaceX, they look at Neuralink, but there is one analyst, a media, political, and business analyst that was able to explain the entire portfolio of Elon Musk in one tweet. And this is, of course, the president again. Let me read it to you. Sorry. When Elon Musk came to the White House asking me for help on all of his many subsidized projects, whether it's electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, or rocket ship to nowhere, without which subsidies he'd be worthless, and telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican, I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. So Trump understands the business model of the Elon Musk empire. So what should we do now? We want to go to policies, or
let's go to the other panelists, and then we can come back sort of for solutions on this. And I forgot to say, please identify any conflicts of interest, which is not that you hate Musk, but financial, I think, is what I'm told. So Barry, Guy stepped on my question, which I'm very annoyed about as the moderator. That's all I get to do here. But is Musk a challenge to the antitrust framework that a lot of people adopted we're at an antitrust and corporate concentration conference here, and Musk seems like not that kind of problem. And you guys you were very early in identifying corporate concentration as a font or source of political power, and that we should restore antitrust to its roots out of concern for the sort of Brandeisian concern for political power, but that's not the way it's really been talked about and discussed. And when Musk took over Twitter, there really wouldn't have been, as far as I understand it, I'm not a lawyer, really any kind of antitrust law that would have helped or would have convinced a judge to block that deal, although you called for it. So what kind of problem is Musk in the framework of antitrust?
Yeah, so great question. Well, first I just want to thank the folks who are putting on this conversation at such a difficult moment. It's this is it's a challenging time to put on conferences like this at universities in public, and not just because of people dropping out like Commissioner Breton, but just. It shows. So I recognize the hosts for really doing a great job of putting this together at this moment. The conflicts. Our business model at open markets has basically been to take the money from dead monopolists and use it to fund to fight live monopolists. So that's so I don't think we really have any conflicts. Before I get to your question, I do want to sort of note one area where I have a strong agreement with Elon Musk, and that is on the intellectual capabilities of Peter Navarro, who I have known since 2002. To get to your question of is Elon Musk an antitrust problem? Well, first, like sort of a framework I think might help. Right now, and this kind of feeds off the last guy's initial comments and then the last panel, especially Alexandra's comments. We do face today the gravest threat to democracy in the United States and in Europe, but especially in the United States, perhaps ever, or certainly since the Civil War. And so we have to recognize that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And it is what makes it is this concentration of oligarch power and state power. It's the blending together of oligarch power and state power that creates the threat. This is also the greatest opportunity. This is a gift for those of us who have been fighting this fight for as long as we have. This is a gift because this is being put in front of us by people who are not really that competent yet to create the kind of autocracy that we fear. So it's like they have shown us where they want to go. They have shown us how they want to get there. And yet at this point, they don't have the ability to really, put together the most, minimally coherent trade policy, for instance. So embrace this opportunity. This is the opportunity of our lifetimes here in America, not just as a Democratic Party, but actually all liberal Democrats. And we have many, many, many friends inside the Trump administration. We have many friends among Republicans across the state AG system, across the United States. We have some friends in MAGA, a lot of friends in MAGA, actually. So, but we also have all the rest of the American people who, for 250 years, have fought off previous threats to our democracy time and again, and who have no intention of actually allowing this kind of concentration of power to take place. So, to all of the elite technocrats, Ivy League schooled people, stop with the panic. Speak the fuck out.
Okay.
Tim Snyder, good riddance. Let him run.
Excellent. Okay, well, can I, we'll follow up on that. But I think that there's, what I want to bring out here, and I'll go to Audrey first, is I think that if I understood you correctly, Guy essentially says the problem, Musk's power and the problem comes from his control over the media, over information, and you are arguing, you want to follow up. You didn't finish your point.
Yeah, actually, just real quick on your,
Yeah.
it's like Musk, I mean, the people in this room have all kinds of tools to use against Musk. So you just sharpen those swords now. Learn how to do it now. We just heard in the last panel all of this fantastic set of history that we have, all of these laws that we have. This is what the Europeans are doing. You know, it's like Margaret Vestager at a speech that we hosted. You know, I asked her, I said, go back and read the founding documents of the European Commission. And she did. She went back and she gave a speech that took us back to 1948, 1949, 1950. You know, the coal and steel agreement was an anti-monopoly agreement. That was the foundations of Europe. Margaret Vestager didn't know that until last summer. It's like, here in this room, we have all of this wisdom, and rather than getting sort of, you know, panicky, let's go back and figure out how to use all these tools. Last 4 years in this country, well, we didn't really pass any laws. We spent a lot of time trying to pass laws, but you know what we did through the guidelines that were passed? We discovered, we uncovered, we dug up the Sherman Antitrust Act, which had been buried under the ground. We dug up the Clayton Antitrust Act, which had been buried under the ground. We dug up the Robinson-Patman antitrust law, which was under the ground. So keep digging, bring the swords out, sharpen them up, get the rust off them. Because it's like this is not just an antitrust, but it's actually a whole of government approach. And this is the thing about what we started off earlier, antitrust. Yeah, antitrust, as we perceive it, as something that started in 1890, it's very limited. It is, there's a lot of limits to it, and the processes are, you know, they take a long time. But if we actually look at government as a whole, if we understand political economy as competition policy, if we understand competition policy as political economy, competition policy is political economy. It's how we shape competition among individuals and corporations in society. So as we are sweeping the economist out of this room, as we're sweeping the economists out of this room, we find just an absolute treasure chest of tools that go back 400 plus years that we can use to solve these problems and seize this most fantastic of opportunities, which is to reestablish a true foundation of democracy for the next century.
Okay, so here I think I detect a disagreement here, because I think, Guy, you're arguing Musk is like Zuckerberg, is like TikTok, and the threat is over the media and information. And I think, Barry, you're arguing Musk is like Timothy Mellon or Uline or Bloomberg, and the power comes from their money and their oligarchic position. And on the power question, I want to turn to you, because I think the relationship with China raises a question in my mind of whether Musk actually is that as powerful as we might think. And the reason I think that is, there are two reasons. One is that he's got an enormous number of business interests in China, and China exerts an enormous amount of control over who does business in China, so who really holds the power there. And then the second thing is, when you look at this administration, if it were in the pocket of Musk, would the Trump administration have this belligerence to China and be waging the kind of trade war that it's waging. In fact, Musk just recently said that he would like, no tariffs with Europe, which is sort of the kind of traditional industrialist. So can you explain to us a little bit about how China wields influence over the industrialists, over American businesses, over the global economy, how that relationship works? And then I think that would illuminate really this, what I'm thinking of as the Khodorkovsky question, which is Musk less powerful than Trump? Is he the Khodorkovsky to Putin here, or is he really the kind of puppet master, and Trump is merely the kind of ceremonial guy who tweets and signs with this big Sharpie?
Thanks, Jesse. And I don't have any conflicts of interest to disclose. I'm salaried by the University of Southern California and American Enterprise Institute. So I guess in terms of thinking about, Musk as a potential channel of influence to China, I mean, I think if you look sort of, empirically at the data, right, he's very exposed. He has a lot of dependence, and a lot of his, I know Tesla is only a small portion as well, but a lot of Tesla's sort of revenue and profits, right, are driven by the ability to operate in China, right, and has benefited from a lot of preferential government policies that are very rarely offered to foreign companies, right? And so, I mean, Tesla, just as a background, right, has a gigafactory in Shanghai, right, that's a manufacturing facility for Tesla vehicles. And in February of this year, so just a couple of months ago, he just opened a battery storage factory also in China, right? And so he has benefited from exemptions from purchase taxes, from preferential loans from Chinese state-owned banks. Tesla was on the Chinese government's whitelist of firms that had less strict COVID restrictions, right? And so while President Xi Jinping had a very draconian zero COVID policy, right, Tesla was one of the very few firms that were allowed to operate more normally. And so, China's Tesla's second largest market. China is key, right, for Tesla's global production capacity. It accounts for over half of Tesla's global output. A lot of the vehicles, right, are exported from Shanghai. China accounts for 37% of global sales of Tesla and a lot of its profits. And at the same time, right, in addition to sort of these preferential government treatment that Musk is having and sort of the close relationships that he's cultivated with the then Shanghai mayor and now the premier of the People's Republic of China, right, Tesla is very reliant on Chinese suppliers for battery components, for the car components, for critical minerals, where 40% of battery components come from China, including sort of dependence on Chinese refiners for lithium, for cobalt, for nickel. So sort of this is someone whose business is sort of really dependent, I think, on the continued goodwill of the Chinese government. But that's not to say that China always rolls out the red carpet for Musk and Tesla. I think we've seen some examples of potential leverage that the Chinese government has over Musk, where we see sort of not just carrots involved, where actually sort of one side point is that there's been some, I think, censorship of public complaints about sort of Tesla performance and safety in China, and Tesla's actually won the overwhelming majority of cases in Chinese courts that are brought by these consumers, and that I think certainly indicates a strong level of state support for Tesla, right? But at the same time, we see reports that, Musk is encountering regulatory obstacles for Tesla and rolling out full self-driving software. And that's reportedly been delayed because of, China wants to use it as a potential bargaining chip, right, in U.S. trade negotiations. Tesla has faced difficulties in expanding its production facilities due to PSU government concerns over Starlink, right? Chinese government disapproved of, Starlink being rolled out in Ukraine. and wanted Musk to assure them that they wouldn't use Starlink in China. Putin requested Musk not to roll out, not to use Starlink in Taiwan. And when the Chinese government expressed concerns, right, of data security and espionage, right, Musk responded by opening a data center in China to localize data from Tesla cars produced in China, right? So we see sort of some tendency to bow to CCP interests, and certainly in Musk's sort of public statements, right, we see a lot of exaggerated praise for China and its leaders, sort of really praising Chinese technological and economic development, right, being a leader in renewables and EVs, praising the Chinese government as very responsive to the people, more so than in the United States, even though it's a single-party system. Saying that Taiwan's an integral part of China, that there are two sides to China's repression of Uyghurs in Xinjiang. He sort of, stated that he's kind of, quote unquote, kind of pro-China. And so, given sort of what we was talking about, where Musk, both is involved politically, right, in the Trump administration, and has, algorithmic control, through X or Twitter, right? I think this is definitely sort of he can be a very powerful amplifier for Chinese government propaganda and talking points. But sort of in response to the second part of your question, right, which is sort of Musk doesn't seem to have had much influence, right, on Trump's tariff policies, and certainly sort of the focus on China that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. I think Musk expended a lot of his political capital on Doge, and so I think actually he, for some reason, right, hasn't been that sort of active in advocating for some of these policies of trying to moderate Trump's policies on China. And I think one way that he could have influence is maybe, I think Trump, cares a lot about tariffs, he cares a lot about the bilateral deficit, right? And that's sort of his very simplistic understanding of, international economics and the relationship with China. And so I think, maybe Musk, going forward, right, could be a potential sort of behind-the-scenes negotiator, right, where sort of saying, oh, look, China can offer, we can offer some more investments in the United States, we can make this deal happen, right? Because I think Trump and Xi Jinping do want some sort of deal, right? This tariff situation isn't sustainable, and so I think there is still a potential path for him to sort of be the bridge, sort of trying to close the deal and offer these additional incentives. But I think Trump cares so much about the deficit, right? And it's really sort of focused on tariffs, whether as an end game or as a bargaining tool, right, to get Chinese leaders to come to a negotiating table, that I think Musk hasn't really been, as you said, that influential on tariff policies. But yeah.
Yeah. It would be interesting to see if he shifts, and if he shifts his attention, and whether, it'll be a big test of his power coming up. So, Guy, I want to go back to you, because I want to put a proposition to you that the problem with Musk is not his money, his oligarchic money, and it's not his control over the information platform, but the fact that it's his ideology and his politics, and that he is, a far-right sympathizer, with maybe he throws Nazi salutes, who knows. He's a kind of troll and groyper, and so who knows if he's sort of joking around. But if he were running Twitter in a kind of way to make money and to be efficient, would Twitter be a problem? And so, the question I have is it because he wants to amplify the voices that he wants to amplify, rather than the fact that he can amplify them?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say something about the Musk ideology. So if you look at the Musk tweets over the last 15 years or so, There are tens of thousands of them. You can't follow everything, but Musk ideology follows his business interests. That has always been the case. Now, the best way to see it, of course, is what's Musk's ideology about climate change. So up until 3 years ago, the entire legitimacy of the Musk empire, Tesla empire, was this is the guy that is fighting the good fight, so fighting climate change. This is why we gave him so much subsidies, more than anyone else. You know, the credits that he got from all the auto manufacturers. You know, they were up until 3 years ago, much of the profits of Musk came from those regulatory credits that he sold to other auto manufacturers that can continue to emit CO2. And then I think it was in August of last year, Musk invited Donald Trump to his podcast, and over Twitter, of course, Spaces, and they were discussing all sorts of policies, and then climate change came up, and Trump's answer was the usual Trump answer. Actually, climate change is great because we're going to have more oceanfront properties when sea level rises. And here you have the champion of climate change. You know, this is the symbol, this is the poster boy of climate change, and he did not say a word. So Trump basically denying the science of climate change, and Elon is totally fine with that. And by the way, when he started to his campaign for Trump, there is no more tweets on climate change anymore. That has all disappeared. So no, the problem is not the ideology of Elon Musk. Elon changes the ideology according to his business interest forever. Now, you asked the question, the differentiation between what Barry said and what I said. What's the real? What is it real? Probably is it just his wealth and power, or is it his control with X? So the answer is both. Okay, first, having Elon Musk in government without any accountability, without confirmation in Senate, without disclosure of any conflicts of interest, basically determining which regulatory agencies are expanding, in which are decimated, and all those regulatory agencies are the ones that have to regulate his own businesses. It's absurd. So you have the government and the vertically integrated of government and business into one person, something that since Andrew Mellon we didn't have, and Andrew Mellon didn't have, also didn't control the public discourse. But for our discussion today, what is really systemic in this epistemic crisis that we're facing, I think the most important part of that story is, Elon and Trump can have a fight, and then it's done. And we also see we can see some dead. But Elon is somebody that controls X, and Zuckerberg is somebody that with dual shares totally controls Meta and the rest of the people who control social media. Those are the systemic problems that we have today in the way we organize our society. So I think that they loom much larger than the usual problem that we have with money and politics and powerful people that can give money to our politicians.
Okay, well, I want to go to questions now. We could, make a quick point, and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, this is, Guy and I mean, we absolutely agree, and that's the Musk's, and the thing is that there's the brute power he has, but it is his control over X and over communications and how he uses it that provides the most immediate threat. So it's like I absolutely agree with Guy on that. And then this issue about what do we do about it, and it's like we have we have forgotten. When we talk about, this goes back to the issue of what is the content of antitrust or anti-monopoly or competition policy, we keep forgetting the foundation of all democratic regulation, which is rule of law, which is non-discrimination. Non-discrimination by the state in how it applies justice to citizens, non-discrimination by the corporation and the monopoly corporation and how it carries people's voices across its platform. And this non-discrimination, the Sherman Antitrust Act was 1890, and we keep going back to there and we stop. 3 years before the Sherman Antitrust Act was the Interstate Commerce Act. The Interstate Commerce Act at that time applied to the railroads. But it was soon blended with various regulatory attempts to impose non-discrimination on the telegraph and the telephone system. And this is actually something that Paul left out, which is, regulation back in the day wasn't simply having medium against medium. Regulation was also that within the medium there shall not be any discrimination except by class, and all discrimination by class is to be decided by the public, not by the actor inside the corporation. So today, when we look at, when we look at X, what is the first thing we can do? First thing that we do, and this is true for Facebook, it's true for Google, we apply non-discrimination. That's what every text of democracy going back 400 years teaches us. It is really very simple.
Okay.
And so that's, your answer. You asked, like, what do we do? And it is non-discrimination.
Okay, Audrey's going to make a quick point, then we'll go to
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up sort of an additional concern, right, which is the national security aspect of Musk with his top secret clearance, and you have the U.S. government dependent on SpaceX and these technologies, right, to launch rockets, for satellite technology, right? And this is an oligarch with, say, an administration that without accountability, who has very close ties with Putin, who paired sort of Russia and Chinese government. Talking points, right, who almost got a top secret, Pentagon briefing on war plans, against China, right, before Trump put a stop to it and actually said, Musk has too many business interests in China, that this doesn't make sense. And so I think, this is a very dangerous situation, right, in addition to sort of all the implications for democracy and sort of economic concentration of power, where sort of this is someone who has a massive, amount of conflicts of interest, more broadly, just in terms of thinking whether he cares about American interests, because as Guy said, his ideology is driven, right, by his business interests.
Yeah, absolutely. Richard. I knew that was just bait for you.
The historian has to dispute that, of course.
Just three quick, a lot of examples, 3 quick examples. The Rockefeller oil empire, picking up on Audrey, his 80% of the market was overseas. Standard Oil became standard because the British government didn't want shipments of oil in Singapore blowing up and killing hundreds of people. So he was disciplined first internationally, and then those issues having to do with differentiation of product, which was violating the anti-discrimination norms that Barry so eloquently underscored, were important in the breakup of Standard Oil in 1911. The law worked. Second, Samuel Insull, the Opera House in Chicago, Insull built, huge empire, enormous media campaign, biggest media campaign by corporations in American history, electric power, in order to discredit public power, in order to discredit regulation, failed. Public Utility Holding Company Act 1935, he ends in disgrace. And then Wendell Willkie, who's driven out of his electric power empire by, and again, electric power as a prototype for big tech today, driven out by Larry Fly, James Lawrence Fly, before he goes on the FCC, He tries to get back by running for president and doesn't succeed. So there are examples of media moguls in international markets who have been constrained using, I think as Barry rightly points out, the extraordinary anti-monopoly legal resources that are embedded in American law, and I know, as Barry would agree, goes back to 17th century.
Very interesting. And the Intel comparison is interesting because, of course, Musk's financials are a big question mark, and his prestidigitation between the different assets, something worth examining. Guy, you're going to say something about conflicts, and then we'll get another question.
Yeah, I want to say something about my conflict of interest, and I have a short video to illustrate it. I'd like you, with show of hands, I'm going to show you two short videos to tell me which one is real and which one is fake. This is not that. We'll start here.
This could be the biggest stock story of the year. I'm Scott Galloway. I've set up a WhatsApp investment group. Every day I'll share 3 stocks as well as the latest investment news. My goal is to help more investors. If you also want to invest with me and exchange experiences, welcome to join my WhatsApp investment group.
Okay, that's called Galloway, very famous person, and this is, of course, my office here in Harper.
How to achieve your wealth goals in the stock market in 2025. Clarity of vision is the most valuable asset in investing today. Hi, I'm David. Right now, I'm tracking 3 high-potential stocks poised for significant gains in the next 2 months. These companies are massively undervalued and are already catching the eye of institutional investors. If you wait until they hit the headlines, you'll be chasing them at much higher prices.
Okay, so which of those, show of hands, who thinks that the first one is a deep fake or fake? Okay, who thinks the second one? Okay, you're right, they are both fake. No, so I didn't want to disclose anything, but then this video actually of me pushing some snake oil investment appeared on the social media feeds of Instagram and Facebook last week when I was in DC. First I thought it was funny, and then I started to getting more and more WhatsApp messages. After 3 days, I actually understood that every person that I have ever known that ever, looked at my webpage, looked at my Facebook, and I don't use Facebook for years, or at my Instagram, which I don't use, or probably other places on the internet, is being exposed for me selling snake oil. Of course, now, we thought that you are a serious academic and journalist. No, you are selling snake oil on the internet. Probably thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were exposed to that. Now, so I reached out to Meta, and I told them that they are harming me in an unprecedented way because my entire livelihood is based on that I don't have conflict of interest. Okay, so any lawyers here in the room that can tell me what was the answer of Meta and what is the protection that I have against something like that that can totally destroy my reputation? Nothing? So first of all, they told me you should report. And then they said, once you report on Instagram and on Facebook, the next time that you want to see whether actually action has been taken, you are blocked. So you can't see actually these videos anymore. And then they told me that I need to send the URLs. And then after I sent them the URLs, they told me they'd taken it down. And then it reappeared with vengeance, with more deep fakes and all over more and more and more. And then I started getting emails from students of mine for years, alumni students, and from readers of mine, everyone I'd ever met saying, are you involved in snake oil scam? So I reached out to Meta representatives again, the lawyers, and this is what they told me. Yes, we know this is what's happening on our platform. No, you have the burden of dealing with that. At some point, they say, we're looking into it. And then when they doubled down, the perpetrators, they wrote to me, Meta. They didn't reply for me for 3 days. And you know what? On Monday, I got a message from them. What was the message? We don't work on weekends. This is a company with net profits of close to $100 billion. Number 3 in terms of its AI capabilities. And then basically they told me, no, you understand that it's totally impractical for us to monitor what's happening on our, this is from the lawyers of Meta, okay, in Israel. By the way, Herzog is also the name of the president. It's a law firm that associated with Meta in Israel. Basically, they're telling me in writing that it's impractical to stop lies on their platforms, and of course, they are enriching themselves. They make a lot of money from those scams. This is the business model. So I want to reiterate, Jesse, I don't have conflict of interest, although probably hundreds of thousands of people on Meta and Instagram thinks that I do in the last week. And
well,
with that, I
next year you'll have to disclose your lawsuit.
Yeah. I don't have a lawsuit yet because it's a question, because people tell me, what are you going to sue them for that? For what?
One more question. I think we have time. Go, behind you, David. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Michelle Ma. I'm from the Center for Research of Multinational Corporations in Amsterdam. I want to come back to Jesse's really important question on whether Musk is a monopolist, because I think it's really fundamental for this group of people to address that head on. I would argue that Musk is a monopolist. I would also argue that you could also say that President Trump is a form of monopolist. And I think that we need to think about how antitrust as a technocratic and technical discipline has tied itself up in knots for the last several decades over trying to identify whether a company is or is not a monopolist. And we can see the hundreds or multiple hundreds of papers on the consumer welfare, which we can now thankfully declare as completely irrelevant for exactly that sort of trying to kind of figure out which company is or not a good or bad monopolist. So I think that we need to be unlocking the power of antitrust, and if we want to do that as a regulatory tool, then we need to be really clear that to identify a monopolist, we need to look at its power, we need to look at market power, political power, we need to look at bigness, we need to look at wealth, we need to look at property rights, we need to look at the control of the media and its conflicts of interest. It's all of the above. We don't need to argue about which one it is. If we can't look at a monopoly and actually call it a monopoly, then we won't be able to use antitrust laws. If we can't do that, then we won't be able to use the full strength of the law. And I think that that comes to Barry's point about the rule of law, which is that we can go back to that old model of looking at, competition and what market behaviors do or do not promote competition. We can do that once we've removed wealth from the equation and once we've made these companies and people governable.
All right. Does anybody, do you guys want to respond to that? Or we could have one more question.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's this issue of, I mean, as an example of just how all these things should be wound up, and this is, so we did when Musk bought Twitter, which he kind of did into sort of two spurts, and I guess it was May of 22, and then he kind of finished it up in November of 22. We put together a letter to various folks in the government, just urging people to at least investigate the purchase, and that we felt there was a lot of reasons to prevent the merger, and we actually listed many reasons, and in fact so we ended up sending the letter simultaneously to the FCC, So Jonathan Cantor, I spent a long time on the phone talking to him about this. And he said, well, we do have one agency that is entirely AWOL, and that is the FCC, which was then chaired by Jessica Rosenworcel. And so he said, this really falls into Jessica's sandbox, and so the fact that we have Jessica AWOL is a problem. But we also, addressed it to Jonathan himself at the DOJ and the FTC. But we also said this is something like that particular deal, bringing together Musk's various properties, Twitter plus his existing properties, also implicated the CFIUS. It also implicated the SEC. It also implicated CFPB. It also implicated DOD. So our recommendation was at a minimum, get sort of bring these different agencies together into a room and have a discussion about what investigations need to be had. And we did put forward one theory about like a conflict, a traditional conflict that could provide some leverage, which is the fact that we had with Starlink a regulated service, an internet service, a satellite internet service regulated under license by the FCC. And when you have a license like that, that gives you a lever. And you could say, well, traditionally, those who control a platform like Starlink shall not also control a platform like Twitter. So that was, Mr. Brendan Carr thought that was not an acceptable theory. Europe now is actually moving in that direction, just so we know. The article that came out in the New York Times last week about sort of this pending action by Europe against X, which could lead to $1 billion fine, actually says that one of the things that Europe is doing is they're actually treating we're treating Musk as a corporation. Because one of the arguments that was made when we sent this letter back in 2022 is Musk is not a corporation. So therefore you can't apply antitrust on it, which is an asinine, absolutely asinine argument, but it was made repeatedly, especially in the press. This is bringing this home to all of the different tools and all the that we have. We could have gone after this. We could have thrown sand. We had 7 different agencies that could have thrown sand into the gears. So and that's we wouldn't have this problem. But we're not looking back. We're looking forward. So we're figuring out how we're going to throw sand into these gears going forward, and separate the gears from one another.
All right. On that note, I think we could spend all day just on Musk, but this has been great. I think we'll have to continue the conversation in the hallways. Thank you, Barry, Guy, and Audrey for that. And on to the next panel.
On to lunch upstairs, 6th floor.
and one of the organizers of this conference. And as you understood, this conference will do disclosure, so my disclosure page for where I gave the speech. This said, as my conference co-organizer Guy Rolnick mentioned earlier, our original keynote speaker, Thierry Breton, decided to cancel his appearance last minute, noting that this participation in the conference would not be appropriate at this time. But we're very good fortune because we're delighted to have the honor to host somebody that I consider a much better keynote speaker, Tom Ginsburg, who is a colleague at the University of Chicago, a professor at the law school. He's a globally respected scholar of law and democracy, and Tom is ideally suited to speak to the contemporary challenges facing a marketplace of ideas featuring dominant platforms, propaganda, and concentrated economic power. Before we begin, please note we are on the record and live streaming, and we'll post all the conference videos on the Stiegler Center YouTube channel, so this will be there forever. We hope that you'll join us for the remainder of the conference today and tomorrow, ideally in person, otherwise on the live stream, as well as for our upcoming events. And also check the Stiegler website for the details, and check our publication, promarket.org, and the podcast Capitalism that I co-host with Bethany McLean. If you are in the room and have a question for Tom, we'll have time for question and answer at the end, but Tom has to leave at 1 promptly because he has to teach. As usual, the views expressed by guests are their own, not those of the Stiegler Center or the University of Chicago. And now, please allow me to briefly introduce our speaker. Tom Ginsburg is the Leo Spitz Distinguished Service Professor of International Law, the Ludwig and Hilda Fold Research Scholar, and Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago. He currently co-directs the Comparative Constitution Project, an effort funded by the NSF to gather and analyze Constitution, and is also the founding faculty director of the Chicago Forum on Free Inquiry and Expression, which promotes the understanding, practice, and advancement of free and open discourse at the University of Chicago and beyond. And now, without further ado, I turn it over to Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi, and I'm really pleased to be at the conference. I've learned a lot already. I hope to continue to learn from you. My work, as Luigi said, is on constitutions around the world. And I think there are some analogies that will be useful for this discussion. It is true that about 12 years ago I did get some money for one of my constitutional websites from Google Ideas, so that's a disclosure. My other disclosure is that all my salary comes from the University of Chicago Law School, so that is a disclosure in a sense. There's a reason we're having these discussions at the University of Chicago, and that's because, and you know, there's a reason that we have a forum on free inquiry and expression, that we are sort of the standard bearer in this area, and it's just really by chance. It's the fact that we were created in 1890, which is the same era as the Sherman Act, and the same era where the First Amendment starts to have bite. It's the progressive era, ideas of technocracy, ideas of knowledge, serving society. It's really part of the DNA there. And it's actually also, of course, the era of the origin of this metaphor, the marketplace of ideas. Most people trace it back to Holmes' opinion in Abrams, a 1919 case. I think it actually gets, the actual phrase comes from William Douglas a couple of decades later, but the basic idea that, you know, there's a marketplace of ideas and we ought to have full contestation in a kind of regulated space in the same way that we would think of you need some antitrust law. So it was always had the idea that there's some background limitations, but what Holmes was doing was loosening those limitations and expanding scope to criticize the government, to fight, to have an anti-war movement, eventually to protect communists and things like this. Obviously, we're in a huge moment of crisis in this area. Certainly the most repressive era, as was said this morning, since the McCarthy era. And just to throw a few examples, you know, the administration, for example, said that AP was going to be banned from the White House press pool. They lost that case, but, you know, and this is a general pattern, of course, which is do a lot of illegal stuff, and some of it might fly. Of course, it's heartening that they did lose the case, but the attempt is very significant. The disappearance of free speech rights for non-citizens, including green card holders, I mean, they're gone right now. And again, eventually that will be litigated, and eventually the government will lose. But the chilling effect, which is something we worry about so much in this area, is already present. And that's obviously a major concern. It's personal for me because I have a friend whose visa was removed on his way back to Princeton, really for nothing, not even for speech, just whatever. There's no due process if you're a non-citizen and you're outside of the country. Law firms, the attacks on law firms, which are speech-related. In other words, if I'm representing X or Y person Trump doesn't like, now they can deny access. What they tried to do is any federal building. Now, it turns out that all the courthouses, federal courthouses, are federal buildings. So it's obviously an attempt to intimidate and deny representation for those who they don't like, and that's a huge threat to the rule of law. Finally, well, academic freedom. Right? We have obviously this weaponization of anti-Semitism and such. This has been under attack from many quarters for many years, but now with state power obviously accelerating. And as I think was also said this morning, it's part of a general attack on knowledge institutions. You can't have democracy without facts, right? Without institutions to produce facts that we can then fight over in the political sphere. And not just universities, but obviously the media. The census attempts to manipulate that, as well as a report earlier they were going to change how they calculate GDP. Okay, well, that's a major change, and obviously with government statistics, so much depends on that, and librarians are right now as we speak, you know, scraping websites to make sure that things don't get taken down, which are necessary for a free society. Finally, I'd add prosecutors. Traditionally, they were protected by a norm of independence that seems to be gone. We saw in the Eric Adams case an attempt to just, you know, threaten people with prosecution, then make a deal. It's all patrimonial, and it's all an abuse of law to bring civil society to heel. And so it's a very grave moment in which the public sphere is being degraded and institutions are under direct and serious attack. Well, this is actually an old problem. And in my world of comparative constitutional design, it's been thought about for 250 years or so, or maybe longer, maybe thousands of years. And the analogy I want to give you is that autocracy is monopoly, right? In any kind of political competition, well, if you can get all the power, then you can abuse it, obviously. And so in democratic competition, we always think about ways to prevent that monopoly from being obtained and to preserve the competitive environment. That's the theory of democratic constitutional design. And we have a long series of analogies, a long series of answers to that, which I'd like to go through historically. Although I do want to note there's a slight disanalogy, right? So when it comes to democratic competition, if you get 51% of the vote, you do get the power. Maybe 90% of the power would be good, but you know, stylistically, 100% of the power. So that's all you need. But of course, it's limited in time. So the governance of power over time is actually the critical thing in our era. And of course, markets are a little bit different. There's not, you know, if you have 33% of the market share and then you move to 34, you know, it's not an all or nothing proposition. So there is a bit of a disanalogy. But in our world, there's, you know, I think the key thing that we need to be thinking about is rotation in office over time. And this goes back to Aristotle. Democracy is ruling and being ruled in turn. And how do we preserve, knowing that that happens within rules? It's not natural. We need rules. How do we preserve capture of those rules to entrench? There is one way in which the analogy, I think, is appropriate, and that is the fact that backsliding, democratic backsliding, which is the phenomenon of our era, is something that takes place slowly and in incremental steps, each one of which might be fine, and each one of which might not appear to be a threat to democracy. It's slow and it builds over time, and then all of a sudden you wake up and, like the boiling frog, the democracy's gone. Death by 1,000 cuts, as the ancient Chinese would issue the punishment. What's the cut that kills you? Well, and this is, I think, like market competition. There is no line in which you'd say, well, this is too much. I mean, we have tests that do that, but it's not obvious. And for us who want to draw the red lines, it's very hard. It's very, very hard indeed. And so we tend to go back to trying to design systems, and there's no single right answer. The answers change over time. You have a proposal, a kind of attempt to work out a system, and then that system shows its weaknesses and we come up with something new. So it's a very dynamic field in which regulation is always catching up with the new problems that present themselves. But ultimately the goal in a constitutional democracy is something like a self-enforcing equilibrium, right? You could say, well, what we need is rights and we need courts to step in and do this or that. But that begs the question of why we obey the courts. Where does their power come from? And so ultimately at root, many of us think democracy ends up being protected by the threat of people going to the streets. And that itself is the subject of regulation itself. And so, but the quest for self-enforcement is really what I would say we're looking for. Let me just go through briefly some of the historical attempts to answer the question. And of course, we have to start with James Madison, right? And he was worried about the problem of monopoly. The King of England had all power in his conception. And so how do we deal with that? Let ambition confront ambition. Set up different branches of government with different, I would use the term property rights and decision areas. You know, you have this right, you have that. And by virtue of the different allocations of power, those branches will fight among themselves to make sure that the liberty of the people is preserved and that no one branch can take over them all. They also, I think, had this idea that remember that they didn't think of political parties. They thought political parties could be eliminated in some sense, or that faction was the grave danger. And yet it was inherent in human behavior. So faction, little groups that tried to seize power would always be there. And one of Madison's ideas in that regard is to extend the republic, to expand the framework of competition geographically in his conception, as well as institutionally with dividing power in states. So ultimately it is a solution which relies on divided power. The separation of powers is what we know it as. The problem, of course, is that he didn't anticipate parties. And what happens when you're in a situation like we're in today, where you have one party that controls all the branches of government, more or less? Well, we still see some ability of the courts, and I think the courts are extremely important in our moment, to stand up. Congress, obviously not. And this is not true just in the United States. It's true in many, many countries. Legislatures have very low legitimacy and very low ability to do anything in terms of constraining powers of executive. We now live in an era where government is really two branches. It's the executive and courts in many, many countries. And that's a problem for Madison. Later literature said, well, you know what we really need is a separation of parties and not powers. That is, you want a structure in which the parties will be incentivized to compete, regardless of who happens to have the branches. And that's hard to do. It's hard to do. So the Madison framework certainly doesn't answer the Elon Musk problem. What if you have a situation where one person can essentially buy all those branches? We have examples of countries like that, small countries, a little harder in the United States, I think. I think I might be a little more skeptical that Elon Musk is really going to run us in some sense than some of the discussion this morning. But we do have countries, like the country of Georgia, for example, where the Russian billionaire Ivanishvili, his wealth relative to everyone else in Georgia is so great. It would be the equivalent of Elon Musk having $6 or $7 trillion. And he completely runs the show. And he is turning it into a Russian puppet state, despite the fact that 80% of the people want to align with Europe. So that's a danger. I don't want to underestimate it. But the question is always, where is that person's wealth relative to the other sources of wealth that don't depend on government? And that might be a source of resilience. But I'll come back to that. So the first answer, separation of powers, doesn't really work. Later, in the 19th century, people developed, in terms of thinking about rotation of power, the idea of term limits, which aren't in the original United States Constitution. The idea that someone should be in power just for a limited amount of time, and that, of course, would ensure rotation. It's an ancient Greek idea that was brought back. One of its great advocates was Simon Bolivar, actually. He said nothing, and by the way, he completely changed his mind once he was elected. He then gets rid of term limits and becomes president for life. But nothing is more perilous than to permit the one citizen to retain power for an extended period. People become accustomed to obeying the person, and he becomes accustomed to ruling. So that there's this risk, in some sense, that one person could keep running. And if you think about that, there's always this question in debates about term limits, aren't they undemocratic? After all, if the people want to keep electing someone, and they're popular, why should they stop? And, if you look at popularity ratings, Barack Obama might have gotten a third term, for example. If we were, a parliamentary system, probably George W. Bush would have been out really early, right? But you could imagine some presidents would be allowed to serve longer and then eventually go off into the countryside or whatever. So I've always thought about this from a competition perspective. If you've got term limits, then what you're doing is you're essentially saying, if you don't, let's say the situation where you don't have term limits, well, someone who takes up so much public space is going to sort of induce potential entrants to stay out of the market. They're not going to come in. They're going to be afraid. And those who do come in, because the stakes of power are so high, if you can govern for an extended period, those who do come in, there's going to be a selection effect towards potential autocrats. I get to come in, I'm there for life, towards Xi Jinping kind of types. And by the way, autocracies have these fights all the time. But what autocracies also have, of course, is that the stakes of power are absolute. China, every generation, has a fight to the death for power. In fact, just a comment on China, we're actually in a very civilized era because Bo Xilai, who lost the last competition, is still alive in jail and lost all his wealth and all that stuff. But that's a rare thing in Chinese transitions for power. It's a rare thing in autocracies. In democracies, we lower the stakes. We say, if you step out of power, you can still have something. And that's precisely what's at risk in our moment. I will come back to that point. Anyway, the term limit thing is good, but again, it's not a perfect solution. And I have some research which I did which shows that of all fixed term presidents since 1800, about 25% of them who reached the end of their term that they had when they were in office tried to extend it. 25%, 1 out of 4. And about 80% of those succeed. So they can be bypassed. They can have a constitutional amendment. You could have a court. Daniel Ortega recently did this to say, it's against your human rights to deny you the right to run for office. That's a mechanism. You can, of course, and this is a very interesting thing in discussion in the United States today, the proposal for Donald Trump to run as vice president and then accept the office when it is resigned by J.D. Vance or whoever decide. What's that? Yeah, exactly. They have mechanisms. Putin did this very effectively, obviously. Putin stepped down for a term as prime minister, and Medvedev is still in the inner circle. So that was a very effective thing, but Putin has a lot of levers. So in any case, term limits are not foolproof. That's the big point. It's a good idea. But like anything in constitutional design, sufficient power and manipulation can find a way to overcome. The next set of ideas we have actually came out this morning in Alexandra Guess's commentary, which is what we call militant democracy rules. Militant democracy. Militant democracy is the idea that, and it develops in the interwar period, but then becomes very famous after World War II, because of course the fascists were elected through democratic means. So the idea is we couldn't possibly let the undemocratic forces run for office, because what do you do? If they're in office, they'll never have another election as such. And so the mechanisms which were used and are used, one of them, of course, is party bans. And this was used to great effect early in German history. The Nazi Party is banned, the Communist Party is banned, Article 21 of the German Constitution. Seems to be a good mechanism if you trust the regulators, if you trust the mechanism to identify parties. And as with many of these things, and there's another such mechanism would be disqualification, right? Disqualification from office. We've just seen Marine Le Pen disqualified from office. You know, we could talk about the particular case, but I think that there's a kind of a paradox with these disqualification regimes, which is they work most easily against those who are not a real threat. And if someone is too powerful, I mean, they're not banning the AfD, right? If a party is too powerful or a person's too powerful, they don't get disqualified. South Korea banned a very small pro-North Korean party a few years ago, and, you know, that wasn't very controversial, but the chance of South Korean voters voting to become North Korea was basically zero. So in my view, there was no reason to do that. That is, it really should be exceptional, and yet it's so tempting for power holders to use this against their political enemies. By the way, there's international versions of this as well. We've just seen that in the Philippines, where Duterte was just sent to the International Criminal Court. That is by the son of Marcos, right? So like one dictator's son sends his other human rights abusing opponent out of the country. So just when you have those tools, they're always available and always available for abuse. Hate speech rules are a big part of it, and that's what we did hear about this morning. And this is something where there's just a philosophical difference between Europe and the United States. Europeans tend to think these things are good and necessary. We heard about the example of Holocaust denial. Americans are more libertarian in our culture, and we always ask, who is going to be the regulator? We do this inside our institutions, inside universities. That's one reason we have our Chicago principles, very open. We don't really trust the administration to get it right, so we just tolerate a little bad speech because of the risk of abuse. And that's just our particular philosophy. It is true that the First Amendment, because it's so powerful here and because social media are based here, has had negative externalities towards all those other systems. Because you can be in Germany and open up Twitter and see all the hate speech that you can't say aloud in your own country. Very easy to get to. And so, in some sense, we've undermined many of those regimes. But the fundamental problem is that, who decides? That's our big concern. A couple other tools that we see. One is lustration. So after a transition from power, you will often see efforts to just ban the whole former party, and also subject to really difficult calibration questions. Famously, in Poland, after the end of communism, much as you see here, the claim is that they didn't do enough lustration of judges. And so the old judges, the communist judges, became capitalist judges, if you will. And, I have no idea if they were able to make that transition in a fair way. But that became just fodder for the Law and Justice Party. These judges are all communists. Now we're going to take over that institution. And so it provided leverage. The other way, though, is if you go too far. De-Baathification in Iraq was an unmitigated disaster because anyone with any competence had to be in the Ba'ath Party. And so it's also a very dangerous tool. And again, like those tools, They sound good in principle, but are we confident that those able to wield them are going to be in power? A final interesting doctrine that we see now in our era, is something called, which is called in comparative constitutional law, the basic structure doctrine. So what is this? This occurs when you have a regime that is trying to pass a constitutional amendment that would entrench itself in power or maybe undermine democracy. Very famously in India, this doctrine emerges in India in the 1970s, when Indira Gandhi says, you know, we're going to change how the judges are appointed to make sure they're loyal to us. And it's a very easy constitution to amend. It was not hard to get that constitutional amendment through. The judges said, wait a minute, that interferes with fundamental rights. That's part of the basic structure. So this constitutional amendment, even though it's been passed in a procedurally correct way, is substantively violates our basic structure. And that turns out to be a very popular doctrine. It's spread all around the world. There's some very good examples of its use, some very bad examples of its use, but I think it's almost, I think, to get to the punchline, I think it's kind of what's called for here in the United States. That is a jurisprudence that is substantively focused on protecting competition as a value, protecting democracy as a value, and not formalist. That would be how I would frame it. But just because we're at an antitrust conference, you know, another famous example of this use, or something like it, was in Kenya. So in Kenya, about 5 years ago, Kenya's vicious, very venal politics, like among the most corrupt elite anywhere in the world. And none of the people running Kenya are ever very nice. But in one presidential election after it, the president at the time made a deal with one of his opponents, and they decided to basically cartelize the political system. And they had a constitutional amendment that they had proposed that would create all kinds of new offices which they could appoint that would have locked up Kenyan politics. This is not the problem of monopoly, but duopoly, but it's a competition problem nonetheless. And in the court case that came out, they said, no, you can't do that. You can't bypass the proper mechanisms, and there's something substantive about this that just sort of smells bad. So again, protecting that competition over time, their opponent, William Ruto, another vicious and venal man, is now president of Kenya. So that worked. That did, in some sense, save the principle of rotation in office when they did that. All right, so militant democracy raises the question of who guards the guardians, the proverbial question. And, you know, we've come up with other solutions since then. Maybe the most recent approach in constitutional design is to set up what we call fourth branch of government, fourth branch institutions. South Africa's constitution is maybe the paradigm of this. It has all these institutions whose only purpose is to ensure accountability. So it'd be like a counter-corruption commission, or a media commission would be in this to make sure the competition stays there and such. And a public protector, which is kind of an ombudsman-like position. And those have been very important and very effective in some contexts. In South Africa in particular, when Jacob Zuma was hollowing out the entire political system, it wasn't the democratic institutions that saved South African democracy. It was the fact that the public protector issues a report. Jacob Zuma says, nah, that's just advisory. This constitutional court says, no, that really is legally binding. He says, I don't care. The Constitutional Court says, Parliament, you have to act on this, and eventually they do, and they remove Jacob Zuma as president of the country, and thus he's still around. But it did at least slow down that country's descent into corruption. So the fourth branch thing can work. It's like a network of institutions. When I look around at comparative lessons, when you see a situation of democratic backsliding, what is it that saves democracy? We have many examples where things look like they're going off the rails and then something happens. Examples like Colombia or Sri Lanka or even the South Africa one I just gave. And one of my conclusions in my work on that is that when you have what we call a near miss, where you know, a potential monopolist is about to take over, What is it that saves these situations? It turns out it is not actually electorally legitimated institutions. It's not democratically legitimated institutions. In other words, Congress is not going to save us. In fact, in all of these cases, what's in common is that it's institutions that their legitimacy sounds in technocratic and professional norms that save us. So just to give one example that illustrates a lot of the points, in Sri Lanka, in 2015, I guess it was, Rajapaksa, the kind of family that was kind of taking over the system and very corrupt, a lot of relationship with China, wanted to run, was going to run, he was headed for a third term. He had amended the Constitution to allow him a third term. Someone in his party decided to run against him, and that person won. Now, Rajapaksa called up the military and said, well, come on out, we can't let this happen. And the military said no. The general said no. The general is the hero of the defeat of the Tamil Tigers. He called up the Electoral Commission and said, find me the equivalent of the Donald Trump line, find me 11,000 votes. And they said no. And he went to the courts and they said no. And so on. So it turns out that it's just, and this is true in the United States in 2020, it was tens of thousands of local vote counters that saved us, and the Capitol Police. But it was not Congress, really. They were not able to do it, and it was not even the subsequent prosecution. So that's a kind of general theme, that we need to reinforce these professional norms if we want to ensure the rotation of power. Another point I want to make is about the stakes. So if you think about it, democracy requires that the stakes of government be high but not too high. The stakes of power be high but not too high. If you are in a situation where, if there's no difference who's governing, it doesn't make any difference. If those in power have nothing to dispense to their favorite people or anything like that, well, it's not really worth it. No one shows up, no one cares. If you might have a boring politics, I'm just going to stereotype and say, I don't know, Scandinavia in the 1970s or something. I mean, I guess they had politics, but it wasn't very interesting, and there was so much consensus in the society. On the other hand, if stakes are too high in democratic competition, then what you have instead is no incentive to ever give up power. The incentive to leave requires lowering stakes. And I think this might be different from markets, you will tell me. That is, in markets, you think of big markets as inviting entrants to the extent you can. But in politics, the bigger the market, the more power, the bigger the prize, the more the monopolistic behavior, the greater the disincentive to ever give anything up, and the more vicious the politics. I also sometimes say that democracy, in this sense, requires bureaucracy. Democracy requires bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is like an epithet. Everyone hates bureaucracy. The antitrust authorities are bureaucrats, and they're really important. You can't have markets without them. You can't have democracy without bureaucracy. And it's one of the things that's under attack right now. Not just because bureaucrats have those professional norms I referred to before, but because if you don't have a kind of professional civil service just accepting the orders of whoever happens to be in charge, and I know there's agency costs, I know it never works perfectly, but if you don't have that ethos, then why would anyone ever give up power? There are many countries where the incoming president gets to employ his entire tribe or clan or faction. And if that's the situation, even if you're a president, you want to give up power, you can't. You have too much pressure from your own community to ever give up power. And we see many countries like that. So there's something about bureaucracy actually lowering the stakes. And this is why, among the many things that are concerning us at the moment, I think the civil service, the direct attack on the civil service, is a very concerning one, because it, again, threatens a kind of patronage system that would be very bad. All right, let me say a little bit about our problems here in the United States and why the court has made things worse, and then I'll open it up. So if you look at our Constitution, I often say, just point out that, it's a 230 40-year-old technology. Like, we're not using any other technology from the late 18th century, right? No one came here in the horse and buggy. No one's taking notes with the quill pen. We update. And actually, that's a nice thing about constitutional renewal and endurance and rotation over time. You can take advantage of new ideas in governance, of which there are very many. They're always emerging. There's always experimentation and trying out new things. If you've got a structure as old as ours, it really does show its age. It has no provisions for an insulated civil service, to talk about bureaucracy. We happen to have one by statute, but it's fragile. It could be overturned very easily. It doesn't say anything about emergency provisions. And we're right now living the last week. The consequence of that, our emergency regime, as you all know, is a statutory one under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which gives the president discretion. Good idea in the 1950s, I guess, or a good idea if you had a president who really thought about emergency. But there's no epistemic check on that claim. And so that's a disaster. In a modern constitution, you would have provisions about emergencies, including not just war and even economic emergencies, but also natural disasters and pandemics and things. And you would say, well, okay, the president can declare this for a limited period of time subject to the approval of Congress. And there's many ways to design those provisions, but they are not leaving something as grave as the power to start a trade war in one person's hands. By the way, neither does the U.S. Constitution. This is allocated in Article 1 to the Congress, but they're not doing anything about it. So the absence of emergency law is a big defect. Probably the worst provision in the U.S. Constitution, there's many, many candidates, is the assignment of the time, place, and manner of running elections to who? To partisan state legislatures. Remember, Madison didn't think there would be partisan legislators. He thought they'd be the grandees and the local notables. And it turns out, well, they're partisan bodies, which means they get to draw the lines. And the gerrymandering problem is very, very severe. I'll just give the example from Wisconsin, really important state that's been in the news. The reason why that Supreme Court seat was so important is because the court is what checks the state legislature in its management of elections. Wisconsin, for people who've been paying attention, is a 50-50 state. It's purple. In fact, I was looking this up. In 7 of the last 9 presidential elections, it went blue. It went for the Democrats. Some change recently. But it's a perfectly purple state. Out of that same period, in those 9 presidential elections, the state legislature, 32 years, only 2 years has the state assembly been Democratic majority. Why? Because, of course, it is completely rigged in some sense to guarantee one party. It's entrenched, and that's a big problem. Now, in our system, state courts can police that, and maybe state referenda and such have made some states much more competitive. But the structural assignment to partisan actors of running elections obviously is the proverbial fox guarding the hen house. So that's a big disaster and a big problem. We have no fourth branch institutions. We could use one. We have no rights, really, for opposition parties. So many constitutions would have, Germany, again, has certain committees would be run by the opposition. And that's really valuable, because then you can have investigatory power, you can make some public claims and such. We don't have anything like that. And in fact, all we do have is the filibuster, which is just a norm that they could get rid of any time. It's been used and misused by both parties. But the point is, it's not an it's a block of legislation, but it doesn't improve accountability in any sense. It just slows things down. Impeachment is our remedy when we have someone who's trying to entrench themselves. Obviously, it's a useless remedy at the presidential level. It can't be done because of the 2/3 threshold, and it's only been used against judges. In addition to all this, our Supreme Court has made things worse. And here, my real call is for, again, a kind of a substantive jurisprudence that would take these things into account. One topic that came up this morning is so-called unitary executive theory, the theory that because there's 3 branches, all the legislative powers with the legislature, all the judicial powers with the judges, and all the executive power, whatever that is with the executive. And so that's the theory under which there was a question about Humphrey's executor. The independent regulatory agencies might disappear next month. You know, and the idea is, of course, that anything that is executive is personal to the president. And so he can direct to drop the Eric Adams prosecution or to pick it up again under that theory. Obviously, it's a grave concentration of power that, to repeat my theme, raises the stakes of holding power so high. How could anyone ever give that up? Another thing that that's been going on, of course, is this. I think this perspective helps shed some light on the law firm thing that's been going on. Those of you who know anything about Washington, D.C. law firms know that that's where you go when you're out of power, right? I lost the election, but at least I can go become an $800,000 a year partner in a law firm for a while and cool my heels until the political cycle turns and I can come back. That's a huge ecology that promotes the rotation of power in the United States. So for the administration to go and say, no, you're representing, you got Bob Mueller on your staff, no more federal business. Obviously, that's an attack on the rule of law, but it's also an attack on the rotation of power in a subtle way, and I think, again, raises the stakes far too high. And the final thing, I would say, is immunity, right? The great immunity decision last year, Trump v. United States, about ex-presidential immunity, essentially makes ex-presidents so immune, it's something that not even King George would have recognized, I would suggest. For example, under that theory, Donald Trump could say to Putin, look, you just buy $10 billion of Trump coin. You say this openly. Buy $10 trillion of Trump coin and I'll grant you Crimea. That would be perfectly acceptable. No prosecution would be allowed of that. No investigation. That's actually one of the egregious things. It says you can't even look at these things. And so it just invites a massive amount of open corruption. It is true that to have a coup d'etat, true coup d'etat, there would be underlings that would be subject to criminal prosecution. You can't really hold on to power alone. But even then, we now have a very expansive power of pardon, and maybe even prospective pardons. So, you know, all right, Proud Boys, come on down. I'm going to walk on down to the Capitol. Some of them won't be feeling very good. And by the way, I pardon you in advance for anything that might happen or might not happen on the way there. It's really a very dangerous situation. And partly this is to be laid at the feet of the Supreme Court. And yet, given what I said, given our situation, we're all dependent and praying for John Roberts' health. So with that, maybe I'll just stop and open it up for questions on that depressing and positive note. Please, Maciej.
For example, judges managed to kind of unite against the reforms that were undermining judiciary was a factor. The fact that people were really on the street was an important factor. And I also think that this might connect to the free speech question we are addressing at this conference, because people could exchange ideas and actually protest against the government that undermines democracy.
Okay, excellent. So I should have said more about it, but in Poland there's a couple things going on. First of all, you mentioned the judges. Also, of course, the ombudsman, our mutual friend, Adam Bodnar, who had a constitutional office. So this is the fourth branch idea. He had been appointed under the previous regime. They couldn't fire him, and he had a very important role in sort of speaking truth while in the government. But ultimately, a self-enforcing theory of democracy depends ultimately on freedom of assembly. Of course, freedom of speech. We need to be able to critique. It's the most important human right, because without it, you don't have any of the other human rights. You can't bring them to light. But freedom of assembly is something that I don't know rests on as strong grounds in this country. Remember that reasonable time, place, and manner rules for assemblies are decided by local governments, and those local governments vary quite widely. We now have examples of where these things are being abused in some cases by governments that local governments that just don't want anyone critiquing them and such. And that's not true in big cities. It tends to be more available, but the freedom of assembly is understudied, and there's not as much case law, and again, it's ultimately maybe what things turn on. On the freedom of speech point, I didn't say much about what to do about our moment in the tech world. I don't have an answer. I wish I had a magic answer, but it strikes me that some of the principles from constitutional design might be applicable. Obviously, you want independent watchguards to be speaking truth to power. You want ProPublica. You want as many sources as possible. I think I was talking at my table about some possible tech solutions. I was talking about a blockchain-based sort of Twitter equivalent, which would allow you which would make your data portable, that you could take your data and you wouldn't be locked into any of these platforms, which just keeps their network effects going forever. We might all hate Elon Musk, but we still, for many people, I still have to go to Twitter because that's the only place there is. Well, that's a disaster. We need competition for those things, and there might be tech solutions for that. So that's also something to invest in. So that's like the digital freedom of assembly, if I can use the term, is something we probably need to think more about. Yes, over there.
Comment that in near misses where autocracy failed, it was the professional institutions that served as a check. And those professional institutions are now threatened by the unitary theory. So, do you have any ideas about what strategies might be available to protect those professional institutions?
I think about this a lot in the context of academia, where I've been a very big critic internally of universities for years. And one of my big beefs, I sometimes call myself the chief Calvinist at the University of Chicago, a Calvinist preacher. That'll be a joke to apparently no one gets, but Luigi gets. So, but one of the things that we've strayed from is recognizing that our legitimacy, our social legitimacy, comes from research and producing knowledge and intensely contesting that. But too many departments, university presidents, disciplines have decided to stray from that to make overtly political statements that are out of touch with the vast majority of the country. Some people say this about the American Bar Association. I don't have a strong view about that, but there's a temptation when you have a big group to say, well, we're for this, and we'll deploy some of our legitimacy to fight this or that social cause. And I think that's a grave danger, that staying within our lanes would have been better. And it might have allowed us to be a little more resilient to the attack which is now here. But the other thing I think, given that situation, given where we are, we just have to reinforce the idea that professional norms are extremely valuable. And whether or not the public likes it or not, they actually do appreciate it. You want when you have your brain surgery, you don't want someone who is not accredited by the AMA, right? And you want the police to obey their rules. And there's just so many examples in which professional norms, we all know, make our lives possible and better and freer. And but as with so many things, have had trouble legitimating themselves. So I think it's almost up to each profession to figure out how to do that. But it is an important thing to do and to remember and to refrain from the temptation to draw down on our collective capital, which is so often there. Yes, please.
Well, thank you for your talk. And this is just going to be like a little bit of like Madisonianness coming out of me, but I'd like to run by you the idea that I think part of what's going wrong is also like the loss of the magic of faction, where like the original extended republic, like extending the geography to like a continental scale could overwhelm like the interests of fishermen in Maine, manufacturers in Pennsylvania. We're also just a lot more socially different. And I think both of those, trying to go back to like the antitrust theme for the conference, is that economic factions in the form of corporations are far more concentrated, but also socially we have, I would say, like less factions. We're internally far more like each other in Democrats and Republicans, even as we become more different across the parties. So I'd like to, I don't know what the fix is, but I'd like to run that idea by you that like what we're really missing is that factional differences that splinter us into many tiny shards, both economically and socially.
It's so interesting to frame it that way, because if you think about it, like one of the criticisms of the public sphere is that it's fragmented into many, many tiny shards. Madison's idea was cross-cutting cleavages. So, I might be, a Virginian, but I'm also a Lutheran, and I'm also, X or Y. And those things would bind people together. And actually, I think our technology allows the possibility of those kind of cross-cutting cleavages to come up again. We are afflicted by what political scientists call affective polarization, where even though you and my interests might be aligned, because I know you're a Republican, I hate you, and I'm never going to listen to anything you say. That's a disease, right? Because it just undermines everything that we would want in a good society. And we don't know much about how to overcome that. There are many groups that are working on this. I guess I would say that one thing in general about the social media part of this, I learned, and I'm not sure I buy it, but this is the opinion of Josh Cohen, the philosopher who I think is at Apple University, talk about conflict of interest. But he's a well-known philosopher who works there internally in Apple. And his view is that the social media, in terms of its ability to create shared bonds and cross-cutting cleavages and interactive spaces, truly interactive spaces, is just in its infancy. And his analogies to the printing press, right? The printing press came along. It took no one was doing anything at the beginning. I guess they were doing Bibles. But in 100 years, they started doing pamphlets. And then you got the Enlightenment. And then you got the era of democratic revolutions and such. And it took a while for people to catch up to the tech. Now, that's a very optimistic view. In the long run, of course, we're all dead. And I don't know that, who knows if that's how it's going to play out. But from that point of view, we would be able to, if we had a little more control over our online experiences, may be able to find spaces in which we are able to deliberate with each other. There's a small lesson in that regard from democratic constitutional design. So one of the trends in my field is the creation of what are called citizen assemblies, where you get people together, not just randomly, but curated groups of the public. So if it was a group this size, we'd make sure we had Republicans and Democrats and men and women, black people, white people, in roughly equal proportion. And then we give them a question and a way to talk about things. And then they deliberate and they come at the end of the day. And first of all, everyone enjoys that more than they think they will. It's a general finding. People love conversation more than they think they will. But it's also been the case that that's been used to overcome what seemed like totally impossible cleavages in society. So Ireland used this a few years ago to legalize abortion. Ireland's a majority Catholic society. They had a very strict abortion ban. Women would die on the way to England. And they had a conversation. And the Citizens' Assembly recommended that the Parliament repeal the abortion ban, and they did. So that's a kind of, and you could do that virtually online too. There's a lot of possibility there. It's just that we don't quite have those things yet, and the way we're using it is not quite right for that kind of positive possibilities that come from those texts. Yeah, here.
So as you described this fourth branch, right? In my mind, you know, I was evoking the Consumer Protection Bureau and inspectors general and the like, and then you said, we don't have that. So help me understand how the U.S. might codify those into a more formal branch, what that pathway might look like, as we've seen a lot of those things have been undermined in the last couple months.
Yeah, right. So when I say we don't have it, I mean we don't have it at the constitutional level. Many other countries do. So it's good. The Poland example showed that it's really good to be constitutionalized, because then you have this kind of inability to be fired and such. And so it is only a statutory regime. Obviously, we could have greater protections for the inspectors general. This was the real sign of the corruption at work here, because inspectors general job is to find corruption and to find violations of law. And so in a true regime that was committed to anti-corruption, they would have empowered those people instead of firing them. So it shows a kind of lawlessness at work. But we could pass a statute that would have them on firmer ground. There's so much going on as was referred to. I think Jesse said, I can't even keep track. I cannot recall what happened with the case about the firing of the inspectors general. But hopefully they will be retained. Anyway, it would be wonderful to see a bipartisan kind of effort and an accountability branch. You would think that'd be utterly popular with the public, right? People don't like corruption. They think everyone in Washington is corrupt. Shouldn't there be an anti-corruption politics that would unite left and right in some sense? We don't see that yet. We don't see that yet, and maybe it will be what emerges, and then we could have a stronger regime.
Hi. I think it's really interesting, this fourth branch of government, this constitutional core. I guess I'm curious to get your thoughts on the role of trust in institutions in democratic backsliding. I guess it's like we've had conversations today where there's like such basic levels of distrust that you can't trust someone to designate what is truth and what is not, right? So I guess I'm just curious, like, how does kind of a technocratic or judicial institution have legitimacy to like preserve democracy in conditions of very, very low levels of trust? And I guess that's
I haven't looked at the latest public opinion polls, but certainly during the last Trump administration, the judiciary was still the most respected of the branches, most highly approved one. Its approval rating has declined in recent years, and that's a grave threat, in my view, because of decisions like those I described, which seem to sound in the general public's eye in partisanship. And they're not all like that. This Supreme Court's been very good on First Amendment issues, and they will continue to be, I believe. But there's this perception that, and so that's led to the decline. It's still a comparative ugly contest. I think probably when we get the next round of polls, the Supreme Court will be the most trusted branch again, because the presidency will have sunk, below 40%, and of course, Congress has been at 10% for decades, so no one trusts them. So trust in institutions is critical. I think the interesting problem is actually trust in the bureaucracy, in bureaucratic institutions. I'm actually reading Michael Lewis's book on this, Who is Government? I commend it to you. It's got stories of these like little branches, the people who bury the war dead for the Veterans Department. Their approval rating, their customer satisfaction rating is 90% plus. They're just really good at what they do. And that, I think there's lessons to be learned and generalized about what well-performing institutions do. People, it is unfortunately true that bureaucracy is an epithet for a good reason, right? Many bureaucratic processes do seem to slow things down and don't seem to advance things. But this, reinventing government, as Al Gore put it in the 1990s, would be I think it's a necessary idea. You can't do anything without government. You can't build that wall without government, right? You need bureaucrats to do stuff for you. And it's just a question of which ones you're empowering. So I'd like to see an effort in that regard, but that's a very big, ambitious, program many years away. Eleanor.
Thanks very much, and I'm going to follow up on your conversation with Maciek when you were talking about the people uprising, perhaps in some way, at least associations, freedom of associations, freedom of speech to get together. And so my question is about the First Amendment versus the antitrust laws. And there is a case pending right now, which I'm sure you know, which is X Corporation against the advertisers, alleging that the advertisers dropped X as a conspiracy. And it's alleging an antitrust conspiracy. And also our federal government right now, Justice Department Antitrust has declared that they are looking for cases in which there are conspiracies to suppress conservative views. If there is this clash between antitrust and First Amendment, does First Amendment override antitrust? And of course, I understand that there can be interpretations of antitrust that it's not a violation of antitrust, but I'd like your comment.
I mean, I really have no insight in that. In fact, I want to turn it around to you. Isn't that, isn't that collusion to drop the advertiser? Wouldn't that be a violation of antitrust law? What do you think? I mean,
well, it could be if there really is collusion, and one might suspect that the allegations of collusion are exaggerated, and for antitrust conspiracies, it's not even easy to prove that they were actually conspiring, rather than simply deciding this is a media I don't want to deal with.
Yeah.
If there is collusion and they are competitors and would stand against competitors, there's at least a very good chance that it's an antitrust violation.
Well, yes, and here, I mean, the Roberts Court, as I said, has been very free speech protecting. So you could imagine a world in which they would find the First Amendment is more important than the statutory scheme like antitrust law. It's constitutional, after all, and so that freedom would trump. I have no predictive ability with the court, but that would be a welcome outcome. Otherwise, we have boycotts all the time. You could say I guess under that world, consumer boycotts are okay, but business boycotts are not. That's essentially what that theory would say.
Business boycotts where the boycotters stand to gain commercially. And this is a question.
Yeah.
Do they really stand to gain commercially?
Yeah.
They're not doing it to gain commercially.
Yeah.
They're doing it for political reasons.
Right, which is expressive. Well, if you've got Citizens United, I think you should allow that kind of expression as well. If corporations have speech rights, that's a speech right, and you can imagine the court going in that way. Well, I want to thank you for your attention. I've got to run back and teach my class.
pretty deep in that one. And I was involved in figuring out compliance with different legal regimes around the world, which gave me a pretty good sense of what rules can backfire in what ways and what to think about in drafting these laws. And I list that out because I would contend that in policymaking, we do need that. You know, people who have done the work should not be the only voices, but not involving them is a little bit like doing FAA regulation with nobody who's ever built or operated an airplane. You do want those people somewhere in the conversation. And to bridge that to the DSA's drafters in Brussels actually did an excellent job of listening to experts of every persuasion explain the issues. And a lot of their drafting, I think, really reflects that, and it has a lot we should admire. As a big picture issue, you should think of the DSA, or I think of the DSA, as one prong in a three-pronged approach to platform regulation. We have the Digital Markets Act for competition, the GDPR for privacy, and the DSA for speech and content issues. And there's a benefit to that approach, that each of those three laws was really thoroughly vetted and carefully drafted. And then there's a downside, which is that where there are overlaps between those areas, of which there are very many, they don't necessarily get vetted as well. So, for example, one of my critiques of the Digital Services Act is that for smaller platforms, it puts such an administrative burden on them that it effectively is forfeiting some competition goals for some speech regulation goals. But if you brought that up in DSA negotiations, the answer was, go talk to the Digital Markets Act people. They're in charge of competition. I think the DSA also missed an opportunity to do more to support things like interoperability mandates or so-called middleware mandates, all of which would be perhaps nice to have. For our purposes, my job here is to spec out the DSA in 5 minutes, or I think I had a couple more minutes because of how I'm trying to cover this very long law. It's a very long law. It has a lot of provisions we're not going to talk about and things that would be a dozen different pieces of legislation if it were enacted here. But I'm going to talk through three things. The first is what the DSA is not. It is not a source of new rules penalizing speech or prohibiting speech. Europe has the same laws about what speech is legal, or rather member states have the same laws about what speech is legal that they did before the DSA. It also doesn't really change the rules for platform liability when users post something illegal. The previous law said if they know about it, they lose immunity. DSA says pretty much the same thing. So it's not that big a shift there either. And then contra Elon Musk or Donald Trump or various people who've characterized the DSA, it doesn't introduce any new extraterritorial impact of European speech laws. It basically leaves the pre-existing set of rules on jurisdiction and extraterritoriality intact. I have some quibbles with those, but the DSA isn't a mechanism for asserting control over what speech you can see in the rest of the world or can share in the rest of the world. That said, of course, when platforms build out their compliance system to comply with the law in a big, powerful market, they may want to use the same rules globally because that's easier. That's a problem we've had all along, or a benefit we've had all along, depending who you ask. That, too, is not, I would say, a DSA thing. The second thing I would emphasize or describe is that a big section of the DSA is about platform content moderation and prescribing what the process should be for that moderation. And so this includes things like having a way to intake complaints, telling the platform that something is illegal, notifying the affected user if their content is moderated, and allowing them to have an appeal, and also allowing them to take the platform to an outside dispute resolution body, which the platform pays for, which is one of the things I think is a little excessive, especially for smaller platforms. It also, when the platform lets the user know that their content was moderated, they have to basically CC the European Commission, so they send an explanation of every single content moderation decision to a database. There are 10 billion things documented in that database at this point. It also has transparency provisions. And what all of that process stuff is there for, in large part, is to protect free expression rights. It's to keep bad faith accusers from silencing users inappropriately and give them some due process in that situation. The kinds of procedural protections it gives are things that civil society organizations around the world have been asking for years, that the US political right is asking for right now. If you look at Brendan Carr's interpretation of Section 230, he's asking for some procedural protections not unlike these ones. It is, as I said, I think it's so exhaustive that it leads to a burden on the content moderation process that takes the adjudication of human speech and communication and treats it like banking. And the complianceization that comes out of that is something I think has upsides and downsides. Okay, third bucket of things to know about the DSA. For the biggest online platforms, the ones with more than 45 million EU users, there is a new and much more fuzzily defined set of powers given to regulators, in particular the European Commission. And this is where, if you're looking for free expression red flags in the DSA, this is the place to get worried. And this is the place that a lot of Latin American civil society groups, for example, did get worried and said, we think this is too much power in the hands of government. And it comes through these obligations, like Florence mentioned, to do risk mitigation. And what does risk mitigation mean? Does it mean taking down or demoting currently lawful speech? And the answer to that, well, this is a debate in European academia right now, whether in fact this boils down, as Florence suggested, to commission authorization to suppress currently lawful speech by telling platforms that's how to mitigate risks. There are a bunch of wonky arguments why that should not be the case, why that would be incorrect. I'll refer you to the work of Martin Husavec on that. So I was for a long time on the side of the people who said this is okay, there's enough protection in here that the Commission isn't going to go into back rooms and tell platforms what to take down. And then our erstwhile keynote speaker, former Commissioner Thierry Breton, went and deeply undermined the legitimacy of the DSA by acting like he did have that authority in ways that were really not grounded in the DSA at all. And for people who are worried about the DSA and speech, he gave them way more reason to worry about the DSA and speech. Okay, that's my 5,000-foot view. We'll get into tons of weeds later, but for American policymakers, I think the takeaways are this isn't a new EU censorship law affecting the US. It's people who are saying that are doing so tactically to advance particular interests. It's a lot about process. It has process rules that we should wish legislation like the Take It Down Act in Congress right now had. They're protecting speech better than we are in that respect, and we should worry about vaguely defined regulatory power, but we don't need to worry about European vaguely defined regulatory power. We have the FTC investigating platform censorship with its own agenda about what platforms should allow people to say under one vaguely defined regulatory power, and the FCC investigating broadcasters for their political speech and telling YouTube to carry particular religious channels. So we have problems at home, and we don't need to look to Europe for that issue.
Thank you very much. So, Joris, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the invitation to be here. So, my disclosure, I'm a full tenured professor in information law with special emphasis on law and digital infrastructure at the University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. All the research I do is actually independent, without conflicts of interest, and in full compliance with the Netherlands Code on Scientific Integrity. My research and the research I oversee spans quite a range of different topics in the area of information law, And in the area of platform regulation, which is one of the main areas that I do work in, I have received a variety of additional funding sources in the last years, specifically from the Dutch Science Foundation, the European Commission, Luminate Strategic, and the DSA Observatory, of which I am the founding director. It has received core funding from Open Society Foundations, Civitatis, which is like a group of different funders, and Stiftung Mercator. So for this panel, we have been asked to speak about the DSA's goals, and also how things are going with the DSA in the last years, but I think that's like the second part of the panel. So to open things up, I wanted to offer a broad institutional perspective on the DSA to complement the other panelists. So what is the DSA? The DSA is basically the second generation legal framework for platform responsibility in the European Union. It adds to the first generation safe harbor provisions from the e-commerce directive of the 1990s with a tiered system of due diligence obligations for intermediary services that Daphne has already spoken about. So the DSA is best characterized as an umbrella law. It seeks improvements in the relationships of key stakeholders with platforms and with dominant platforms in particular. So it's really about those variety of different relationships and to improve things with a legal framework regulating those relationships. Substantively, the focus is on legal content and on content moderation in view of broader societal harms that can stem from the offering of online platforms. So, first question, why do we have the DSA? A major political driver for the DSA was for European countries to have improved leverage over companies that offer services like social media platforms that impact the functioning of their democracies. So, as a side note, it is here that I see the biggest connection also with the market concentration debate as government relations internationally, so not only in a national context, but really also internationally, are a key issue to manage and compete on in the political economy of global online social media platforms. Notably, the DSA does not have the goal to prevent concentration in online platform markets and arguably further cements market dominance. And the DMA does not do very much in this regard either. I agree with Daphne in that regard. The concerns that informed governments push for increased leverage range from a lack of transparency about the functioning of platforms and content moderation systems to informed beliefs that dominant social media companies were not operating with respect to democratic values to begin with, and also not taking responsibility for the various forms of harm, including democratic harms, that they were causing through their operations as a result of illegal content and user manipulation. In other words, the goal of the DSA was for relevant companies to do better and to have the regulatory framework in place that would help new regulators and others to force them to do better. Was the DSA meant to target American companies in particular? No, it was not. It could be said that the DSA is informed by the fact that European countries are confronted with impacts in critical areas from foreign companies. But that would even be the case if dominant social media companies were in fact Irish instead of American. So the goal of the DSA was also to protect the European single market and prevent further fragmentation of the regulatory environment. And so to facilitate both goals, the internal market and increased leverage, regulatory oversight over the set of most far-reaching obligations that Daphne already talked about for the very large online services ended up being centralized at the EU level in the hands of the European Commission. A crucial goal of the DSA is also to impose fundamental rights and rule of law safeguards in the relationship between online platforms and users. The DSA's goal is to empower other stakeholders, including people and parties that suffer harm as a consequence of platform offerings. The DSA offers a framework for organizations that have the appropriate expertise in institutional setting to be certified as trusted flaggers. It also envisions civil society and researchers as playing a part in a broader project of platform accountability. The DSA, and it's been mentioned in the morning, quite uniquely creates legal rights to request access to research data, to investigate systemic risks on specific platforms, as well as the way in which these platforms are or are not effectively mitigating these risks. So what is the DSA in summary? It's the law that settles the relationship between relevant stakeholders in the platform society. It's the law that makes these relationships subject to fundamental rights and rule of law safeguards. And it's a law that's about institutional innovation in an area of platforms and democracy in Europe. Fundamental rights in Europe include the commitment to the right to freedom of expression as protected in national constitutions, the EU Charter and the European Convention. Freedom of expression can be invoked by users in their relationship with platforms, by platforms in their relationships with government regulators, and by users in their relationship to other users. Freedom of expression is among fundamental rights that the DSA aims to effectuate, alongside the right to privacy, the right to data protection, and non-discrimination. So here I want to pass for expressing my support for those that are subject to visa problems and detention for First Amendment protected activity in this country. Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University grad student, Dr. Kansouri, a Georgetown University research fellow, and Rumeza Osturk, the Tufts University PhD student and Fulbright scholar. I'm also saying that because I'm here on like an ESTA and I've been here on a visa, it's really horribly chilling, for people in that situation to be confronted with that type of reality. Is the DSA perfect? It most certainly is not. And yes, I do find myself wondering these times which flawed democratic institution will I end up defending today. The lack of fully independent regulatory oversight at the EU level is one major issue. From an institutional design perspective, it would have been much better to create an actual independent regulatory agency with some mechanisms for malfunctioning. The major weak spot for the DSA's functioning is showing itself now very clearly since regulatory enforcement is under attack by the Trump administration. And it's not that those attacks are in any way convincing, but the European Commission is vulnerable to being influenced, considering its broader role in dealing with trade and other issues. Does the DSA contain elements that could lead to abuse? Yes, it certainly does. But it also carries significant safeguards that allow such abuse to be counterbalanced by other stakeholders and to be contested in court when necessary. Is the DSA a balanced and mature piece of legislation? Yes, I would say it is. It's managing to keep crucial protections for platforms in place while empowering a range of other stakeholders in reasonable ways, in a system where facts about platform practices as well as user rights can come to play a more significant role. That's it for now.
Thank you so much. Alyssa Cooper, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's great to be here. My name is Alyssa Cooper. I'm the Executive Director of the Knight Georgetown Institute, KGI, which is a new center at Georgetown University dedicated to connecting independent research with technology policy and design. We focus on the online information environment. KGI is funded entirely by a combination of the Knight Foundation and Georgetown University. Before I came to Georgetown about a year ago, I worked, I was full-time employed at Cisco Systems for the prior 10 years as a senior engineer and executive. I currently serve on the board of the Tor Project, which is a nonprofit that provides privacy and anonymity software to access an uncensored internet. And my husband works at Fastly, which is a content delivery network. So when I think about what the key opportunity is of the DSA, what I see is an opportunity to move the policy discussion about platforms away from arguments about content moderation that, to me, feel quite unwinnable, and in some cases are fusing with culture wars, which are even more unwinnable, towards a place where we apply science, empirical evidence, and rigorous measurement to the questions of how online platforms implicate individual and systemic risks, in the case of the DSA, within the European Union, although wouldn't it be nice to have such a framework elsewhere as well? And the way that we can accomplish this transition away from the sort of negative, what content stays up or down conversation forward, is to really go upstream from the content and focus on design. How these systems are designed, what kind of transparency do we need about those designs, and how do we create accountability for the design decisions that are getting made inside the four walls of the corporations that offer these platforms. And there are many articles in the DSA that focus on these sets of concepts. As Daphne said, it's a long document. There are 93 articles in the DSA, and at least in the English version, there's a good 60 pages of actual regulation. I'm just going to pick a few of them that have this focus. Article 25 is about deceptive online interface design. 26 about transparency of advertising as the ads are posted to users. 27 about recommender system transparency. 28 about the protection of minors. 38 about having a non-profiling option of recommender systems. 34, 35, and 37, risk assessments, risk mitigation, and audits. 39, which is what's providing our ad libraries from all of the platforms, ads transparency, and 40, which is the one that you spoke about and that we talked about this morning, that provides data access for independent and academic researchers and NGOs. And what we see when we look across that small selection of DSA articles is an interlocking nature between design, transparency, and accountability. And when we have those different items working together, we can potentially come to understand how these risks are being effectuated through online platforms. Just to give one case in point, my organization, KGI, has focused a lot on recommender systems specifically, and we published a report not too long ago called Better Feeds, Algorithms That Put People First. We more recently published a brief that maps the Better Feeds proposals onto DSA implementation. And what we look at in the Better Feeds work is thinking about the algorithms that we see today in these platforms. We talked a lot this morning about their attention maximizing character, how they seek to maximize engagement from users. And sometimes in the policy sphere, when people see that, their reaction is to say, well, we need to just shut that down entirely. So let's go back to chronological feeds, let's ban personalization, and so on. But in fact, there's actually a wide array of different kinds of designs for how we can design recommender systems. It's really a design problem. And if we turn some of the many engineering and product resources that are currently funneled into the current systems towards some of these alternative designs that try to optimize for different values that aren't necessarily attention maximizing, but might still use some personalization, might still use some engagement data, then we find a real wealth of different kinds of designs that are possible. And so what we outline in the Better Feeds report is a policy roadmap for how to incentivize those kinds of designs. And it involves three components. It involves transparency about the designs. It involves providing users with strong defaults or choices that are optimized more towards their own long-term interests. And it talks about assessment. How do we assess whether these designs are serving users' interests or not? So we see those three components there, and we see them all across the DSA as well. Now, to get to the sort of science and evidence-based compliance and enforcement of the DSA, we really need three ingredients. First of all, we need metrics. So what outcomes should every platform be measuring when they are assessing risks? There's a long list of systemic risks in the DSA. Dissemination of illegal content, protection of fundamental rights, civic discourse, electoral processes, gender-based violence, protection of minors, physical and mental well-being, I definitely missed one, public health, public security. There's a lot of systemic risks that are there. They're described at a high level. And what we need for this regime to function in the interests of citizens and consumers is to get concrete about how do we define what those risks are, and how do we know what we're measuring? How will we know if we've succeeded in mitigating these risks or not when we are analyzing any given platform? And it turns out that there's been a lot of work on those different topics, not necessarily in the context of DSA enforcement, but certainly in the context of things like public health and civic discourse. academic and independent researchers have developed rigorous methods for measuring and benchmarks for knowing what's better for people's well-being, what causes more polarization, right? We have benchmarks for these things that many people in this room and watching online have developed, use in their own work, are rigorous, are externally validated. We can bring all of those tools to this process. So metrics, we need to know what we're measuring. Methodologies, we need to know how we're measuring. Are the platforms studying their engagement data? Are we doing content analysis? Do we need to survey users? Should we be running more experiments? Should we be asking the platforms to give us the experimental data that we know they already have? There's lots of different ways to approach the question of measuring these systemic risks, and we need to get more concrete about what methods are valid and what methods the different actors, as yours pointed out, can use and are able to use to do that assessment. And then finally, we need data. So in many cases, the platforms are the ones that have this data. They have the engagement data. They might have some survey data. They have experimental data. They have prevalence data. One of the key reasons why Article 40 is so important is because it potentially opens up some of that data to vetted researchers in the case of private data and to a much broader swath of entities in the case of publicly accessible data. But we need to have that data, and we need the auditors and the risk assessors and the public to be able to have that data in order to be able to check, are the platforms doing what they say they're doing? So from my perspective, coming back to yours' final point, there's a constellation of actors who all have really important roles and responsibilities in order to make the DSA successful. We have the platforms themselves. They are the ones who need to set up this accountability infrastructure, who need to run it, who need to maintain it, and who need to be assessing and sharing data as appropriate so that others can come to their own conclusions. We have the enforcers, and that includes the European Commission. It includes the digital services coordinators in country. It will include the courts as cases proceed and when we start to litigate these. And their role really is not only to enforce, but I think to clarify in places where we need more meat on the bones here. That's something that the European Commission can do. As I said, like the systemic risks are defined at a very high level, to provide guidance. And to really start to synthesize and understand what are the norms, what are the standards as we look across from one platform to the next in order to be able to compare compliance with this law. And then finally, we have independent experts. And I think we can't really understate the value of this. I will keep harping on Article 40. Some of these companies are the largest companies in the world. They have incredible resources that they can throw at any problem. And I think it's a really novel and interesting notion that's embedded here in the DSA to try to enlist a much broader set of entities and stakeholders in doing some of this assessment and trying to understand what's actually going on these platforms by providing this data provision. And it's not limited to Article 40, some of the other parts that Daphne spoke about. This law creates a tremendous body of public information. It's risk assessments, transparency reports, it's audit reports. There are, I think, 5,000 pages of audit reports and risk assessments that were released just a couple of months ago. KGI is doing some analysis of this, but there's a true wealth of data now available. And it's really, I think, behooves independent experts to contribute to building that kind of scientific body of knowledge about what's going on here.
Thank you so much. Before we start the Q&A, I just have one question that I would like to ask you all. Recently, and I think it was last week in the media, we heard reports about the possible fine of Twitter, of X, for $1 billion. It's not done yet as far as I know, but I would like you to just tell us what you think the DSA has achieved thus far and what could be coming in the near future. Very briefly, but according to you, what's the main achievement so far? So maybe Daphne?
Sure. Sure. So I think the DSA is in its infancy. Like, it's really hard to know yet. It has all these moving pieces that are supposed to intersect with each other, like the independent researchers generating data and conclusions that the commission can use in enforcement. And if they're not all up and running yet, it's very hard to judge whether that ecosystem is going to work. By the same token, any country that's considering emulating the DSA, maybe wait and see how well this all works and what could stand improvement. Certainly, for example, Article 40, the researcher access rules, if they had been drafted differently, we could avoid all of these like just stupid practical logistical problems that come up in that area. So that's my take on kind of where it stands. I want to praise it compared to a lot of US laws, though. I think we see a lot of lawmakers who find platform power over discourse extremely troubling and who say, wow, you shouldn't be able to control discourse that way, private company. Let me tell you how you should do it. And we get this in the US from the left and the right. Both Texas and Florida enacted laws to come in and say, wow, you guys are really big. We're going to tell you what speech to carry and how to carry it. We see it on the left with laws that would require platforms to take down content that's legal in the US or that would try to use immunities to encourage them to do so. All of that kind of skips the possible step of saying, what if this concentrated power didn't have to be there, which is something that the people in this room know a lot about. You know, can you reduce that concentrated power without losing the network effects benefits of platforms through interoperability, through what my Stanford colleague Francis Fukuyama calls middleware? All of this is really underexplored, and while I've criticized the DSA and the DMA for collectively not dealing with it, at least it avoided this misstep of government coming in and overtly setting the rules for speech on the internet, which is what the US keeps trying to do. Sharice?
Yeah, I agree that it's very early day to say something really about like how well it's doing in quite some of these areas. I mean, in the most innovative space of like what the TSA is adding with the risk assessment and the mitigation, it's just really a bit early to evaluate that. I think nobody was expecting this to go very well or to be very impressive, like show very impressive results in the first round. We're currently in the second round, but that round is not public yet. And really the hope is, and especially also in combination with the research access type of provision and the engagement with other stakeholders, that, you know, this is like going to create this situation of like some incremental improvement of both insight and you know, like the more like regulatory articulation of what are the problems, you know, that we want to see more accountability for. We do see, though, that there are investigations, you know, at the European Commission level, and that is new, you know, like that is actually, so that is something that is functioning. We have not seen the full results of those investigations, and, you know, the current political situation creates like real problems, you know, with that, you know, maybe with those investigations going the course that we would like them maybe to see from, you know, like the more, like, yeah, the broader goals of the DSA. But that is happening. Another thing that is already happening is private enforcement. I have not talked about that, but there are, you know, quite some opportunities for private enforcement also under the DSA. And that gets strengthened with like with the fundamental rights dimensions of what is at stake for people. There's possibilities also of collective action. We see a lot of that happening already in Europe in the GDPR space. There are opportunities for this also happening in the content moderation space for wrongful content moderation types of issues that people are experiencing with particular platforms. So that is already, you know, starting to shape up in certain ways, and I think quite exciting. A final thing that I want to maybe say is like what the DSA does achieve is maybe like in a sense clarify the multidimensional nature of the problems. You know, like, so there's definitely not one way also to do things right, you know, under the risk assessment and mitigation framework. There are very good reasons why different platforms may have different ideas about how to precisely define risk. I mean, that also has to, of course, connect to what is actually happening on those platforms, but also how to think about mitigating risk in a proportionate way and how to balance particular risks against each other. Some platforms may indeed, you know, like put more emphasis on the right to freedom of expression, where other platforms may actually, you know, put a lot of, you know, like, and put more emphasis on freedom of expression in that kind of more classic libertarian way, you know, but there may be platforms that put a lot of emphasis on, you know, the more inclusive, participatory kind of potential that, like, platforms can have and give to communities. You know, like, so these are things that are possible, and it's, like, totally possible to defend these different approaches for the platforms. And I think the fact that we have a legal framework that allows those different possibilities is something that the DSA has brought already.
So, Alyssa?
So I agree with my colleagues. It is very early days. I think if we think about, you know, what would you have thought of the GDPR after 1 year, or the Telecommunications Act, you know, would it have reached its full potential? That's where we are with the DSA. And like my children, I don't expect them to get everything right when they're small, but I do expect them to grow and learn and improve. And that's, I'm hoping, what we can expect with the DSA. I think the signature accomplishment of the DSA thus far is that the EU institutions acted on facts that we can all plainly see in our daily lives, which is that these platforms have systemic impacts, not only individualized ones. So in the United States, we are busy litigating more than 500 cases in court against social media platforms for harms that they are causing or alleged to have caused to children, families, school districts, and on and on. And looking at individual facts of each case, right? Not able to take that systemic look across even a single platform, let alone across the industry, to say, what are the best practices here in terms of mitigating some of these risks that people are experiencing. The other thing about systemic, thinking about these things systemically, is that it acknowledges the feedback loops that are inherent in these network systems. That when you have an algorithmic change, it affects the spread of content or accounts, groups, pages, what have you, that people see, the way that all of those people engage with that content has downstream effects on creators, and it loops back around and around again. So these platforms have to be addressed in a systemic way, and I think it's like really a feature and not a bug. That's the approach that the DSA takes. I will talk about one shortcoming just briefly, which is looking at these risk assessments and audits, which are, you know, it's not like an audit is a tool that nobody's ever used before. And imagine if financial audits had no standards, no standardized methodologies, really not a lot of rigor. We just sort of said, hey, auditors, make up a way to do this. That's the point where we are with the DSA right now, and we could be doing a lot better, and I'm hoping that we'll see better in the second round. We also have risk assessments that do not meaningfully assess risk. It's right there in the name, and it's not happening. So if we look at just like a single example of this, let's take extended use, or what some people call problematic use, addictive use for minors when we're spending too much time on social media. We already know from science, there's a whole good base of this, that extended use of these technologies straightforwardly contributes to decreases in sleep. And when minors have decreased sleep, they have knock-on health effects, right? So this is like well established. When we look at the risk assessments, Facebook's risk assessment doesn't address extended use at all. Instagram, Snap, TikTok talk about the features that they provide to users to try to manage this, including like the daily screen time dashboard in TikTok that, you know, pops up a pop-up to minor users after 60 minutes and says, maybe you don't want to be using TikTok anymore. None of them describe whether these tools actually mitigate the risk of extended use. And that's the place where we need to get to. Right now, what we're having to do is look to other bases of evidence to understand this. So coming back to those court cases in the US, we'd see things like an accidentally unredacted complaint from the Kentucky Attorney General in a case against TikTok, where we find out that internal documents from TikTok acknowledge that the daily screen time dashboard does not work, that minors don't have the executive function to stop using TikTok. That's what TikTok's internal documents say. What TikTok's risk assessment and audit say are, we provide this daily screen time tool. So we need to get to a place where we're actually looking at the data that the platforms have, where third parties are assessing that. And I think we can get there, but not when we're only a one-year-old wee little law.
Thank you so much. So now it's time to start the Q&A. Any questions? Here. Yeah, the mic is coming.
Thank you. I have a contribution and a question. Since you asked for the achievements of the DSA, actually there's one that is a case that the Commission keeps quoting, and it's actually on TikTok. TikTok at a certain point rolled out a function called TikTok Lite, which had a reward system for watching videos or engaging with them. And it sufficed that the Commission opened an investigation and sent a letter requesting information saying, are you sure that this is not an addictive design that could harm minors? And harming minors is under the systemic risks. And TikTok said, well, actually, we are not sure. We're not going to roll this out in Europe. And I think that is already a first success. Then I have a question, because I was quite surprised that the two of you mentioned that under Article 34, systemic risks, there seems to be an academic debate about whether that means the Commission telling the companies to take down content. And what I can tell you is that while we negotiated and wrote the DSA, this absolutely never came up. The whole issue on content, on specific pieces of content, was always in the first part of the DSA, and the notice and action, and the orders, and the request for information, and so on. That was about content in terms of specific individual pieces of content and on takedown. Under systemic risks, this was absolutely never an issue, and it's actually what it says: systemic risks stemming from the design or functioning of their service and its related system, including algorithmic systems. So it was very specifically intended for big functionalities like algorithms. So I'm really surprised that this seems to be an academic debate, because two of you said this. I've never heard that in Europe. And I was having just this thought that I know from my own experience that it's very difficult to get really independent academic expertise on tech issues, because big tech is heavily funding a number of universities around the world. Do you think, and I have ample experience with big, very, very sophisticated lobbying by these companies during the legislative process, where Google and Meta opinions came to me in very multifaceted different forms from different people that you wouldn't suspect. Do you think that this could be a kind of talking point provided by tech companies and, you know, brought up in different kinds of conferences, and therefore picked up by academia, knowingly or not knowingly? Because I'm really surprised about this.
So it's definitely not an academic debate. Like I've heard people who are platform lawyers trying to implement it, who believe just by the letter of the law that it clearly means this bad thing, this thing you and I agree it shouldn't mean. I have heard people who work for the Commission who believe that that's what it means, and not just Thierry Breton, you know, other ones who are closer to implementation. So this is, you know, people in Europe, and it's also people around the world who just like look at the letter of Articles 34 and 35, and they're like, I'm pretty sure this means the Commission can say to take down legal speech. And I'm with you. In negotiation, I don't think anybody believed that was what it meant. I didn't think that was what it meant. But if the people who are just reading it come to that conclusion, then that's a source of concern. In terms of whether it's a platform talking point, I don't think so. I think, when I first encountered all these people who believed the opposite from me about what it means, that it was back when the big platforms were being very, very compliant and not in their current adversarial posture. My take on the current adversarial posture from Meta in particular is they care about regulations that hit their bottom line. They do not like the DMA. They do not like the GDPR. They kind of don't like the DSA. It's inconvenient, but it's a really good talking point right now to complain about censorship. So that's just, they're sort of using it, is my take.
I think maybe to add a bit to that, I think it's very important also to consider how these kind of things play out in practice. And in the area of intermediary liability, we've always cared about incentives for platforms to be overly restrictive, to be chilled. That's actually why we have conditional liability exemptions. So I think we have to think also in a similar way about what it means to impose risk management and mitigation obligations. So there are these different categories of risk that need to be mitigated. And so the one that is clear, the most clearly not requiring the takedown of harmful content is the illegal content category. So you have to deal with illegal content risks, and so you have to assess the illegal content risk, and then you have to mitigate them. So, and it's very clear that there are particular platforms have particular illegal content risk. If you're a online marketplace, you're going to have counterfeit issues, you're going to have trademark issues. So you will have to speak about those risks and talk about the programs that you have in place to deal with those kind of risks. The thing, though, is that there's never in the operation of identifying the illegal content and then mitigating it for the platforms, there hardly ever an actual legal determination whether things are actually illegal. What the platforms do is, by and large, for I think more than 99% of the cases, they deal with all the content under their terms of service, which are typically broader than what is actually illegal. So in practice, it actually means that there are incentives in place to include other types of content that are illegal. And it's actually, that's my main counter argument also to what the European Commission has said when the DSA was adopted, this kind of silly thing of what's illegal offline should be illegal online. Actually, what the DSA does is make the legal determinations less relevant. It's sanctioning in all sorts of ways the more private kind of private governance practices of the platforms. And so that is even for the category where it's the most clear. So if we move to the other categories, especially under C&D, where it's about these broader kind of societal harms, there are definitely ways in which, quite some regulators and policymakers are thinking that it's appropriate to put pressure on platforms, to deal with broader harmful content categories, and not only with the kind of design features. So my main point in my early remarks was there, the DSA provides all the instruments you need to push back on any kind of overly broad and disproportionate claims by the Commission that you should be doing things. And I think that's actually what we should really wish for as a baseline. I really don't, and in the absence of these kind of legal frameworks, the Commission is also, and other politicians are also going to try to push platforms to take down stuff that is actually legal. That is also happening in the United States context. So I think actually there's a benefit also to pull all of this into a more rule of law type of framework with fundamental rights safeguard, with the possibility to go to courts. But I do think there are risks, and they're definitely, that is also depending on how, the regulatory enforcement and the political agenda of the European Commission, of the DSA enforcement is shaping up. And so, but that is something to watch, but I do think we have instruments in place also to have those debates and to have legal recourse.
Other questions? We have three fingers. I think you were first. Yes.
I wonder if you might talk a little bit about the significance of Article 40 and the data access provision, as well as kind of where we are in the implementation process for that.
I'll start, and yours can correct all the things I get wrong about it. So where we are in the implementation process is There's a section of this article which is for vetted researcher access to private platform data, and there's a delegated act, which yours will explain to you what that is, but it basically extends the law and provides more specificity about how it's going to be interpreted. A delegated act that has been promised on Article 44 for quite some time now, and my current understanding of the promise is that it might arrive sometime in the fall or by the end of the year. So the vetted researcher pathway to obtaining data under the DSA is awaiting that delegated act. There's another provision that allows for researchers and NGOs to obtain public data that doesn't go through the vetting process and is not necessarily awaiting the delegated act. So, so requests to the platforms have started to flow for public data. And those are they work through the digital services coordinators that are located in country of establishment of the platforms. Some of them have been granted. I think there are many more in the works. And I think there's a lot of kind of strategy and formulation within the researcher community around how to craft those requests, around who's going to craft which request and which kinds of data people are trying to obtain access to, in order to have a more coherent approach to which of the questions about which of the risks can be analyzed according to different people's expertise. I think I kind of stated earlier what I think the promise of this article is, which is to essentially decentralize the parts of the accountability regime and to interrogate questions which the Commission and the DSCs themselves are not going to interrogate, but that are of interest to society and to independent experts. And so I think it's really like a workhorse of this law. It's going to take time to get to the place where the mechanics of it are fully functioning, and it's going to be extremely contentious. Like, those things are going to be litigated as well, but I'm really glad that the European institutions included it.
Yeah, it's definitely litigation to be expected in that area, and that's one area where actually we can also expect maybe the court and ultimately the European Court to give a definition of what should be understood as a systemic risk, because the research access is connected to the systemic risk concept. We're waiting for the framework to really be put in place. People are they're preparing for that. It's complementary to other forms of doing research, but importantly, Article 40 does indeed also protect also other forms of research that are not dependent on, the will of the platform to collaborate. And there have been quite some strong interpretations on the possibility of scraping for research furthered by the European Commission, also in terms of their enforcement over the VLOPs, over the very large online services. So in relation to Twitter, for instance, part of the investigation is in relation to the way in which Twitter is blocking certain forms of research from taking place through scraping. And so that is a very important contribution, I think, also of Article 40.
And just add, like, in the meantime, there's the scraping part of it, Article 40.12, that's up and running. And that's a pretty magical article for researchers because it doesn't involve a bunch of gatekeepers. It doesn't involve having to be at a university and having a university gatekeeper. It doesn't involve going to a platform and asking them to please share the data and then all the back and forth and potential gatekeeping or evasion that can happen then. It's just like anybody who needs to know stuff can do like Julia Angwin or do like other researchers in the audience and go out and grab the data and analyze it and publish about it.
And so maybe just to add one more thing to that, like more broadly, there are possibilities to kind of obtain further transparency about like platform operations, and GDPR is actually also a law that allows for access to data and all sorts of like, transparency about what is happening with personal data. And since, like the enjoyment of services typically involves, like massive amounts of, individualized data processing, GDPR applies. And we had just recently a case in the Netherlands where like an individual won, like first of all, like a DSA supported wrongful content moderation claim, but he also won like further transparency about, like the way in which X was going about content moderation on the basis of his data. And so, we have a variety of, like kind of legal provisions that start supporting each other, and we see courts, being, more and more willing to force like significant kinds of transparency that, platforms are fighting also against.
Thank you very much. I think we have run out of time. Yes, yes, I think we need to end this panel now. Thank you so much to the three of you for your contributions.
Facebook in particular, but social media in general, on the outcome of the 2016 US elections. And the goal of this was to know much more about 2020 and the aftermath, and to advance scientific understanding of the relationship between social media and the elections in the context of the US election. The study has many papers associated with it. There were all sorts of, I don't want to take too much time introducing here, there were also, I want to just say very briefly, we were super cognizant of the fact that we were talking about COI and declarations of interest here, that we were working with researchers at the platform who were paid by that platform, that we were trying to study the impact of that platform. So there's all sorts of integrity provisions that we put in place, including pre-registrations of designs, no pre-publication approval by the platforms, which was a red line for the researchers. We wouldn't have done it without that. We didn't take any money. And then also, crucially, as each paper is published, all of the data is placed in an archive where researchers can access it for replication and extension purposes. And that archive is not controlled by Meta. It's held at the University of Michigan's ICPSR in their new SOMAR, the social media archive repository there. The study itself consisted of, there were a number of papers that were observational papers, there were papers that were experimental papers, and there were some that combined both. 6 of these have been published already. There'll be another 2 coming out really soon. We've got another 2 that are sort of deep into the R&R process, another few that are under review, and then a few more stragglers that we're hoping to finish up in the next year or so. The one that you've asked about, Julia, here, which has to do with trying to understand the impact of the algorithm. So for the experiments, we tried to hit on what were big topic, scientific, and popular explanations, for going back to Julia's introduction, about harms, potential candidates for producing harms that we find online from social media. So in one paper, we explored the role of echo chambers. In another paper, we explored the role of the fact that social media content could go viral. In this particular paper, we tried to tackle the algorithm. So what we did for the study was we took about 20,000 people, and 10,000 of them for 3 months over the course of the US 2020 election, so 2 months before the election, 1 month after the election, were randomly assigned to be put into, instead of the algorithm that was in place at the time of the US 2020 election that was governing the feed, that's what the control group saw, what had the same algorithm that was governing the content all of you were seeing on Facebook or Instagram at the time of the election. This treatment group was placed into reverse chronological feed. Now, the question, and we'll get into this in this panel, the question of why we chose reverse chronological feed, you can't run an experiment without a control group. So if we were going to try to measure the effect of the algorithm in place, we needed a compared to what. And the reason we chose reverse chronological feed was sort of threefold. One was, that's kind of the history of these social media platforms. And what reverse chronological feed just simply means, the people you're friends with on the platform, or the groups you've joined, or the pages you've followed, you get the most recent content that someone in that category has posted out of the possible inventory. And so that's how these things started. When you were first on Twitter, that's what you saw. When you were first on Facebook, that's what you saw. The second reason we chose it was because it's very simple, and it's simple to explain to people. And the third reason was because it was being discussed as a possible policy solution, right? People had brought up the idea of going back to reverse chronological feed, away from what was in place at the time on the platforms, is what we would call an individual engagement maximizing algorithm. So this reverse chronological feed that was showing people the most recent content had been replaced by an algorithm that was trying to maximize the amount of attention that you would pay to this content and the time you would spend on the platform. To be clear, at the time of the 2020 election, the inventory, the things that could have appeared in your feed, were still coming from your social graph. The pages, groups, friends that you had followed, that you were followed, or on Instagram, the people that you were following, the accounts you were following. This is before the TikTokification, where we begin to move on that dimension away from your potential inventory being the social graph into a world where the whole platform becomes your potential inventory. So that's where we were there. And then the third caveat that I want to make clear is that the fact that we did this during the election, as I explained a second ago, is a feature of the study, not a bug. We were trying to understand what was happening during the election because we didn't want to be in the position of 2016. However, it raises questions for generalizability beyond the electoral period, because we know that Meta was doing different things during the election, in particular what is now known as some of the break the glass measures that were put into place, than it was doing at other periods of time. And of course, it's time-bound, it's bound by a single country, it's bound by a single election. But what we found in that particular case was quite surprising. And at the highest level, what we found was, not surprisingly, big changes to people's on-platform experience, but for all of the sort of downstream potential harms online that we were concerned about and other things that were not harms that we were concerned about, we found null effects off-platform in the sort of behavioral realm. So we found no impact on levels of polarization, either issue-level polarization or affective polarization. We found no effect on people's belief in the legitimacy of the election. We found no effect on people's participation in the election. We did, however, find numerous effects, which we could go into later, on things that changed their on-platform experience. The most noticeable one that's interesting that I'll just say is that we did find that people were less likely to use the platform when they were put back into reverse chronological feed, which makes sense. If what's in place is an engagement maximizing, you would assume if you get rid of that, you should have less engagement. But the follow-up to that was interesting, because the people who then used Facebook less, they were more likely to use Instagram. The people who were in our Instagram study who got put into our reverse chronological feed, they were more likely to use TikTok. There were lots of other on-platform developments we can talk about if you're interested, but that's the major takeaway from this. And it was quite, in a sense, when we pre-registered all these experiments we were going to run, and we found no sort of heterogeneous treatment effects or anything along those lines, the expectation wasn't that we were going to get a whole bunch of nulls out of this, but these were because of the size of the experiment with 20,000 people in it, by the way, consenting participants, who were also compensated for their participation. These are very precisely powered nulls, so they're very, very highly estimated, very precisely estimated, way beyond the scale of what we've been able to do previously.
Thank you. I think that it really is an interesting finding. I think null findings are really interesting. And by the way, just as a side note, as a journalist, I have always wanted to find a way to write about null results that I've found as a journalist, but it's harder to do in journalism, because it's like, what kind of story is that? Like, I didn't find anything, but I thought you might be interested. But I love that you can do it in academia, and I think it is actually valuable information. And I think in particular in this case, the last panel was on DSA, and in the DSA there is a requirement, I believe, that the very large online platforms have to offer a chronological feed in addition to the engagement, because there's a policy idea out there, which I believe you were testing, that it was the alternative, that users should have an alternative. And I think my personal view, and I've written about this before, is that I think that that's a false choice. There's obviously things in between the reverse chronological feed and the totally engagement-focused feed. And so I'm wondering if you can talk about whether you agree with that false choice and whether there's some more information we need to learn on the in-between, which will then lead into Laura's work.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when we set out to do this study, we kind of had two goals in mind. The first goal, as what I told you about, was we wanted to make sure that after 2020, we didn't have all these questions like we did with 2016 and not know what the answers to those questions were. And in that case, I think this project has been an unmitigated success. We will know much, much more about the 2024 elections. We already know about Facebook and Instagram's role in it than we did about 2016, the 2020 election, than we did about 2016, and sadly, than we do about 2024. But the second goal of this was to be a model. Like in apropos the previous panel, the DSA panel, we wanted to show people that this was possible, that you could do, you can't do this research of experimental studies, changing people's algorithmic exposure on the platform without cooperating with the platforms. They have to implement the studies. And we wanted to show that it was possible to do this in a rigorous, scientific manner that would, that would survive peer review scrutiny and would be judged by the research policy public as legitimate understanding of what happens on these platforms. But the idea always was that hopefully other platforms would pick up on this and that they would say, hey, there's all these rumors floating around out there. We can actually, for, pocket change for these platforms, we can actually support these kinds of studies, and people can learn more about the impact of our platforms, and we can improve kind of scientific knowledge. That hasn't really happened, right? We haven't seen anybody sort of pick up on this. And this goes to Julia's point, which is that when I give the long talk on this, I have a slide that's all the caveats about this, about what we can generalize off of this. It was super interesting research, but we don't know even about reverse chronological feed if we would find something different in a multi-party system, right? We don't know if we would find something different in the US in an off-election year as opposed to during a presidential election year. There's lots of things we don't know. We changed each of these functions of the algorithm individually and did 3 separate studies, but what if we had done all of them at once, right? Would that have made a difference? And then Julia, you raised it, so that's just all to put context on this question, that for this particular study, any of these studies, you have to make research designs and choices. And we needed a control group, right? And so we used reverse chronological feed. I still think it's the best thing that I could come here to you and defend today, as if we had this one-shot deal to look at the algorithm, this is what we should be controlling it for. But yeah, absolutely, there's sort of exciting work being done. My postdoc at the Center for Social Media and Politics, Kylan Rutherford, has been involved with this when he was a PhD student at Columbia, but also Jonathan Stray at UC Berkeley have been running this sort of pro-social challenge. And lots of other people are trying to think about more pro-social algorithms. So if you want to think about, like, if you buy that the sort of generic control is reverse chronological feed, that's the closest thing we have to a kind of baseline, there are lots of other things that we can try out there, and the key to this is going to be able to be to advancing scientific knowledge, but also to getting good policy, is going to be trying to be able to run these kinds of studies again and again. And I think that's where we are right now. This is, I absolutely 100% agree, this isn't the last word on this in the slightest. This is the first word, but I think it gives us a path by which these kind of studies can be done.
Thank you for putting in the first word, and Laura will bring up the second word, because she has been developing a taxonomy of algorithmic feed design. Okay, I'm already messing up what you're doing, but please tell us how you are trying to make this array of choices that we have somewhere between reverse chronological and engagement comprehensible and understandable.
Sure thing. And yeah, what I've been trying to develop for the last couple of years is really a taxonomy of feed algorithms themselves. So these are some slides from a larger work that I did with Frances Haugen and David McCoy. So there's going to be some cars in it, but we don't really have time to get into that. So the first thing that I really need to do is just explain how feed recommendation works. It's a 3-stage process. The first thing that happens is that the content inventory that is even like eligible to be shown to a user has to be sifted out from like the billion items that exist on a platform. So first we pull some small pool. Then we're going to rank those individual items in that pool, and then we're going to assemble the final feed. And to take you through those 3 stages, when we identify that small pool of maybe thousands, maybe tens of thousands of items, remember there's a wide range of ways we can do that, but the fundamental task here is we just need to get from like 1 billion items to maybe 10,000. So once we do that, then we can rank those items. So we'll have some kind of objective function And this is where really the feeds, what the feed is trying to accomplish, like the feed values, really start to get encoded. And so, for example, I might have a function where I might make a prediction about the likelihood of the user commenting on something, the likelihood that they might click a reaction like a like, and then I might also make a prediction around maybe, how likely are they to end their session if I show them this thing, and then I add all these together into a into a function, and then I'm going to assemble the final feed. And this final feed assembly, you might think that it's just, well, like rank them from whichever one has the highest number to whichever one has the lowest number. But it doesn't quite work that way because I might have other kind of larger goals for what I want the user to do. So maybe I need to have that user discover things that they're not interested in now so that I can continue to feed them new things. That's novelty. So to do that, I might introduce things that I have where I really don't have any knowledge about, that they might like something or not. So I might insert some things in here that are just totally foreign to them. And I might have other kinds of goals, like ads get inserted here, or if I have some business objective of some other thing that I want to show them, like heating, that all happens here. Okay, so those are that's the basic flow. So inventory selection, that first phase, I said, well, like, we're just going from like 1 billion items to maybe 10,000. I can source content a few different ways. There's directly connected content and indirectly connected content. This is something the user has sent a direct signal about, or something that's related to a direct signal. So this is like following a page, a friend, indicating that you're interested in a topic, that kind of thing. And then there's unconnected content, that's everything else. So, I also talked about that ranking phase and that feed assembly phase. All of those two parts of the system together, they create feeds, they have certain characteristics. And there are 4 of them, and I go through them. So, inventory selection, that first phase, I said, well, like, we're just going from like 1 billion items to maybe 10,000. I can source content a few different ways. There's directly connected content and indirectly connected content. This is something the user has sent a direct signal about, or something that's related to a direct signal. So this is like following a page, a friend, indicating that you're interested in a topic, that kind of thing. And then there's unconnected content, that's everything else. So, I also talked about that ranking phase and that feed assembly phase. All of those two parts of the system together, they create feeds, they have certain characteristics. And there are 4 of them, and I go through them in turn. The first is intensity. So platforms that try to maximize for engagement, and this is the thing most people know about, because many of the classic algorithms, like the Facebook algorithm, the Instagram algorithm, Twitter's algorithm, all these algorithms are high engagement. They are trying to get the user to not just like look at something, but to interact with it, to comment on it, to click on a video, to react to it. This is highly interactive content. The other end of this, low intensity engagement, this is engagement that is not as interactive, but will go on for longer. So this is duration-based algorithms. And the thing is that you might think like, well, can I have both? And the answer is no. This is a hard trade-off. I mean, platforms will try to find some sweet spot in the middle, but they tend to be more toward the engagement side or more toward the duration side. And the reason that they're a trade-off is that for things that are really engaging, things that are really intense, they also have a higher likelihood of causing the user to end the session. So if you think about a platform like YouTube that has a very high duration algorithm, there are people who just like, they leave YouTube on in the background of their life, and they play it for like 8 hours a day. Those people are not like clicking on, they are not reacting to every video, they are not commenting. And that is a duration-based, low-intensity algorithm. The next characteristic is super simple, it's timeliness. Algorithms can either prioritize content that is very recent, or they can like not really care, and they can show content that is, you know, maybe they'll show you an item that's 3 years old, then they'll show you something that's 3 days old, and they'll show you something that's 6 months old. So platforms like Pinterest tend to be, they have no concept of timeliness. They're very low timeliness, high timeliness things like Twitter, which are really for breaking news. Okay, novelty. So some platforms, TikTok really is chief among them, have an explicit user promise that I'm going to introduce you to new things, to things that you have not seen before. These platforms have to be tolerant of things that users might not like, because when you introduce new things, most of the time users don't like them. There's a reason they had never interacted with that stuff before. And so, you know, there are many platforms that, I would say most platforms tend toward the low novelty side. They give you just the stuff that they know that you like. And then the last characteristic that I'm going to talk about is specificity. Platforms can try to identify a small number of items that everyone will like. Kittens. Nobody hates kittens. Everyone will watch kittens for a few minutes. I don't know, Alyssa, she's a real cat hater over there. But,
I see a cat hater in the back.
I'm super allergic to cats. I just want to kick them whenever I see them. Go ahead.
Other platforms, and YouTube, I think, in their documentation, they describe this really clearly. They don't just want to find the content that you love. For any piece of content that they're going to recommend, they want to find the people who really love that content. And this creates some really big differences in the overall distribution of attention over that information ecosystem, because high specificity platforms tend to have just much flatter distributions of attention. So there's a lot of things that go like a little bit viral. Whereas low specificity platforms, they have like 3 things and everybody on the platform sees them. And so we put all of these characteristics together in what we call a feed card or a window sticker for feed algorithms. And this is sort of intended as a visual that is comparable and might actually convey all of these characteristics in a way that a user could understand. So that's everything I know about feed algorithms.
Amazing.
It took me a couple
I
years.
love it. So this is, I mean, imagine if we actually knew this, right? We intuit this about our algorithms. You've read the documentation, but the truth is no one is actually disclosing, right, their actual.
Well, maybe I should just mention very briefly how we built this. So all of the data I've presented today, all the information, this comes from company documentation, patents, leaked documents. The Facebook files are actually tremendously helpful in doing this for Facebook. There's leaked documents for most platforms, so I'll tell you, and academic papers. Because actually a lot of this stuff does come out in a variety of ways. The one platform that we were able to get really precise about was Twitter, because one of the first things that Elon Musk did is he open sourced most of Heavy Ranker. And so for X, we were able to just go look at the code. And that was very, very helpful for that. For the other platforms, it's a little squishier.
Right. But I think it's amazing, and I would love to have this ranking available on all of my algorithms, and I would also like to choose my algorithms based on this. So I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit about the recommendation from Alyssa's group. Alyssa, her institute has just come out with this report on how we could build better feeds. Basically, with a lot of former executives from the companies who build these feeds, who are now in academia, have come together and sort of build this idea of what would it look like to build feeds that were more pro-social, that were not just focused on engagement and sort of catching us in that sort of watching a car wreck mentality, which is what I think a lot of people view the harms of these algorithms to be. So I'm wondering if you could talk about how your work fits into that, or if we should just we can also throw it to Alyssa.
Well, so I think what is so great about the recommendations that the KGI developed is they really pulled together everything we know, the best science, and you know, sort of what recommendations we can take from that. And absolutely, I think a very sensible recommendation, something that we know, is that it does genuinely appear that engagement maximizing high-intensity algorithms do seem to be associated with a wide range of harms. I think what's difficult, and something that gives me a lot of pause, is we don't necessarily know how to change things to make them better. And I'll say, this is a concern that I have about low-intensity duration-based algorithms is a hypothesis I am very interested in testing is whether low-intensity, high-duration algorithms are associated with social media addiction. Social media addiction is not a diagnosed, that is like not a diagnosed thing, but certainly quite a few people seem to have problematic views with social media, and at least anecdotally, you know, looking at reports from users who experience this, the same platforms always come up as the platforms that are folks' gateway to social media addiction, and they tend to be platforms that have low-intensity, high-duration algorithms.
Which is YouTube?
Which is YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah?
Yes, super quick too, Vanguard. Just on this, like, not knowing what's going to be the implications until you actually do the research. So another one of the papers that's come out already was about virality. And so for that one, we got rid of reshares. That was our attempt to like have a treatment condition where, again, the control condition had the normal algorithm, but the treatment condition didn't see anything that was reshared, right? So if Laura and I are friends and Laura posts something and I see it, but if I reshare it, Julia, you're my friend, you're not going to see it. And that was the treatment group. Anyway, that was the treatment group. And so in that particular case, what we found was that did reduce people's exposure to content that had been flagged by Meta's third-party fact-checker program as being misinformation. So it reduces misinformation, exposure to misinformation, but it also reduced exposure to news, right? And so you go after this thinking, oh, we're going to try to target one thing that we might be causing harm, but these things have, until you actually do this and you see what the implications are when you make these changes to these algorithms, you don't know what other spillover effects it's going to have in this particular case. So I just wanted to, there's loads of examples of like that in the papers if you want to go check them out. But
Which is why it's so helpful that the platforms are limiting researcher access to their data, because I mean we need access to do those types of intervention studies.
Oh, I just realized I didn't do my disclosures.
Oh yeah, do.
I was employed by the Department of Justice. I have been a consultant for the Department of Justice. I'm currently an assistant professor at Northeastern University, part of the great American cartel that is academia. I don't, my research is primarily funded by foundations, but I do not take money from tech platforms because I study them, nor do I take any kind of privileged access to data. Yeah, I never have.
Thank you. Okay, Paul. So we're going to transition to AI because it seems like it's kind of big these days, I hear. And people are not necessarily as much reliant on their feeds, and they're turning towards AI for answers. I spent last year testing AI for the accuracy of its answers to election queries about really basic things. Where should I go vote in my zip code? And it was pretty terrible, all of them, at answering those questions, which was really disappointing. I did the testing throughout the full year and did not see improvement either in any of the leading AI models. So, Paul, you've been looking at how can we, what is the best way for regulators to intervene in making AI better? How can we create a world where it is incentivized to provide accurate answers? Because right now there's no cost to them if I go to the wrong polling place because they told me to go to the wrong polling place. So do your disclosures and then tell us about AI.
About 10 years ago, I gave a talk on the corrupting influence of corporate money in academic research at a company. And then I was silently, like, never invited back to that company. So I really applaud the Stigler Center on kind of the way they're leaning into these disclosures. I work for Georgetown. I'm a professor in the law school. Most of my research these days are funded by two Georgetown programs, the Fritz Family Fellowship and something called the McCourt School Tech and Public Policy Program. McCourt is Frank McCourt, who I disagree with fundamentally on just about everything he says about tech policy, but I do enjoy spending his money. Okay, I'm also a recidivist government regulator, so I've worked for the Justice Department, the Federal Trade Commission, and I think I'm currently employed by the Colorado Attorney General. I helped them write privacy rules 2 years ago, and it's like the mob. Once you're in, you're never out. So the first thing I'll say is I actually don't write much about social media and harms of social media, and so in a funny way I'm an interloper, but I'm fascinated by the work of these fine scholars. I'm also unburdened by things like peer review and empiricism and rigor. So if it's okay with Julia, let me say really quick hit things about the talks we just heard, and then I think in a way what I'm trying to do is have the AI intervention where I say I'm a little worried that this work is really important but will be less important over time. So my 3 quick hits really, really quickly is I'm just frustrated that we're still with these giant platforms where millions of people can talk to millions of people and there's no real business model around community. And so I'm actually, I have written, the one little thing I wrote was in a book called The Barons and the Mob by James Grimmelman and Charles Dewan. And my contribution highlighted subreddits and podcasts as these funny places with community identity and social norms and moderators and expectations. And so why don't we just get rid of the big platforms altogether? And it's funny to say subreddits as the like shining example of civilized discourse, but I often very much feel that way. Number 2, I was talking to Laura about this earlier today. We're about to have this wonderful natural experiment when the Court of Justice for the European Union basically tells Meta you are no longer allowed to use personalized advertising, and I think that's where we're headed. And so I hope you're both measuring exactly what that does to engagement. And then number 3, and Julia has written a lot more about this than I have, I hope and think what that's going to expose is this surveillance society we built on the back of personalized advertising is actually terrible for advertisers and terrible for publishers. And so it's primarily been used to buck up the business model of ad tech. And they're fine people who I think will find other jobs once their industry disappears. Okay. But in a way, I have leaned fully into the kind of AI revolution. I realize I've written, 10 articles on machine learning, and I am a erstwhile computer scientist. But I didn't consider myself an AI law scholar until 2 years ago, and now I'm writing a textbook on it, and I teach a class of 100 students. And so I think a lot about the kind of machinery of these large models, and in particular the large language models. I do completely agree with Julia's framing, which is, in a sense, people are going to learn to rely more on things like ChatGPT or Companion AI or Claude or whatever comes next, and in a sense, maybe break free from the shackles of the algorithmic feed because they're going to get their information in their community and everything else through the algorithms. And I hope you can hear me say that without thinking, oh, here's another AI nut job who has drank the Kool-Aid. I actually fundamentally believe something really different and important happened with the advent of large language models. I do think there was a step increase in power. I think it surprised experts, but I hope you can hear me believing all of that without saying, Terminator is right around the corner. But because of that, I've been hanging out with a lot of computer scientists to really learn about how these technologies are shaped, questions like interpretability and are there fundamental limits on what we can know about them. And so maybe I'll tease a few things and we'll see if in Q&A any of you want me to elaborate on these. The number one takeaway is it's astonishing how a large language model can be changed in fundamental ways with very little effort, very little input, very little money, and very little time. Right? These may be the most malleable artifacts of industrial production in the history of the world. See, unburdened by peer review, I can say things like that. And so if you compare it to telling someone to change the railways or change the telephone network, right? Or change the electrical grid, we're talking about micro pennies on the dollar for fundamental changes that we, and the we is a little vague, it could be the European Union, it could be a bunch of users who are really upset, it could be people inside the corporation, to take a technology, a large language model based technology that does X, and tomorrow make it do not X. And again, I'm happy to elaborate on that, but I want to say two things to me that flow from that. And again, I'm going to say this just to be provocative, but hopefully leave you wanting more. So one is, it's never been cheaper to comply with regulation. Never. Never in the history of the world for, an industrial actor who, has to change its operations. Even with the malleability of old school software that require these things called coders, right? Changing a large language model is so cheap. And so insofar as anything like the First Amendment, or for those who are real nerds with the law, the Dormant Commerce Clause, turn on this question of, maybe we can justify the law, but only if we can justify the burden. Well, the burden calculation is going to zero really quickly, right? It's going to be hard for companies to say that these laws are burdensome at all. And again, I hope that's provocative enough that you'll push me on it, and I'll give you some examples. The second thing, and this all falls under a broad umbrella of fine-tuning, is what the techies will sometimes call what I'm describing, or part of what I'm describing. For those who haven't done it, it is astonishingly non-technical, right? You use English sentences and paragraphs to change the way a large language model works. And I don't just mean prompt engineering, which I know a lot of you have looked into. I mean, like, to fundamentally change the weights and parameters of a large language model, you basically just give it a really poorly written SAT that you write yourself, and it will change the behavior of the model. And the reason I find this exciting, terrifying a little bit, but exciting, is it means for the first time in tech policy in the last 2 decades, the technologists are no longer in charge, or not by definition. That you actually could bring a broader set of humanity and a broader set of training and a broader set of people to the table to change the way the technology operates. And again, I mean that in government to company, but I also mean that within companies. Now, don't get me wrong, the technologists are still important, but they're no longer at the center. And so I call this my decentering technologists, which is, I think we're giving the technologists probably what a lot of them have always wanted, which is we kind of want to be the plumbers. We don't like that the weight of Western civilization or global civilization is on our shoulders. I think we can give that to them. I'm a little worried that that void is then filled by people with MBAs, but still, it might be a step in the right direction. All right.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is we actually have a chance to do our interventions to shape AI and make it serve the public interest, that policymakers don't have to fall for what they fell for in the social media world, which is 20 years of saying you don't understand, it's magic inside of our black box, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's still capitalism, so, right? I mean, I'm not arguing that we've done away with those incentives and forces, but I am arguing that we've expanded the toolkit. I mean, Alyssa Cooper on the last panel, who for some reason has been name checked 5 times already, she talked about this design model, like thinking about how to, and the heart of my research agenda right now is who gets to design, who's at that table, who gets to decide who's at that table, and I'm very interested in how large language models might allow us to broaden who's at the design table.
Laura?
Just to bring up the adversarial version of what you're talking about, because I am very glad that you are bringing up the good parts of this, but there are security parts that we should be very concerned about. And you are absolutely correct. It is very easy to adapt and fine-tune large language models. And the problem with this is that it is very easy for an adversary to do that in a way that is difficult to detect. And it's very easy for a censoring country to do this. There was a story that came out in TechCrunch a couple of weeks ago where we actually got a leak of some of the data sets that are used to train Chinese models with, like, here's all the things you have to censor. And I think what I find so difficult and so insidious about this kind of censorship or this kind of information control is how invisible it is. it is like the classic problem of covert censorship, where you don't know if the system doesn't know something or if it's been memory holed. And I think this is the only solution I know of for this problem is frankly going to be transparency. It's the same solution that I think we need to bring to bear for social media algorithms too. And that's where I sort of see a lot of the thinking about how we can make these systems serve society actually has a lot of commonality.
So Josh is actually doing some work on exactly this question. So Josh, do you want to jump in and?
Yeah, so I'm going to start at the end and completely agree with Laura that the solution is transparency. But Laura, and you guys have been talking about fine-tuning, what you do after the model's there. I want to just shift the direction of this conversation a little bit to think about pre-training of the model with the training data that's going into the model. We have talked a lot, and there's been a ton of attention since ChatGPT came out to ascriptive biases that come out of these models because of training data. The most obvious ones, like you ask it to give you a picture of a doctor, and it's a white male person, right, who is the doctor. Or if you train on, there's all sorts of things about ascriptive biases in these models. But one of the things that we're trying to think seriously about at our lab, and I'm doing, this is collaborative research as well with people at UCSD and Princeton and University of Oregon, is trying to think about what sort of institutional biases exist in the world that produce training data for these models. Because if you have biases in the type of data that's being used to train these models, that can translate into the output that comes out of these models. And as long as what goes into training these models is not transparent, we don't know where these biases are coming from. And this is, I think, a crucial role for scholars to be able to play here. So let me give you a couple of examples to think about here, and what I mean by kind of institutional biases. One thing to think about in terms of institutions is, for example, state-sponsored propaganda, state-controlled media in non-open, non-democratic regimes that is not behind paywalls because the people producing that want their population to read the state-controlled propaganda. Then you go to open societies where we've had this huge uproar about the fact that these large language models trained on huge corpuses of information produced by journalists. And rightly so, there's a kind of question about who owns the benefits from all of that content that's produced. But if the solution to that is that we paywall the free press and we keep open state-controlled media, what does that do to the content that comes out of these models, right? So that's one way of thinking about this sort of framework of institutions. Think about this another way. Imagine a situation where you're trying to get information from large language models about immigration policy in European countries. Well, in many European countries, you have far-right parties who all they want to talk about is immigration policy. And they are going to produce lots of information, lots of text, lots of video, lots of podcast recordings about immigration policy from a far-right perspective. But if the center-left and the center-right doesn't really want to talk about this issue because it's not a real winning issue for them, and they want to talk about other issues, they want to talk about democracy, they want to talk about taxes, what are the models going to learn about immigration policy? And in particular, what are they going to learn when you start querying them about immigration policy in that language? What's going to come out of this? So I think this is a particularly important case, and these guys, again, talking about the fine-tuning, but as an experiment, if you take, for example, an open weight model, and you give it a surprisingly small level of Chinese propaganda, it immediately begins to change its answers in Chinese to begin producing more pro-CCP answers to questions about Chinese politics. And the number of documents you have to give to these large language models to get it to change in this training phase is actually remarkably small. So we have a bunch of research in this regard that's going to hopefully be coming out soon. It's currently under media embargo, so I'm going to leave the discussion of it at this level. But I think this question about institutional biases of production of training data is something that we should really, as a research community, be focusing on. And I think as a policy community, when you are thinking about what sort of transparency we want to get out of these companies that are producing these large language models, we absolutely want the transparency on the fine-tuning, but we also want the transparency on what data is going into training them.
Can I quickly?
Yeah, and then we're going to Q&A.
So one really interesting thing about this, and if you're not nerding out hard on this stuff, it might have eluded you. Fundamentally, we all totally agree with the premise, which is people with access to fine-tuning can really control the models, right? And so in a world where these models are going to exist, we better fight like hell to make sure that there's transparency and that we're all at the design table. But the reason China can do what both of my co-panelists have described is the very reason that you know, a regulator you care more about. So like in a funny way, I think we're all arguing for democratic control and less totalitarianism, which is maybe a happy place for us to agree on. Because I don't think we can just wave a wand and make the large language models go away, right? As much as some of us might want to.
Okay, let's open up for questions. I think someone has a mic. We have mic runners on both sides, and up there on the right.
Hi, my name is Yana. I'm a Deputy Director of Platforms at NBC News. And to kind of tie this back to media, I just, like, what should the media be doing? You know, like, we have SEO teams to try to help us understand how to get Google search traffic. We have social media teams trying to kind of figure out how to, trick the algorithms on social media. And, you know, the algorithm always changes. And now should we have AI teams to figure out how to get our content in front of the audience on AI? You know, how can the media organization stay ahead of this changing landscape and kind of make sure that the content gets out there? Or should we do it like New York Times and rely on games and recipes to kind of drive more of the funding to help kind of sustain our journalism?
Julie, you're the moderator.
I mean,
you should answer that question first, right?
I don't know. I feel like games and recipes. But
I have thoughts.
You have thoughts. Go for it.
So I've spent a lot of the last couple of years looking primarily at TikTok data, and in a variety of studies, but you just wind up looking at a lot of content. And one of the things that I found most striking about whenever I look at like a newsy kind of topic, I see mainstream news content doing really well on TikTok, but it's not posted by mainstream news platforms. With very few exceptions, I think like the Daily Mail is right at the top of that. I will see like CNN videos, I will see NBC videos that have been like chopped up and TikTokified by someone else who takes your content, turns it into the TikTok vernacular, and gets a lot of views. And I mean, I think that as big media companies that have survived media transitions have done in the past, taking the thing that worked on radio and translating it to television, well, it doesn't. You know, you have to figure out the new vernacular. And I think that there are media companies, and I actually think things like Recipe and Games, that is doing a great way of meeting people where they are with, they want to play with their phones, and then sometimes they're also going to look at news and headlines. You know, that is keeping people engaged with a thing. They are playing in that ecosystem. They're following the rules of that space. And so I think that if media companies try to take what worked on television, or even take what worked on the internet and apply it in a smartphone era, it's not going to work. I think they have to figure out what works on smartphones for them.
Also, by the way, I do have a paper I've written for Harvard on what traditional journalists can learn from online influencers, and actually dives a lot into exactly the some of the things that we in traditional media could do more. And actually the main finding, if you don't want to read the whole thing, is that we take our audience's trust for granted and they work for it. Not always in good faith.
Julie, can I jump in quickly
Yeah.
on that one? Yeah, I mean, I want to say, so we want to get to a lot of questions, so I'm going to stay away from the social media and the general strategy. I want to say one thing about LLMs, though, and the chat bots, because if we were having this conversation almost like a few months ago, before we got these search-augmented chat bots, we would be very concerned that, like, even if the chatbots were aware of the NBC News reporting, all the things I was saying before about the importance of having high quality news included in the training data, you still wouldn't get any credit for it necessarily, because it would just spit out an answer to the question. But things have changed very recently, and sort of Perplexity was at the forefront of this, and it's the platform. Perplexity's been doing it for a while, but the fact is, the matter is that the other big large language models like ChatGPT are now doing these search augmented, what's called RAG models, where you're asking them a question and you can click on a button to have them search, but they're also just going out and searching. And this puts you in a conundrum. Because when those search results come back from the RAG, they're coming back with citations, which I think is with links to where they got the information, which I think is a fantastic development in terms of transparency. And it makes people who are concerned about hallucinations, it gives you a very quick recourse. And if you want the quick overview, you can just read it and you can look at what the sources are. And we know from other studies that source credibility helps people assess veracity of information, but you can also click on those links. But so that's where I think things get complicated, because you have this big pushback to keep your content away from LLMs because you want your business to be monetized off of what's happening. But if you do that, your content is not going to show up. And it's almost like it's been first you had Gemini showing up inside of the Google search results, but now it's like large language models are being kind of Google-fied. There are links that people can then follow through, and you want that traffic to come to you. So I think it puts a big, unfortunately, I wish I had a simple answer to this, but I think it makes it complicated for how legacy news media that is producing this high-quality journalism is going to want to interact with these platforms, with these large language models in this kind of search era of the large language models that we're in right now.
And I think it's also really interesting to look at which news outlets are chosen to be linked to in those, because anecdotally I feel like I see it's the ones that they have those licensing deals with. And so I think it almost begs the question about whether it becomes pay to play. And I think we also need transparency to answer that question. Over there.
Speaking of LLM augmented search, there's a whole conversation in the US v. Google case about the extent to which LLMs is affecting competition in the search market. I've reviewed a lot of the comments submitted to the British competition regulator, the CMA, who's actively investigating the state of the search market right now. And the industry line is that competition is white hot. You know, you read something from industry, and it's like you have the dominant player, but AI is changing everything, and the giant that's leading could be slain by Perplexity or something, right? Like, I guess I was curious to ask, like, what's your opinion of that? Like, how is AI affecting competition in search, and how does that maybe complicate the remedies conversation that's happening right now, literally in like a week or two?
I'll pass really quickly to the lawyer, but I think there was this Pew report that came out right now, and the bottom line is there's just not that many people using these LLMs yet, and there's even fewer that are using them for search, but it's early days, and that could change kind of really quickly. But there's a recent Pew report that came out about this, about percentage of people using LLMs at all regularly for acquiring news, and I think it was pretty low, but I'll pass to the lawyers.
Also, I mean, I think it's worth pointing out that the court considered and did not accept that argument. I mean, that was the counter argument in the Google search monopoly case, right? And they were like, nah, not really. So, I mean, we might have different feelings, but I think it has been already ruled on.
And I'm not going to come to the Stigler Center and say anything about antitrust law. I'm not going to. But I will say that, you know, and this is sort of an obvious point, LLMs are going to be everywhere. And so this dichotomy of search versus, I mean, you already have the annoying summaries from Google, but you know, 1 out of every 10 times, this is just me. I'm like, oh, that summary is all I needed to know. I have this deep-seated fear, like, is it accurate? But it's all I need. I'm not going to click on any links. Everyone's going to do that. Large language models are going to be stuck inside all of these technologies, and then the two questions just merge. So.
Next question, where are we with our mic? Over there. Oh, give it to Alyssa since she was called out.
Right of reply.
Yeah. Poor thing.
I'm just going to ask you a question about what you said.
Well, first of all, I think to your point, Josh, the Department of Justice does have an answer to this, because if you look at the remedies that they proposed in the US v. Google search trial, they proposed that publishers be able to opt out of having their content included in Google's models on a model-by-model basis. So you could like make your content available for search, but you could individually opt out of each LLM that Google ever decides to build. Who knows if that will remain in place when the judge rules, but there are approaches to that question. I was more intrigued by what I thought you proposed, Paul, which is that we potentially have this like flourishing of LLMs because everybody can sort of like rule their own. And I wonder how that interacts with the fact that for many of the sort of current experience that people have online is very much like a platformized experience. So you go to Google and it's like you can't get to any other LLM, you can only get to Gemini. And if you're using an Apple device, you're using Siri, and if you're on WhatsApp, you're using the llama-based Meta terrifying bot. So how does that really square? Like, don't you expect that people will continue to be sort of stuck in these walled gardens because they provide, because they have the network effect where you can connect to everything else that you want to be connected to, whether that's content or people or whatever, and then you're stuck with whatever they vertically integrate with?
Yeah, it's funny. This exchange is a like masterclass in privacy people talking to people who think more about competition. So my
Time strikes again.
My claims are not at all about kind of whether it will be siloed or not, or whether it will be, walled garden or not. I actually agree with you. I think it will be walled garden, and we're going to have a big fight between, a couple of market players, and someone's going to probably win. My argument was, if you have a muscular regulator at that moment saying, you have to redesign your service to do less of this, the company can no longer claim, well, that's really expensive. They can claim all sorts of other objections to it, like speech First Amendment. But they can no longer say, no, I wasn't thinking of people rolling their own LLMs and, running the llama model on their laptop. I don't think that's a reality. Moxie Marlinspike has this lovely thing about blockchain where he's like, we all want a provider to give us a fun UI to use these services. I think the same will go for large language models as well, sadly. Right?
Okay, we have time for one more question. Should we throw it to the always controversial Matt Stoller? No pressure.
All right, so I have more a troll than a question.
Why am I not surprised?
I have a question, but I want to start with a troll. So I guess one point about LLMs being everywhere. I mean, if you're going to put $500 billion into this model and into these, then it kind of like has to be everywhere, or else we've laid $500 billion on fire for super clipping. So I would just note that, saying, oh, well, if you want traffic, you have to give us our content for free, or you don't get the traffic, doesn't sound like a complicated question. It just sounds like coercion. But I have a slightly, and I think it gets to a fundamental problem, an intellectual problem that we have, which is that there's been a dense and rich conversation around conflicts of interest around advertising in media for 100, 150 years, right? How do we handle the fact that advertisers have an interest in what the media outlet says? And there are lots of ways to handle that question. Lots of, I don't think there's ever been a consensus on the right way to deal with it. But there are some broad theories. I'm not sure that there's been any sort of similar conversation among communication apparatus, and certainly not among algorithms, whether advertising provides a fundamental conflict of interest and causes people to promote antisocial products. So I wonder, how do you think about whether there is a fundamental conflict of interest with the purveyors of these algorithms and LLMs?
And you mean with advertising in particular? I want to make sure I'm...
Yes, advertising as a funding model.
I mean, can I just give it a shot here? Guys, I just feel like capitalism is also fundamentally not in the public interest, and so that is why we have constraints. And so I think you add constraints to a system to make it serve the public interest is sorry, I'm getting a little too broad here. But
Can I just so let me make it less abstract.
Okay.
We never had advertising funding telephone systems. We've had capitalism, and people paid fees to use telephone systems. They didn't get advertising.
We're
You know,
both
so that's-
looking at what, I mean, it depends on your silo, but we've been talking about this in the privacy community for 20 years, right? And so, you know, the ISPs, the telcos, they all have been doing deep packet inspection and more advertising all the time. And then you've got, you know, we've been having.
Come on, that's new. Like, take the question seriously.
But
right?
to take the question
I don't know
seriously,
what that means. Should I use a British accent?
to
I
take
thought
the
it was.
question,
I
I mean,
was.
no, they've been mimicking this new model of communication. You know, you
No,
go
but
back.
I mean, like, if you look at Zuboff and surveillance capitalism, and you know, Julie Cohen, and between truth and power, I think this doesn't mean that antitrust scholar. I don't know if you're an antitrust scholar are having this conversation.
but Paul, there is a fundamental mismatch in how these systems operate and how the people who control them talk about them. And so, to take the question seriously, something that, so I spent 2 years like reading source code and patents for algorithms, and when you do that, the thing that stands out is the business model drives the algorithm. So if a platform advertises, you know, fundamentally it sells advertising in a duration-based way, they have a duration-based algorithm. If they sell advertising on a click-through model, they have an engagement-based algorithm. So algorithms serve business goals. This is not surprising, right? But you also then have people who run these platforms who talk about their public mission, about how they're there to serve people. And they're not. If they're serving people for dinner to advertisers. You know, and so I think that's where, if there is a mismatch, that is the mismatch.
On the record, I did not think I was disrespecting you. I'm sorry you heard it that way. Come talk to me. Maybe your question confused me, but let's talk during the break.
Okay, guys, we will end it as we are all being served to dinner. Wait, to the platforms? Is that what's happening here? So thank you very much, and thank you guys for sticking with it a late afternoon.
contrast, there's this smaller site called Blue Sky. It has a much smaller audience, more partisan audience, but it's generally accepting of outbound links. It sees the value in them and the ability to set their site apart as a source of information and, you know, a marketplace of ideas, I suppose. And since the first of the year, as far as are concerned, at the prospect, our traffic is way up. Much of that is because, you know, there's a news-rich environment right now, but we're also unaffected by the effective loss of platforms that at one point did drive traffic, but which have been, you know, disinterested in that activity, and they've been more than replaced by an upstart with a very tiny user base. So, when you ask what can safeguard the marketplace of ideas, I'll tell you that one key is the existence of communications platforms that do not put self-interest above the principle of an open forum, and options that give publishers the opportunity to reach audiences without discrimination. Maybe that can be fostered through competition. Maybe that can be fostered through better public funding. Maybe that can be fostered through non-discrimination standards or other changes in market structure. Or maybe that's too much to ask in our commoditized age. That's what we're going to figure out on this panel in the next hour. So what role can government policy and law play to create this, what we consider a public benefit, which is you know, fostering of ideas? My panelists are eager to answer this question, so let's give them the floor for opening statements, after which we'll have discussion and time for your questions. I'm going to start with Madhavi Singh, and take it away.
Thank you, David. And thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I am delighted to be a part of this panel. In terms of disclosure, I am an employee at Yale University, and I'm also a contributing editor at ProMarket with the Stigler Center. Right, so those are my disclosures. In my opening remarks today, I want to focus on the role of law in shaping the marketplace of ideas, especially not as a passive after-the-fact response, but as an active constitutive force in changing business incentives and in changing business structures and thus shaping the marketplace. I feel like this distinction between the role of law as a passive after-the-fact response and on the one hand, and as an active constitutive force on the other hand, is a especially urgent distinction, because a lot of discussions around emerging technologies, even now, give in to the sentiments of free market thinking and presumptions of techno-optimism, and I feel like that's something we need to rebut. Right, so what is the role of law in shaping the marketplace of ideas? Some examples automatically come to mind, such as Section 230 and the First Amendment, which have obviously played a very big role. There are also other examples which Professor Paul Starr in the morning panel talked about, the active role that state has played even before the Sherman Act and before the First Amendment in shaping media and overall the marketplace of ideas. But the influence of law goes much deeper than that. So think about property rights, for example. On the one hand, users have no property rights over their personal data, which is a very important input in the digital economy. On the other hand, that same input, when it goes into the tech platforms, into the tech infrastructure and algorithms, that is subject to very stringent property rights. And one could debate all day long about whether this treatment of property rights, one way or the other, is right or wrong, or any alternative treatment of property rights is even feasible. But the point is that law is not a neutral bystander. Through both action and inaction, law plays a very important role in shaping the marketplace of ideas. Additionally, I think that there are two presumptions that I referred to in my opening statement about techno-optimism and free market thinking, which have been debunked over the last several years. So free market thinking, I think there has been a lot of work that has been done in the last several years, which has shown that the idea that markets are self-correcting and that law should intervene only occasionally, if at all, has largely been debunked. There is a lot of data which shows that there is widespread concentration in several sectors in the US, which has debunked this idea. And the second presumption, which I think now widely stands debunked, is the idea of techno-optimism, the idea that technological solution, every new technological innovation will solve all of our problems, will democratize access to information, will empower users, etc., is also something that has been debunked. You will recall that the internet, web browsers, social media, blockchain, all of these technologies made this claim. And to a certain extent, it is true that these technologies have managed to democratize access to information and empower users, but each of these layers of technology has eventually become consolidated and monopolized by private power. So I think both of these ideas of free market thinking and techno-optimism without regulatory intervention, I think those two presumptions stand debunked. The reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because I feel that a lot of new discussions around emerging technology have still not learned the lesson, and they still seem to be suffering from similar problems of techno-optimism and free market thinking. So let me illustrate that with two examples. So one example, of course, is AI. I think a lot of discussion, it was heartening to see what had been happening in antitrust for the last several years in terms of increasing enforcement. But now with AI, it seems that once again, the tides have turned. So for example, in the last few years alone, there have been several acquisitions by big tech companies of AI startups, and very little that regulators have done about it. So there are a lot of research organizations that have produced reports about consolidation in the AI supply chain, but very little regulatory action has taken place. On the contrary, some people might recall that in January 2025, a very large AI infrastructure project called Stargate, which was a $500 billion infrastructure project between large tech companies, was announced from White House. So it seems doubtful that when such a project is announced from White House, any federal agencies would actually be looking at the competition implications of such a large AI infrastructure project. So that's one thing. The other thing is we know that several essential inputs in the AI supply chain, such as chips, computing power, etc., already suffer from monopoly power and are consolidated. And yet, once again, regulators are not talking enough about the role that law, especially antitrust law, can play in ensuring that everyone has access to it on a non-discriminatory basis. So I feel like conversations around AI are once again treating innovation and regulation as a trade-off, and our law is not a part of the conversation from the beginning. I feel like we once again might find ourselves in a situation where 10 or 20 years later, we will talk about the mistakes that could have been avoided, the acquisitions that could have been avoided but weren't. So that's one example. Another example is the conversation around middleware or federated social media platforms. I believe people in this room might already be aware of what federated social media is, but I'll just quickly introduce the concept of middleware for those who might not be aware. A middleware is this idea of creating a new editorial layer on top of existing social media platforms. So it basically creates a marketplace of recommender algorithms. All of us, when we create a social media account right now, are tied to the proprietary algorithm of the platform. What middleware aims to do is that when you create an account on a social media platform, you would have a choice of algorithms to choose from. And previous panels, especially the one preceding this, talked a bit about it. But once again, in this conversation, I feel what's missing is the role of law. How do we prevent this new middleware layer or this new recommender algorithm layer from getting consolidated as well, right? So I think that's one big question. How do we ensure that the existing big tech monopolies in social media, they don't just prioritize or preferentially treat their own algorithms and give third-party algorithms a fair chance? So I think law has a very important role to play in a lot of these discussions, which is missing. I'll just conclude my opening remarks by restating that I think we should not give in to sentiments of techno-optimism or free market thinking. Law has an important role to play as a constitutive force and should be a part of these conversations from the beginning rather than a passive after-the-fact response.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Martin.
Thank you, David. I too am honored to have been invited back to the Stigler Center with my brilliant friend Andre Mir and Luigi Zingales. So I thank you for that. Let me take this conversation about policy changes and the marketplace of ideas to the 30,000-foot level, which seems to be where I live most of my life somehow. What we're calling the marketplace of ideas, the information sphere, has undergone a colossal transformation since the turn of the century. Access used to be restricted to people of a certain class and education. Today, 5 billion nondescript human beings have been crammed into that space for the institutions and elites who once controlled access to the marketplace. That change has been traumatic. The noise is unbearable. Anger, insults, outrageous lies fill the air. So the question inevitably arises, can we enact a set of policies that will return us to the old, serene marketplace of ideas? Can we ban hatred, enforce good manners, filter out falsehoods? This question presents no problems for authoritarian governments. The marketplace of ideas in China is pretty much exactly what the regime wants it to be. Many in that country have no idea that there was ever a massacre in Tiananmen Square. The democracies, on the other hand, are deeply divided on the question. Europe has enacted a battery of policies at the national and EU levels to limit what will be tolerated in the marketplace. Criticism of religion, for example, is taboo. In Germany, you can be arrested and fined for insulting online an elected official. Romania recently annulled a presidential election because of TikTok. Illegal content. Illegal content is a big new concept promulgated by the Digital Services Act based on justifying principles, privacy, hate speech, disinformation that were unheard of half a century ago. I mean, we can talk later if we want whether this kind of censorship is right or wrong. I believe it's useless. Like all reactionaries, the Euro elites see the world in static terms. The great transformation of the marketplace of ideas is ongoing. In fact, it's picking up speed. A generation from now, Google will be a distant memory. Facebook, if it's still around, will be the digital equivalent of a retirement home. AI will crash into established institutions in a way that will make the turbulence of the internet and social media feel like a stroll in the park. No regulatory regime can keep up with the speed of change. If you wall off Europe from new technology, you'll end up with a continent-sized museum of the 20th century, frozen in time like Venice, only infinitely less beautiful. It won't be a marketplace of any kind, and it will be largely devoid of interesting ideas. In the US, as you mentioned, the First Amendment is a foundational document of our information sphere. The EU-style censorship attempted by the Biden administration went sort of against the grain of our experience, failed precisely for that reason. Our governing policies, I'm sure has been mentioned at some point in this conference, is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. 2 lines of text, 26 words, that enjoin digital platforms to act as neutral carriers rather than editors of content. That's a worthy principle. But the threat to the marketplace, many of us believe, extends way beyond neutrality to what I would call gigantism and centralization. A handful of digital corporations with more wealth than many countries stand between us and the marketplace. We have to deal with them if we want to be heard. That's unhealthy for many reasons. They're big enough to ignore Section 230, and they often do. They can collude for economic or political advantage and have done so in the past. More dangerous to democratic principles, they can easily be co-opted by the government and be forced to impose an official line on the marketplace, China style, as the Biden administration tried to do during the pandemic, and the Digital Services Act is apparently trying to do today. So should we amend Section 230, break up big tech? I'm actually not opposed to that, but I haven't seen any proposals that make much practical sense. Let's remember that marketplace is a deceptive metaphor. It's a wildly dynamic system, not a static place. We should avoid the European mistake. Rather than try to control the present, we should be working to decentralize the future. For example, by promoting as many competitive flavors of AI as possible. How that can be done is a tough, tough question that I'm happy to say I have no time to answer now. So, thank you.
We won't let you off the hook that easy. All right, Andre.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Luigi, and all the organizers for such an excellent conference. I enjoyed listening to the speakers. Second, disclosure, I do not have any conflicts of interests, except for those with myself, probably. And I am paid by the marketplace of ideas, so all my liability is to my readers. My perspective is not economic, it's perspective media ecological. So unlike other communication theories that study what humans do with media, media ecology explore what media do to humans. So it's about media effects and enforcement that we experience using some media. I'm going to talk about the network effect and platform monopolism. Let's imagine you need to carpool from Chicago to somewhere. And nowadays what you do, you just use some carpooling platform. And if you put 20 requests on this platform and you get only 4 or 5 matches, and your need is met, is satisfied, you won't use this platform because it doesn't work. But when you put 20 requests and you get 16, 18, 20 matches, this means that this platform works. It's good for you. Right? When it happens, when you got the biggest, the largest number of matches, when everybody is on this platform, when every rider and every driver is on this carpooling platform, the probability of matches increase tremendously and actually till the maximum. So this is usually called the network effect. So people provide service to each other. Mathematically, it's described by Metcalfe's law, which says that the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of networked users. In other words, the more users then participate, the more connections they form, and the more each of them benefit from those connections. The more the merrier, right? What this means in terms of monopoly? In this environment, a new form of value emerges that has nothing to do with use value or exchange value, and it's actually has nothing to do with commodity at all. If you have good enough reach on a platform, you can sell anything regardless of content. There was a band and a group in Ann Arbor, not far from here. So they sold the tracks of silence on Spotify. They issued the album, Sleepify. Each song was 30 seconds track of silence, pure silence. And they called for their followers, just put it on repeat, and we will gather, I don't know, $0.50 from each listener. And they collected $20,000 for their concert tour. So they sold nothing, pure nothing, because of network connection. This value, again, as I said, has nothing to do with commodity. It's pure connection, and this value is provided by platforms. So the surplus value of platform is the reach, the scale of connectivity, and the second is user interface. How convenient is it? How it makes us addicted to it. And I would suggest a corollary to Metcalfe's law. On a single monopolistic platform that gathers all users, all possible matches become inevitable. So, and we can get the ideal platform. This kind of service wasn't possible in the offline world. We couldn't possibly have enough connections to satisfy all our potential needs or matches. In the digital world, it can happen, because we can be connected with literally everyone. On the platform, on any platform, users do the labor of swarming to each other. They create swarms, and the more users join to a swarm, the greater, the larger the swarm is, and the more it is attractive to other users to join. So we work for each other in it is more kind of marketing and providing connections because we market this platform to other people. So the idea is, my idea is that platforms naturally drive toward monopolism, which is beneficial for users. So monopoly of a platform is beneficial for users. We would benefit the most from only one Twitter, only one LinkedIn, only one carpooling service, only one Tinder, only one Facebook, because all the people who are interested in this kind of niche specialization would be on this platform, and it will be beneficial for each of them. So monopoly is a good thing. And besides, each monopoly, each niche platform makes user to do things for this platform. I try to illustrate it here. It was, if anybody remember, Dolly Parton challenge in 2020 probably. So she posed herself as a different kind of person on different platform. That's what I did. I do not use Tinder as a happily married, but I imagined if I were, right? So platforms dictate us how to behave in certain environment. Oh, sorry. So the last thesis probably for discussion. So platform naturally drive toward monopolism, which is beneficial for users, right? It carries risks. So the risk of global glitches. When everybody uses a platform and some technical glitch happens, so everybody shut down, like electricity grid, right? So everybody does not have electricity. Abuse of monopolistic power. Obviously, we discussed it a lot today. There are some corrective factors for platforms to grow. The growth of platform is inhibited by the niche specialization, like X, former Twitter, and Blue Sky. Right? There are political niches, conservative and progressive, and users split to those niche specialized platforms. It kind of inhibits the growth of platforms into a monopoly. And generational change. New generations of users come, and they do not want to be on the same platforms as their parents. They prefer new platforms. New generation of platforms come, and they offer new features, nice and attractive and addictive. Like MySpace was probably the first monopoly, a platform monopoly in the world, but when Facebook came, they offered different kind of digital features and ended the monopoly of MySpace. And there is one huge amplifying factor for platform monopoly that probably rarely discussed. Any monopoly seeks to gather all our activities. Whatever we do, we need to do on this platform. Like Facebook offers us marketplace. Facebook offers Thread, which is supposed to be the replacement for Twitter. Any monopoly wants all our activities. And it will be extremely convenient for us, actually. We do not need to remember many passwords. We do not need to use many interfaces and each time to readjust to a new interface. If we get a universal ecosystem for all our digital activities, through which we can use business accounts, we can do e-shopping, we can do dating, some vanity search, present yourself like celebrity style, living nice life users, or governmental services. If this ecosystem will emerge, it will be very convenient, and WeChat is the closest example to this, and others will seek to do the same. And the last one is regulation and regulation risks for platform. So any antitrust or anti-monopolistic regulation of a platform economy will actually decrease the benefits for users, because the same features that provide service for users, the same features provide this service for users. So each time anybody wants to decrease monopolistic tendency, it actually will decrease the service the benefits for every users. And also we have obviously the political abuse, the risk of political abuse. Regulation, the risks of regulation is as much great as political abuse by bad actors, which we have probably exemplified by Twitter files, all this story, right? Any attempt to regulate platforms, they bring another risk for political abuse. So I try to explore these ideas in my latest book. I have one. Anybody who wants to grab, it's open for you. Thank you.
All right, Andre, I want to immediately push you on this topic, because I think your hypothesis of a beneficial network effect always and everywhere kind of changes when the swarm of users are unable to view an individual's speech, in the case of what I was saying earlier, if it's in the form of a link, or unable to be exposed to certain ideas because of tweaks to the algorithm. So how do those beneficial effects get manifested if they are narrowed through the way in which that platform is presented to you as an individual? Isn't it the case for me as a publisher, I manifestly do not benefit from a platform with my links throttled? I don't.
Yeah. As you many probably heard about the switch from literacy to digital post-literacy, what I call digital orality. Like in oral society, before literacy, all people communication consists of requesting confirmation from each other. So it wasn't about content or ideas. It was creating tribal community, tribal unity. Right? And people interacting, linguists call it fatigue function of language. When we met our neighbor in the elevator, we can say, there is rain outside. This information makes no sense. Both of us were outside and know that's raining. We just established relations, tribal relations, so-called fatigue function. This was the function of communication in tribal community. And same things we do now on digital platform. We establish relations. Each action on digital platform is our request for affirmation by others. Whatever we do, we post links, we post ideas, we expect somebody like it, somebody likes it, or somebody will react somehow. This provides the huge tribal community, what McLuhan called the global village. Right? It's not about ideas. Of course, we're losing literacy, and it's a huge effect on civilization, which is a separate topic for us. That's why you probably think that I do not benefit from it. But you've got followership, right? You've got people who like it, who repost probably, who discuss it sometimes.
Not if they can't see it. I mean, I think that I want to take this out of the realm of tribalism, because this is more about a website that doesn't want people to leave. And so they don't want to post outbound links, right? So there's a network effect that is constraining the marketplace of ideas. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Okay. And I want to hear from Madhavi on this, because I think there's a bit of a differentiation in views here.
Yeah, I have so many thoughts on this. But I understand that network effects, platforms offer network effects, and network effects can be good for users, but we also know, based on a lot of work that antitrust scholars have done in the last few years, that they have taken it too far, to the point that, so the FTC's complaint against Meta outlines all of this. It is possible, and I understand the argument that Facebook became popular because of network effects, and because it was offering this great product that users loved, and everyone was on it, so it made sense for everyone else to be on it. But after acquiring this monopoly power, how did they abuse it? And that's sort of where competition regulators are going with it, that once you've acquired this monopoly power, Facebook, for example, illegally bought Instagram and WhatsApp, which the FTC calls it the illegal buy or bury zone. And every social media platform or anything that offered competing services people said that they existed in a kill zone, that basically either Facebook would copy your product or they would buy it. So I think it is possible that these platforms, because of network effects or because of economies of scale, acquired the market position that they did. But once they acquired that market position, they abused it. So that, I think, is part of what antitrust scholars are going with. And there are plenty of examples. The FTC's complaint talks about Vine and Circle and a lot of other platforms that could maybe have become big, but we don't know this but-for world that could have existed because Facebook didn't allow them to exist. So that's one part of it. Another part is like when you talk about regulation, of course, as an antitrust scholar, that is the primary thing that is being used. But I think another aspect of regulation is empowering the users who come into contact with these monopolized platforms. So I understand that some platforms will, that some markets will have some degree of consolidation because of network effects or because of economies of scale. In such cases, in order to avoid the negative externalities of monopoly power, what we still need is regulation that empowers the other side. So regulation that empowers labor, or regulation that empowers news publishers, users, etc., so they can fight for their rights when they come in contact with this platform that has monopoly power, which is inevitable. Yeah.
Andre, I can give you a little bit of time to respond to that. And I promise to get to you.
Yeah, I understand the conflict of interests. Martin Guri introduced this idea of the revoke of the public. The huge part of this concept is the institutional disruption. Right? And institutions obviously were created by printing press, top-down entity led by knowledgeable, educated people knowing what is better for the rest. And there was always opportunity for abusing this kind of structure, but it was established and society lived within it. But since society switched to other medium, different medium, with peer-to-peer horizontal organization at first, as it was internet at first, not now, old institutional order was disrupted. And now we live in conditions where we need to apply the idea of law, the rule of law, to things that are not institutional. I do not have silver bullet solution how to. They are morphologically different entity. The swarm and the pyramid, or the cloud and the pyramid, they have even different physical laws. In the pyramid, they have gravity, top-down gravity, heavier and down. And the cloud, it's gravitation that formed in all directions, right? So they are morphologically different. And this is a challenge for lawyers, how to apply laws to this entity. And actually, we experienced this kind of disturbance for laws or for traditions. Each time when we switched media, when we switched from writing to printing press, when we switched from printing press to electricity, now to digital. So far, lawyers somehow managed to handle these changes. Will they be able to do it now? I doubt. And not because I do not trust skills and expertise of lawyers. We don't have much time. Right. Because of acceleration of time, each era will become shorter, shorter and shorter.
Martin, I want to bring you in, and you talked about this whole concept of trying to impose manners on social media being a bit of a dead end, and I have sympathy for that, 100%. But I'm curious, just to understand you here, because you alluded to this concept of censorship, and you alluded to particularly the Biden administration, COVID, and also the DSA. Last month, a man with a tattoo of a soccer ball was sent to a Salvadoran gulag. The Trump administration is looking through social media of immigrant graduate students to determine whether they made certain thoughts so they would cancel their visas as a result. ICE just today, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, posted on X vowing to stop ideas at the border. How is that not the greatest suppression on free speech and free expression in the history of this country?
Now, I am not going to get into defending Trump because I'm not sure I understand what he's doing. But I can tell you this. I was born in Cuba, okay? And before I was 10 years old, I had experienced a right-wing dictatorship and a Marxist dictatorship. And I carried away from that two things into my adult life, which is, number one, the worst democracy is infinitely superior to the most effective tyranny. And number two, that freedom of speech should be as absolute as it can possibly be. And like I say, I'm not going to pass judgment on Trump. I have trouble understanding what's going on right now, but I have never experienced an attempt to silence certain opinions as happened in the last administration. It wasn't successful, by the way, because this swarm is too big. And I was in the government. I was in CIA for many years, and the government has no clue about it. But they tried. They did try, and they tried initially for what, as always happens with censorship, for worthy reasons. They didn't want people to get bad information about COVID-19 cures, but that pretty quickly slipped into, well, you know, the Russians are infiltrating, and well, you know, maybe the people who are this way think just like the Russians, and all kinds of satirical sites were being taken down, millions and millions of posts, hundreds of thousands of people. There's nothing like that going on today that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, I would submit that universities all over this country are being defunded because of speech. I think it's a clever evasion to say I'm not going to talk about what's happening.
Well, I think
but it's fine. No, it's fine.
I think yours is.
But I want to actually bring Madhavi in on this because, you know, where I agree with Martin is as an American, I kind of do find the question of the panel a little bit fraught. The idea that government can dictate rules for speech online makes me queasy. And how do you do that in the context of a First Amendment? What are because you're certainly asking for a more aggressive use of law and policy here. So, you know, respond to that.
So I wouldn't dare respond to a First Amendment question because I'm not a First Amendment scholar. I feel there are people in this room who are far more qualified to answer that question. But perhaps I'll talk about the use of antitrust to try to do this more in a more roundabout way. And as we know, the FTC has an ongoing investigation into the use of antitrust and whether big tech censorship amounts to an abuse of monopoly power or amounts to collusion. And I think that antitrust definitely has a role to play in sort of setting content moderation standards or doing censorship more or shaping the marketplace of ideas more indirectly. But its direct use is more fraught. So let me give a few examples of both of those. So on the one hand, we have cases like Google Ad Tech, and in one of the morning panels, there was this fascinating discussion about the role of advertising and how that has shaped media over the ages, including social media. And I think for that, the remedies that are imposed in the Google Ad Tech case would be incredibly important in shaping what happens with current social media platforms, but also going forward. Similarly, I talked about the FTC's complaint in the Meta case and the attempt to unwind Meta's acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp. Once again, I think that will have important implications for the marketplace of ideas. The more direct attempts to try and frame big tech censorship as a monopoly harm, I think that's more contested. And I understand there's a panel tomorrow that discusses the intersection of First Amendment and antitrust. So I don't want to encroach a lot on their domain, but very quickly, I think there's some very controversial questions. So we talk about the marketplace of ideas as a loose metaphor. But defining the relevant market in antitrust is a very different exercise. You're looking at substitutes in terms of products and services. And so, for example, both Google and Facebook do operate in the marketplace of ideas. But whether they offer substitutable products and services is a different question. They offer some substitutable products, like, let's say, ad tech, etc. But a lot of their services are not substitutable. So the defining relevant market in this context is going to be a fraught exercise. We have already seen that happen with digital platforms where defining relevant markets has been extremely complicated. So that's one part of it. And another part of it, which we have seen, is that capturing non-economic harms in antitrust has been extremely complicated. A lot of very good work has happened in this space, but like in terms of tech censorship and speech harms, and whether antitrust can capture speech harms as an antitrust harm that it can remedy is a very complicated exercise. So for example, what is consumer harm in this case is the exclusion of ideas.
But does it have to be consumer harm? Like I've been reading some interesting stuff from former FTC officials with this idea, and maybe others on the panel can ask about it too, or discuss it. If a platform decides to deplatform a user, is that a vertical foreclosure that harms competition among content creators. So like me as a content creator is now being harmed because my speech cannot get a fair reading in the marketplace ideas against another. And is that an unfair method of competition?
You don't even have to go that far. A user could argue that not being exposed to this great variety of opinions is a consumer harm. And as a user,
harm. So you're looking at it from the consumer,
even,
not the individual who's deplatformed.
So you could. So that is another contested question, whether antitrust should look at stakeholders other than consumers. But even if we were to not look at others, groups other than consumers and look at purely consumer harm, which is like an easier point that most people do agree with, that antitrust is in fact concerned with consumers. If you look at just consumer harm, what is consumer harm? Is it the idea that I am not being exposed to the entire marketplace of ideas and someone's idea has been excluded? Or is it the other thing, that not enough content moderation exposes me to a lot of violent content or trash or spam, etc., and that degrades my consumer experience? So that's the consumer harm. So it's a very complicated question about what actually amounts to consumer harm and how antitrust can deal with it.
Andrea Martin, do you have anything on this? Or I can ask another question, but if you had something.
Yeah, regulation, the topic of our panel. So I need to connect all these crazy ideas. So, which I expressed. The merger of democracy with digital media draft two main roads to regulation, for regulation. So democracy is mostly about freedom, and digital media is about personal data. So personal data are gathered and they can be collected and used for surveillance and control of behavior, commercial and political. Right? So the merger of democracy and digital media offers us two roads for regulation. First is anarcho-tyranny, and the second is anarcho-totalitarianism. Anarcho-totalitarianism mostly European way right now, and anarcho-tyranny is for Europe now, and anarcho-totalitarianism is for the US probably. What is anarcho-tyranny? When all law-obedient citizens that are digitally controlled, they are punished for the aggressions, and those who escape law, they're outside of regulation. And anarcho-totalitarianism is when anarchical ideas, essentially anarchical ideas, imposed by totalitarian digital means. That probably we can see signs of it in politics now, when idea of freedom are imposed, like the tariffs policies, and dismantling institutions, right? So it's kind of a sort of anarcho-totalitarianism. In terms of regulation, these are the possibilities that we have. How to convert it into law? I think it's mostly like threats. So we need to think of this anarcho-tyrannical and totalitarian tendency in digital. Can we handle it?
Well, let me ask one more question to you, Martin, and then we'll go to your questions, so get them ready. You mentioned AI in your opening remarks. I mean, every digital platform is in the midst of this very costly transition. You know, talking about social media in some sense feels like fighting the last war. Do you think that offers a reset in terms of how to think about these kind of questions? And how do you reckon with the point that those in possession of the most data do have a first mover advantage in training their models, in developing AI?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an antitrust expert, and I think that a lot of harm is done in intervening in marketplaces for the best of reasons. But it seems to me that it is possible conceptually, and if it can be done, I would be very much in favor of it, to broaden the technology that drives AI as much as possible, so that there could be as many startups and as many flavors and as many, say, political points of view that are driving it, because every AI gets trained, it's not neutral, it gets trained on some opinion, and in the end, it's going to reflect this opinion with an Olympic voice that sounds like it's coming from heaven, right? So you don't want those opinions sound that way and then have one or two that are more or less the same. You want as much of that as possible. I said it was a tough question, and mainly I'm not a lawyer and I'm not into antitrust, but I think it's some highly intelligent person, some regulatory equivalent of Elon Musk should sit down and figure out how does this work in a way that, in our next generation, we don't have like 2 AI platforms and telling us what to do, but we have 100.
You're in luck because we have very intelligent people out here in the audience. So let's go to them for questions. I'm going to go to Cynthia. Oh, I did mean Cynthia. We'll get to as many as we can.
The panel was framed in terms of the ability on the platform to reach as many users and provide a link. It seems like Twitter offers you the ability to reach as many people as want to see your content. The fact that you can't provide a link doesn't mean that you don't have a platform to find it elsewhere. It seems like the real question being asked here is how do we make sure that the content that we view as proper or desirable gets the largest market share? How do we make sure that the things that we want to promote reach the most number of users? And is the current system doing that?
I just want to say I was talking about that purely in the view of a publisher who has a business to run. There's a marketplace of ideas, but there's also, business case. Does anyone want to answer that question?
Well, I mean, I have to say I haven't had that experience. I publish a lot. I'm a writer, and I publish anywhere I can, and put links anywhere I can. I've been pretty agnostic about that, and I had not noticed that they're all outbound links to Twitter, X. And I had not noticed. In fact, that my experience has been that that's probably the best source to get traffic into, for example, the free press.
I can find you the link. I can show you the
link I believe
where
you.
Elon admits it.
Yeah. I actually would like to see that because it has not been my experience.
Okay, Derek.
I want to impose a little bit of structure, if I could. I keep hearing about two conflicting ideas, but they're almost used in the same sentence. One idea is the word monopoly, which I've heard across the day and heard in this panel too. So the word monopoly is not just a word, it describes mechanics. And the mechanics of a monopoly is that you constrain output. You have so much market share that you constrain output to raise prices. Now, I can call a horse a chicken, but that doesn't mean that that four-legged animal is going to lay eggs. Using the word monopoly comes with a whole set of connotations and denotations. I think what people mean is a big firm I don't like. Because at the same time that I hear about monopoly, I keep hearing about lots of different platforms that people could be on, that there's actually choice. You could use TikTok, you could use Twitter, you could use Facebook, and there's also this element of competition across platforms that appears to be very real and therefore not be monopolistic. And so then I wonder, well, what is the harm that is being done? And here I'm old enough to remember when there were 3 TV stations. And you got the NBC Nightly News and the ABC Nightly News and the CBS Nightly News, and they all basically had the same news. So are we saying that we now have less information to choose from than we had before? Or are we saying that we have information that we can choose from, some of which we don't like? I just want to be clear as to what we mean when we use words like monopoly and what we mean when we use words like misinformation.
Madhavi, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So I think this is one of the very first questions that I understand antitrust scholars dealt with when they tried to use antitrust to regulate digital platforms. And I think you're absolutely right. We do exist in a world where we are part of several different digital communities and digital platforms, which all seem to have a lot of power and therefore are called monopolies in their own rights. But I think that is because as consumers and as users, our experience has become more complex. So while you are absolutely right in saying that we call Google search a monopoly and we're also calling Facebook a monopoly, how is that possible? I think that because most discerning digital users see them as different. So we go to Facebook for a very different experience to connect with friends and to consume that, and Google search is used for a very different purpose, which is why traditional ideas of defining the relevant market and market power also failed in these scenarios. In fact, one of the reasons why the Digital Market Act was passed, and European scholars in the room can correct me if I'm wrong, was also because it became extremely complicated to define digital markets, to define a relevant market and show market power. And yet people in their lived experiences realize that these tech platforms, they have a lot of power across different layers and in many different ways. So that's sort of how we refer to monopoly power. It has, I agree that it has become very difficult to distinguish them. They do compete in some ways, and yet we also realize that, at least in some contexts, they have a lot of power to shape the experience of users, but also to exclude rivals. So yeah, I don't know.
Other questions?
Thank you to everyone. Following on from what he said, even though I wanted to speak before that, you know, we've been talking about protection of free generation and circulation of ideas, and there's something suspicious about these conversations. They're relevant, and it's great we're having them, but it's suspicious that, like Guri was trying to say earlier, we're focusing on just this administration. Bearing in mind I'm Nigerian, and Nigeria looks to America for, I mean, the rest of the world looks up to America, your democracy, your media, and all that. And nobody wants America to fail. So it's not partisan when I, you know, for people like me who comment on these things, I'm neither Democrat nor Republican. I just want an America that works and is, you know, is working well enough for those of us who want to come here to do things, to do it, excel and leave if we want to, or stay. So when we say we're ignoring everything that happened in the previous administration, we're ignoring the fact that Jack Dorsey at some point was in charge of Twitter and promoting ideas that are not favorable to many people, you know, probably in this room. At some point, he banned the Nigerian president for commenting. Those things happen. We had a situation where your president was ill. I worked for a news organization in Nigeria when our president was ill, brain dead, and yet the country was running without us knowing who was running the country. Contracts were being assigned, and we saw the same thing happening in America. And I've been listening to conversations over and over again, and nobody's commenting on those things. We're just focusing on these things. And like Gubri was saying, I'm Nigerian for decades. You come to America, you could be chased back at the border. They look through your phones. Different administrations have done that. But everybody's, you know, we're here, and so I find this conversation suspicious. How committed really are we to the free generation and circulation of ideas, or are we just committed to those ideas we feel should be pushed forward, which is what is beginning to look like, especially after I observed the interaction where Guri was trying to share thoughts that I share as a Nigerian and African. I know what we've seen. As he was saying, coming into the United States has never been easy. I know people who have been detained, turned back, after flying all the way from Nigeria. So is it possible to make these conversations less suspicious, more authentic, go beyond the hatred for Trump, which I understand completely, look into the things the media has done wrong, like totally ignoring the fact that your president was unwell and contracts were being signed, the country was running. We still don't know who was running those countries, and all of a sudden Trump appears like the devil. Can we not have those honest conversations about things that have been going on in the United States? Censorship of platforms. The United States government says, don't allow this published, don't allow these things posted, and I'm not hearing these things. And so as a Nigerian, somebody who admires America and the things your country has achieved over the centuries, I find these conversations very suspicious, and I'm wondering how really are we committed to the free generation and circulation of ideas that are not our ideas.
I'd love to hear from the panel. This gives me a good chance to have Richard John be happy with me, because I'm going to quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes and his dissent in Abrams versus U.S., where he said, "The ultimate good desired is better reached by free trade in ideas, that the best test of truth is the power of the thought to get itself accepted in the competition of the market. And that truth is the only ground upon which their wishes safely can be carried out. That, at any rate, is the theory of our Constitution.
Can I answer that? Please. First of all, yes, I think I'm going to carry you with me so you can argue my arguments for me. I also am not a Republican. I also am not a Democrat. And I also think that, number one, the struggle for free speech, those of us who come from countries where it's a little shaky or gone, it's never easy. It's never easy. And I'll have a quote too. We in this country have had this issue before. John Adams imposed what were called the Sedition Acts, which basically said that defaming the government, telling lies about the government was against the law. People were put in prison, newspapers were shut down, content was censored, people were put in prison because of that. Jefferson ran against Adams, defeated him, and in his inaugural address, this is what he said: if there be any, I always carry this with me, if there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this union, all right, subversives, or change its Republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is free to combat it. So I believe that as long as you can lie as much as you want, and that has been traditionally the way the United States has handled its information sphere, as long as the rest of us are there ready to point the finger and say that is wrong, and let me tell you why.
Rich. I think this is the last one.
Made a very good point. The First Amendment had very little consequences for law until the First World War. Thomas Jefferson's heirs, his admirers, they censored literature dealing with slavery. They tried to make it illegal to discuss slavery in the North. Jefferson's position on free speech in that one very political moment does not even account for what Jefferson believed, and Adams was very concerned about foreign threats to the Republic. The foundational document, as Paul mentioned, really is infrastructure regulation, which as Madhavi Singh has said, is there right from the beginning. Regulation doesn't come in later. Regulation is there from the start. It's Post Office Act 1792. That structured the information infrastructure. Oliver Wendell Holmes is speaking at the time of the First World War, great conflict, concern about syndicalism, radicalism of various kinds, and he's thinking back to the Civil War, when the Union and the Confederacy were different fighting faiths, and they managed to work it out. He's not thinking of a modern data-driven, and that was a new idea, and that market of ideas, as John Durham Peters, others have argued, has very little to do with 19th century American history or with the founders. But the question is, I'm provoked by Andre Mears' invocation of the Jasper's axial age. And as we know, Graeber argued that the axial age was a response to introduction of money. And are we not about coinage? Are we not about to see a revulsion against the coinage of our own day, which is data? And a popular challenge to data, which is comparable to the rise of Buddhism, Hinduism, Isaiah, Judaism, and eventually Christianity. In other words, is that, if that the epochal world we're living in, we're going to see a fundamental transformation. But we cannot continue to mythologize American history with these silly stories about free expression in the 19th century norm. It just isn't true. And as a historian, I'm just obliged to call that out.
Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, you go? Oh, you want me to quick show? Yeah, that's very specific, Chairman. Thank you for I think the Jasper's idea of the actual age underestimated now, underappreciated now. So I could agree, I could accept that the money was the source or cause of the actual age. But in terms of media ecology, this was the alphabet. The time frame of the actual age precisely coincide with the invention of the alphabet. except for China and India, which did not use the alphabet, but there was some phonetic tendencies in their writing as well. So this is the book. I tried to speculate on this idea about the axial age. Now we experience the axial age in reverse and in the accelerated speed, because the axial age was the movement from orality to literacy through writing and the alphabet. Now we move, and it lasted like 6 centuries, right? Now, in just 2 decades, we moved back. We reversed the axial age in accelerated speed. It's like, yeah, probably we will lose the semantic functions of speech even, because we can see some oral tendency when we use digital, like emojis. Emojis is interjection, right? It does not have semantic qualities because it directly represents what it signifies, right? So this is the digital orality. So we became so much tribal that we even reject sometimes, we reject language. Younger generation does not use words when communicating because digital devices handy, offer very conveniently, do not use words, to use some smiles, emojis, and figures and so on. So we move in kind of not even pre-literate to pre-literate era, but even pre-speech era.
Great. That's all the time we have. Thank you very much, and we will get to the next panel. Oh, I am supposed to ask, there were surveys in your folders, and I believe we'll be going around and collecting. Yeah. Make yourself heard. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, David.
感谢你们。
TV Law School. And now my disclaimer here, that I'm not here to defend the Brazilian system. It certainly has lots of shortcomings, as any content intervention has. But I think it's worth trying to make sense of it and understanding what lessons we can draw from it, as it's really dynamic in a way that's dealing with disinformation in elections. So in my 7 minutes here that we agreed, I'll briefly address the Brazilian experience with disinformation in elections and trying to make a little sense of it. So I start with this image here. Some of you may have heard that last year, X was banned for about 6 weeks in Brazil. It was a big clash between X and our Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decided to take down certain profiles and a few posts of X that allegedly was threatening the federal police in Brazil and the democratic institutions. X resisted and said, no, we're not going to implement this, and actually fired the legal representative in Brazil and said, we're not going to implement this. And then the Supreme Court imposed fines, daily fines on X, which kept not implementing it, decided to ban it, and ordered the telecommunications operator to coordinate with the telecommunications regulator to coordinate with the operators to block it. And that actually happened in Brazil in late August until October. In October, X backed down and implemented the orders and also paid the fines. After that, the Supreme Court released the blocking. So that's what happened. That's the type of clash that's happening in Brazil between platforms and courts. And why is that? How did we get to that point? That's what I'd like to do, and let me step back for that. So first of all, why Brazil matters? And I think it matters for a few reasons. First, it's big, 7th largest country in the world in population, 10th largest economy. Second, it's hyper-connected. More than 90% of the households have some connection with the internet. More than 100 million users in WhatsApp, more than 141 million users in Instagram, almost 100 million users in TikTok at this point, and more than 20 million users in X. So people like social media and are very engaged in social media in Brazil. It's also a young democracy, so in the past 40 years, we've been a democracy since 1985, after 20 years of dictatorship. So this is also part of our context there. And it has a very peculiar court system that's a court-based content regulation system, which is a real-time experiment for discussions on disinformation, misinformation, and all types of messy issues that come up in elections here, especially in election periods. So this system is put together for election periods, and it has approximately 3,000 judges and 3,000 prosecutors allocated to oversee fairness of elections. And they rule on discussions on fairness of elections during this period of elections. And this includes evaluating the veracity of different forms of political advertisement. So electoral courts enforce content-based regulation is striking down content that fits in the legal standards of disinformation. And what are the legal standards here? So courts have the authority to strike down content that refers to facts, quote, known to be untrue, and or facts, quote, severely decontextualized. These are the legal standards at this point. Also, in the last elections, they acquired broader powers to deal with disinformation that may affect, quote, again, integrity of the electoral process. So information that, for instance, was challenging how the electronic polling was working with baseless arguments about how it could be rigged and so on and so forth. So this was the debate on the legal standards, as you know, very broad legal standards here. And of course, the system brings big challenges, many challenges, and I'll not have the chance to go through all of them in this presentation, but I'll just discuss two levels of challenges here. The first level, of course, with any content-based regulation here, is deciding what content to strike down, what actually fits these legal standards that are so broad. So there are lots of difficulties here. It's a case-by-case ex-post content moderation. So there's no previous analysis of any content. Content's published, and then it's brought to courts to take decisions about them. Who brings that? Political parties, candidates, prosecutors litigate about content here that they consider fake or untrue. There's a very large number of cases, so we did a research in the 2018 elections trying to filter and to actually see the full universe of decisions. We found more than 1,500 decisions dealing with online disinformation alone. Okay, so besides everything else that these courts were doing. So these are lots of decisions taken in 4 months, basically. But still, it's a scratch in the information environment, right? It's nothing if you think about the degree of information that's circulated in an election. And then finally, these decisions themselves, they become part of the information environment, of course. So they're debatable, right? So they're challenged by those that are being restricted, And they will say, well, it's censorship, the courts are really taking down content that they shouldn't. And those that are actually arguing for the untruthness, right, of this information will say, look, I was right. I mean, this information is baseless and it was out there. So this becomes part of the public debate and the political debate. A second level of challenge here is really that even if courts get it right, okay, so let's put a parenthesis here. I know that it's very debatable, but even if it get it right and say, look, this is really outrageous, baseless information that's not based on any fact, and it's just creating lies, right? Enforcement is extremely difficult and dependent on the platforms. They depend on the platforms, and if you see here this big table, sorry, I was just moving here, not there. This big table is the Supreme Court Justice sitting with all representatives of the platforms before the elections and trying to build direct channels of communication, saying, look, we're going to have these decisions, we're going to have to enforce it very quickly. That was the key issue here in coordination. And of course, potential clashes come up as well, as an X clash, and also a Telegram clash. There was Telegram was refusing to appoint a representative in Brazil, and so it was threatened to be banned as well. And then it appointed a representative in Brazil there. So, what happens here, and what are the potential good points and the potential weaknesses or shortcomings of this model? Of course, one big potential shortcoming is dealing with content itself. As we saw in the previous panels, this is always challenging, always difficult, and this is what the courts are trying to do in real time. Yet, this is a system that's open to multiple parties. It has expedited decisions, so decisions are taken between 24 to 72 hours by judges. Rulings are public and appellable. Courts are used to balance fairness of election and freedom of speech. I mean, they did that in a world previous to the internet, and this was part of the discussion, the debate with broadcast media, for instance. It's insulated from the party in power, so this is not the government, it's not the party in power that is taking these decisions, and the takedown orders are temporary during the elections only, and they're lifted after the elections. So this is how the system works. What are the shortcomings or weaknesses here that we see? The distinction between facts and opinions, of course, gets blurred in polarized context. It's extremely charged during the elections. The open-ended standards that I mentioned lead to a lack of coherence in precedents. So many times we see precedents that don't fit together and decisions that don't fit together. Expedite time frames generate superficial decisions, which is clear that if a judge has 24 hours to decide, it's going to be very superficial the way they react. The willingness and capacity to litigate influence the outcome. So those that are willing to challenge the most in court will probably get more decisions taking down content. So it becomes a race to invest in this litigation. And monitoring is costly and inherently limited. So there's clearly a scalability issue here as well. And one additional point is that there's a slippery slope here. I mean, once courts get into this direction, I mean, depending on how courts can be skewed in one direction or another, it could lead to negative outcomes as well. So let me pause here before the discussion and hear my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
非常感谢，谢谢。我是否在前进？谢谢。我当然知道。
I'm a professor of economics in the College of Management in Israel. I'm also the academic director of the Louis Brandeis Institute for Society, Economy, and Democracy in Israel. And I'm going to talk about the situation in Israel. Using a bunch of research projects that we're working on. In terms of disclosure, I'm also the in-house legal commentator of the financial newspaper from the Haaretz group. It's called The Marker. I've done that for many years. I've been a journalist for many years, aside from my academic position. Okay, so I guess we're starting from a very high point at the moment because we've had all the discussions today. And I guess what was interesting for me over the lunch discussion, Tom Ginsburg mentioned that the U.S. is exporting social media platforms to other countries in a way that's exporting First Amendment as well and Section 230 as well. And I think what we're seeing is that in our countries, we need to deal with the consequences of this product that we're getting. Israel is experiencing a democratic backslide. If you're following Hungary, Poland, Israel, then you see more or less the same playbook being played. Now with the Trump administration, I guess you can see a lot of similarities. I'll touch on that in a minute. Okay, so things that you need to know about Israel. Since 2023, Benjamin Netanyahu has returned as prime minister, returned to power with a right-wing, I would say, some would say, illiberal coalition. And all in all, I think he's been in power for 13 years on and off in the last 25 years. The current government is immediately, actually, started with a wave of private legislation that was rushed through the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. What you can see here is actually the first 4 months of private legislation and coalitions over the last 50 years. And you can see the surge in the current coalition in 2023. I would argue that this is the equivalent of executive orders in the United States, with what President Trump called historic speed. But this was 2 years before Trump. Poland has a similar graph, actually, if you look at what happened there. So you could say that immediately as the current government came to power, the government started changing the political, the governmental system in Israel. Other things that you need to know, since October 7th and the Hamas attack on Israel, Israel is at war, still is at war on several fronts. Currently, 59 hostages are still being held in Gaza. Approximately 20 are presumed to be still alive. And negotiations between Israel and Hamas, with the American broker, is going on. There's a judicial overhaul that's going on with strong public opposition during this process, and social media is a very important battleground in this context. Okay, why is Israel unique in terms of we're looking at the things that we're looking at? Okay, so first of all, Israel is highly divided. Israeli society is highly divided, and it is under real existential threat. There's a very high usage of media platforms in Israel. There's a very young population, so most young people are getting their news not from legacy media anymore, but from the platforms, from the various platforms that they're using. The intense crisis, the war means that a lot of people need information. They need it all the time. They want to know what's going on, and they search for this information on social media, and they get it from friends, they get it from the platforms, through peer-to-peer or other platforms. Additionally, Israel is a key battleground for foreign influence campaigns conducted by the Russians, by the Chinese. A lot of them are conducted by the Iranians. With our experts that we work with at the Brandeis Institute, detected dozens of foreign information influence campaigns over the last few years on various issues, basically trying to polarize Israeli society, regardless of what the topic is. Plus, during the war, there was a record, unprecedented number of spies, including Israelis, spying for Iran. Usually they were recruited over Facebook and then activated on other platforms such as WhatsApp, Signal, and Telegram. And this was so unusual that The Economist devoted a whole piece for this event. By the way, the Israeli government is also conducting campaigns, the current government campaigns of manipulation public opinions. That explains perhaps why there are no serious legal measures taken to control the information space in Israel, not even on issues that have to do with national security. Instead, what we see is that the government just goes to the platforms voluntarily, asking them to take down information, including information that has to do with national security, with the war, with Meta mostly complying, and X and TikTok with the lowest rates of compliance. Okay, so this is more or less the background of what's actually going on in Israel in terms of the scene, of the political and democratic scene. What I would like to point out here is that in the situation of a democratic backslide, what you don't see usually is a complete takeover of the information space with censorship like you see in China or in North Korea or Iran. So what the government needs to do in order to control the media space is basically control the media. And so what we can see the government doing is manipulating public opinion through the use of social media platforms. But it started beforehand. So I want to show you data. I'm very short-sighted, so I hope you can see this, right? Yeah, not this one. Here. This is data from 2022. What you can see here is data that we collected about the beneficial owners of legacy media, all major legacy media groups in Israel. And what you could see that at the time, with the help of Netanyahu and with Netanyahu's great happiness, almost all media organizations in Israel were owned by beneficial owners that had non-media economic interests that were significantly larger in the valuation compared to the value of their media group. The ones that are in red are media groups where we actually know, we have actual evidence that the beneficial owners intervened and corrupted media reporting. Now, the interesting thing is not only that almost all media groups in Israel were controlled by beneficial owners that had significant other economic interests, but when we looked at the regulatory interests of their non-media business, we could see, it here, everything in red means that there are media owners that are supposed to be competitors but actually have the same regulatory interests vis-a-vis the government. So basically, this was a way for Benjamin Netanyahu to induce compliance from legacy media until the early 2020s. At the same time, Netanyahu always tried to introduce new owners to the legacy media, owners that had the same ideology as his government. What we can see later is that at a certain point, Netanyahu moved to social media platforms. He did not have to get rid of all the former beneficial owners of legacy media, but introduced, first it was a newspaper owned by Sheldon Adelson. That was in the early 2010s. But then that became less important. He introduced Channel 14, owned by a media tycoon called Mirishvili. That's more or less the Israeli version of Fox News. And this channel is used to produce a lot of content on social media platforms that is pushed forward by bots, by various trolls, and basically captures a lot of the information space and drowns out anything that is pro Netanyahu. Now let me finish this introduction by showing you a really short video clip by Netanyahu. Just from I could have chosen from any time, but this is just from 2 weeks ago. It's basically Netanyahu's version of that press conference where Elon Musk and President Trump were talking together, and Elon Musk was explaining that if public administration makes the decisions, then you're living in a bureaucracy, not in a democracy. Now, I remind you that Israel is at war, there's a hostage situation, and Netanyahu, I hope you'll be able to see this. I'll just show you, it's in Hebrew, but you'll get the drift in 10 seconds.
但你在10秒内就会明白。
Right, so he just starts saying, okay, there is deep state in Israel, that's a public administration. They're left-wing, left-leaning. We're an elected right-wing government. What they want me is to be this plant, right? They want to make the decisions. And then he goes on over about 70 seconds in a very funny video clip to explain that public administration in Israel should not be trusted. And this went viral, of course. It goes on to Netanyahu's own Twitter account, X account, which has more than 500,000 followers, and then to his entire machine of propaganda, and becomes a very viral tool of influence. I'll stop here, and then we can go back to that. Thank you.
非常感谢。土耳其的情况怎么样？
How
我
are
有很多
things
话
in
要告
Turkey?
诉你。
Oh, I have a lot to tell you about that.
大家好，很高
Hi
兴成
everyone.
为今天最后一
Glad
场
to
小
be
组
the
讨论
last
的
speaker
最后
of
一
the
位发言
last
者。
panel of the day.
非常感谢我们所有的小组成员。
Many
芝
thanks
加
to
哥
all
大
our
学和斯蒂
panelists,
格勒中心
to
邀请我们来。
University of Chicago,
我之
to
所以说回来，
Stigler
是因为
Center for having me back. I say back because I
去年我
had
很
the
荣幸成为
pleasure
Stigler
and the honor to be a
研究员。
Stigler Fellow last year. I'm
我
an
是一名
independent
独立记
journalist.
者，
I was
我
a
在 TurkeyT
news
最大
anchor
的
in
私
one
人
of
新闻
Turkey's
网络之
largest
一
private news
带领
networks
新
for
闻
a
主
decade
播10年，
until
直到9月底，
end of
抱歉
September.
，2023年9
Sorry,
月。
September
从
2023.
那时起，
And
我一
since
直以
then, I've been
独立
working
自由
as an
撰稿记
independent
者的身
freelance
份工
journalist.
作。
Disclaimer
免责
and
声明，我想这可以作为免责声明。
well, I guess it
我
serves
现
as
在
a
不隶属于
disclaimer.
任
I
何新
now
闻机构，
am not affiliated
但我
with
确实为独
any
立的土耳其新闻
news
机构做出
organization,
了
but I
贡献。
do contribute to independent
新闻媒
Turkish
体
news outlets,
大多
mostly
是数字
digital.
媒体，比如
Those such as
BBC 土耳其
BBC's
语版
Turkish edition and others that are
以及
based
其他一些全国
nationally.
性的媒体。
So that
所
being
以
said,
我想用我的
I
7
would
分
like
钟
to
时
use
间，
my 7 minutes.
作为一名记者，
And
我
as a
没有幻
journalist,
灯
I'm
片，
without slides, so I guess
所以我
that's
想
just
这就是我
how
们
we
的运
roll.
作方式。
I would
首
like
先
to，first
我想
share
和
a
大家
brief
简单介绍
overview
一下
of
土
the
耳其的
Turkish
情况，
context with you, and
然后
then
为了节省时间，
focus on 3 main
我集中
points
讨论3个要
in the
点。
interest of
首
time.
先是土耳其的
So
情况，
the Turkish
我
context,
会给你
first
们一
I'll
些数
give you
字。
some
这个
numbers.
国
It's a
家
country,
有
the
8700
population
万
is
人口，
87 million,
平均年龄
median age
33岁，这是一
33.
个联
It's
系
a
非
very
常紧
connected
密的社
society.
会。
I'll tell you more about it.
我会
Internet
告诉你们
penetration is
更
about
多有关互联
88%.
网普及率的信息。
Over
大约是
75
88%。
million
截
internet
至今年
users
初，
in the
土耳
country.
其有超过
As of
7500
early
万互联
this
网
year,
用户，
nearly
将
56
近
million
5600
people
万
aged
18岁及
18 and
以上的
over
人活跃在
were
社交媒
active
体上。
on social
它是
media.
热爱 X
And
的国
it
家之
is
一。
one of the countries
热爱
that
社交媒体，才是
loves
X
X,
的国家
loves
之一。
social media. We're in
我
the
们排
top
在
10
前10
when it
位，
comes
我
to
相信我们是
countries
第
that
7位。
use X. I believe we're the
WhatsApp
seventh.
使用 Instagram、
And
TikTok
WhatsApp
和
use
其他平台
Instagram,
也
TikTok,
很
and
受
other
欢迎。
platforms are also very popular.
所以
So it's a
这
very
是一
young,
个非常年轻的
like
国家，
Brazil in that sense,
就像
young
巴西
and
一样，在这个意
hyper-connected
义上，
society
这是一个
where
年
the
轻且
digital
高度
realm
互
is
联的社
also
会。
deeply
数字领
polarized
域
and
也存在
deeply
着严重
political.
的两极分
And I'd
化
like to
和政治
articulate
化。
that,
我想
focusing
阐
on
明一下
3
过去10年左右的3个主
main
要点，
moments in the last
以及我
decade
为什
or
么选择它
so, and why I chose them
结束
when it
我
comes
们
to
谈
explaining
论
what
的是
kind
什
of
么样的
battleground we're
战
talking
场。
about. So
当我们
much of the discussion
这
when
次
we
会
were
议
also
的准备
preparing
工作
for this
还包
session
括
was
社
about
交媒体的用
what
途，
is the use of social media.
它
Is
是
it
否有助
is
于
it
扩大言论自
helpful to
由，
expand freedom
或
of
者是否
expression,
限制
or
了
does
言论
it
自由？
restrict?
请记住，辩论的主题是。
Please keep in mind that the debate that
在
is
这个国家，
being
我
held
们
in
听
this
到了来
country,
自国际
we're
学者
hearing
和记
echoes
者的
as
回忆，
international scholars
有
and
很多相似之
journalists.
处。
There
所
are
以，
lots
我们
of
谈论的社交
similarities,
媒体
so
并
it's
不是一
not
个遥
a
远的背景。
far-flung
context we're talking about, social media is very much a battleground, very much a dual arena. In Turkey, it is useful and essential for dissemination of information, to mobilize dissent, for independent journalism, but at the same time, it is also the place where rampant disinformation circulates, where you have echo chambers, and it's hard to have an objective, fair, balanced discussion about national events, and it is also a place where surveillance has become more sophisticated thanks to the availability of digital tools. Three key moments in the last decade or so where we saw the role of social media evolving in Turkey. Number one, 2013 Gezi protests. It started as an environmental sit-in at the heart of Istanbul. You might remember this was following Arab uprisings in the entire Middle East and North Africa region. That's why the international media was looking at Turkey, or is Turkey next, Turkey next. It started as an environmental sit-in, but turned into a national protest. That was a time I guess for the first time in near history, where social media was used widely by protesters to mobilize, to disseminate content, organize protests, and for the government too, at the time, it was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call in the sense that this is not just a social tool, but it is also an important arena for political influence. Moving forward, the second point from near history that I will mention is 2016. That is when the Turkish government, Turkey, survived a bloody coup attempt. There we saw the trend being flipped, by which I mean this time it was President Erdogan himself who joined a nightly news broadcast, famously via FaceTime video, asking his supporters, asking not just his supporters, everyone who stands against coups, because Turkey has a history of coups, not necessarily voters of his party, but everyone who was in principle standing against it, to take to streets. Not to stay at home, but take to streets and stop coup plotters. So this time, he was the one who was rallying people to go out to the streets. There we saw a very different use of social media than 2013 Gezi protests. This was, it was the government asking citizens to go out and stop the coup. And after that traumatic event, we see, now in retrospect, it's becoming more clear that the state moved to consolidate digital power, and I will tell you more about the pieces of legislation that passed recently, which speaks to that moment. Finally, 2025, just a couple of weeks ago, this is going back to Judith's question, what is happening in Turkey. March 19th is when protests began, again in Istanbul, after the arrest of the mayor, who is also Erdogan's top contender in the next election cycle for presidency. It started in Istanbul, but spread to the rest of the country. It's mostly Gen Z driven. It's powered by Instagram, X, TikTok, and other social media platforms. How were they used? Well, viral images spread on these platforms, viral images of solidarity or brutal crackdowns, or in certain circumstances, police being in solidarity with the protesters. So we saw all of that on social media. It was very, very instrumental in the last couple of weeks. But we also saw the government, the authorities, responding with reducing internet bandwidth during peak hours of protests, restricting access to this kind of footage or images or information regarding the protests. And the 2022 disinformation law, which I will shortly tell you more about, was most of the time the basis for these kinds of actions, and detention of participants to protests and everything else followed. So the reason I mentioned these three moments, 2013, 2016, and most recently the protests in Istanbul, so that's 2025 March, is because these moments show that social media in Turkey is not just a social tool anymore, but it is a space, it's a terrain of struggle in a way. It's a space where citizens, states, and platforms are constantly negotiating and renegotiating what legal boundaries are, legal and political boundaries are. So that is the function of social media in Turkey, which is why I want to refer to three main points to give you a sense of what the country has been through. The second big point I want to make is about regulation of social media in Turkey and beyond. It is a contentious issue in Turkey, like the rest of the world. Two major pieces of legislation that I will mention. Number one, the 2020 social media law, as it is informally called. That law requires platforms to have physical representatives in the country. Before that, they did not have. And appointing local representatives mattered because the government or authorities couldn't find anybody to talk to directly when it came to certain requests, take down requests, or use or store user data in Turkey, or comply with other content requests. So that was an important step that was taken with that law. Authorities at the time framed this as a necessity for digital sovereignty and platform accountability. However, critics warned it gave the state vast powers when it came to moderating online speech. Second piece of legislation, which was more controversial in a sense, 2022 disinformation law, again, as it is informally called. The disinformation law, it really prompted a big national debate in the country because It criminalizes the spread of fake information, fake news and disinformation. By the way, yes, disinformation is rampant in Turkey because we all know, thanks to growing literature and scholarship, that in deeply polarized societies, disinformation circulates faster and is more effective, and Turkey is a perfect example of that. So yes, disinformation is an issue, but what is the right way to tackle it is still an important big question. So the law itself criminalizes spread of disinformation, spread of false information that could incite public panic. And there are prison terms that could be applied when individuals who are involved in these activities are found and arrested, if need be, according to law enforcement. So it also expanded Turkey's official media regulators' powers, and it also includes now the digital space. In the past, it was mostly mainstream news outlets, radio, television, newspapers. Now it's also the digital space. The problem with this was, and critics rightly argued, is who decides what is disinformation and what is not disinformation. So again, in a very polarized place where, according to your political perspectives, you could have different understandings of what truth is and isn't, determining what disinformation is also not a very easy task. It introduces a very dangerous ambiguity to the whole debate, especially when it comes to, say, criticizing the government about disaster response, or with a very high cost of living crisis in the country, how about inflation statistics? Do you rely on what the government says? Do you rely on what independent academics say? Who decides what is disinformation? So that's why this continues to be a contentious topic, and the disinformation law continues to be one piece of legislation that's still being debated. I wanted to bring up these different pieces of legislation to give you an example about how regulating online speech is very much an issue in the West and in non-Western contexts as well. So that's one thing to keep in mind. That brings me to my last point, which is about big tech and the dilemma of free expression. Just take X, a very quick example, which also ties again to this question about Istanbul protests. It has been very instrumental. X has been very instrumental in recent wave of protests. I played a key role organizing the protesters and rallying around certain hashtags and creating and disseminating viral images, moments of solidarity, moments of violent crackdowns, all of that. It did circulate on X. But we know through the public statements by X, Global Government Affairs, that the Turkish government requested the takedown of about 700 accounts, including some of them included women's rights organizations or student organizations, journalists, other civil society entities, as far as we know from the public statement. X also made a statement saying that they were siding with free speech, so they were supportive of free speech, but de facto, we also see that certain accounts are suspended. Their viewability is restricted in Turkey, but still accessible abroad. So there is the ambiguity there about what was publicly said and what we see in practice. And in protest, a lot of users are now migrating to Blue Sky just to protest Musk's X in Turkey. So this is a question about whether platforms protect speech or restrict it, especially when they're faced with legal pressures in the national context in which they operate. I guess it's both, and Turkey is an example of that. Same goes for Google News. I can articulate in the next rounds of the discussion, but independent digital outlets are very important in terms of breathing oxygen into the Turkish information ecosystem, because due to pressures on press freedoms and financial and political pressures newsrooms have been dealing with, a lot of journalists are now operating in the online space. YouTube channels, digital news websites they have an important followership as well. But with the algorithms and the opaqueness of it, their revenue and their reach is very much affected by the decisions. So it continues to be another problem when it comes to access to news and dissemination of information in the country. I guess I ran out of time, but one final thought, if you allow me, and I was dying to say this. It's just based on my experience working as a journalist and covering international news. That was my beat for nearly 2 decades. There is a tendency to exoticize, fight for democracy, and fight for fair standards in non-Western contexts. I do hope we drop that. And I'm so thankful to Stiegler because we have this space to have a better and more frank conversation about the fact that we're actually all in the same fight. The contexts are different, the actors are different, the stories are different. Yes, some democracies have issues more than other democracies, but still the same fight. So I do hope that this conversation and conversations such as this allows us to explore that commonality better, because it's actually about protecting freedom and protecting truth at the same time. I'll stop here. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Afsin. Actually, I wanted to ask you, Joel, as I know in the past few years we see a lot of protests in Israel as well. What do you feel the share of social media in it, and do you share the same views as Afsin?
So I'm really skeptical about social media platforms as a tool for meaningful dissent, aside from actually injecting some voices into, dissenting voices into the information space. I guess serious protests have to happen on the ground. And we know that from Arab Spring, that social media platforms can be a tool for getting people out, for having them take part in protests. But I'm still, and I'm reading a lot of research that has been done on this, and I'm still not convinced that, at least at the moment, social media platforms are a meaningful tool for getting people to successfully engage with declining democracies or autocracies and actually achieving a meaningful changing protest. Maybe I'll be proven wrong in the case of Turkey, but I think when you are part of the dissent, then you're probably in your echo chamber, thinking that there is a voice for dissent and that it actually matters. Now, people do go out, but when you're in an autocracy, then the government is surveilling everything that you're doing. The police is going to wait for the protesters when they arrive, and they will know exactly what kind of protest it's going to be, and how powerful it's going to be, and what kind of force they need to be prepared with in order to stop the protest as it is. In a way, when I look, that's now my optimistic side. I'm looking at Israel compared to other countries, and in Israel we've been able to stave off the democratic backslide, not 100%, but over the last 2 years, it took longer than it took Viktor Orban in Hungary and the Polish law and justice. And one of the reasons, I think, is the ongoing weekly protests in Israel, sometimes daily protests in Israel. First of all, Israel is a small country, so it's easier to protest. If you're living in Chicago and you want to protest in DC, it's a problem. In Israel, you just drive for half an hour and you're surrounding the parliament. But the other thing is the fact that there is no surveillance of what the protesters are doing. Over the last 10 days, Netanyahu is engaged in a judicial battle to oust the head of the Israeli internal security services, the Shabak. And it turns out, and this guy and his predecessors all came out and revealed that Netanyahu asked them to use, it's like the Israeli FBI, right? To use the powers of this organization to follow the protests. And they all refused because they are all civil service people with the ethics of civil service that is not supposed to be politicized. And this is probably one of the reasons Netanyahu is trying to get rid of the current head of the service. And if he does, I think you will see the chilling effect that some of you are feeling now in the United States, the kind of chilling effect that people are afraid of. Because they know if they go online, if you use WhatsApp to go to the streets, the government will know who they are and may retaliate in the future. So I'm kind of skeptical, and I think what we need to think about is not how to use social media as a power of dissent, as they are now, but rather to clean, to clean the way as Barry Lin said today, we need to induce anti-discrimination measures so that all voices get the same chances, not only dissenting voices.
Thank you so much, Ido.
Anti-dissenting voices.
Kayo, earlier on when you started to speak, you mentioned about Brazil's latest move, and Brazil is one of the first democracies to take on tech giants in a serious way. Most recently with the temporary suspension of X, assessing its sovereignty. I wanted to ask you if you think it was an effective move, and also I wanted to ask you if you think it's a model for other countries seeking to assert their digital sovereignty.
Thank you, Judith. So I do think it was effective in that particular circumstance, in the sense that Supreme Court issued a decision, X did not comply, the ban kicked in, X actually backed down and complied with it. So it showed at least that Brazil was relevant enough for X that it would comply with that decision. So it was effective as a way of implementing that particular decision. Regarding the model of dealing with disinformation in elections, I think it's very messy and certainly not, I think, my first suggestion to any other country. I mean, I think you should have made a disclaimer of like, don't take it at home, don't try to do it at home, right? Because it's super complicated. I think we're in a slippery slope. It's difficult to implement these standards. Although I do think that having independent courts coming to this discussion, right, and openly discussing what's the impact of certain contents on the fairness of elections, I do think that this brings lots of insights to the discussion. So even though if you don't buy the model in the sense that, well, we should have courts doing it, it's costly, it's difficult, it's still, I think, a major and important experiment for us to understand what's really happening. I mean, so things like repeated offenders, right? Disinformation that's coming from the same sources, the ways that this information is organized, the ways that the court learned that some types of disinformation during elections, for instance, challenging the integrity of elections themselves, is particularly harmful, right? Because then groups are opening up the possibility of actually challenging the elections themselves. And that became part of the debate. By bringing that from the Supreme Court, that becomes part of the debate. Whether challenging whether the electronic ballots are working or not, without any factual base for that, if that's reasonable. Right?
It also echoes what has happened in the United States in that term.
Exactly, to a certain extent. But the wholesale model, I don't think that's really a replicable or the best option. I do think, and I think it was Lisa Cooper that mentioned earlier today, that moving up on the scale, right, and going upstream more to the design solutions than to content regulations, probably where we could build better solutions in general. Said that, we discussed the DSA today as well, right? I mean, it was enacted in 2022. We're in 2025. We don't even know if it has any impact so far. And we would go through 2 presidential elections discussing these types of issues in Brazil. So it's messy as well. It's not easy to go up the scale, I think, on this. So I do prefer design solutions, and I think non-content intervention is usually better. So transparency, using trusted flaggers as in the DSA, and all these types of solutions that will somehow address the spread of disinformation. But I do think that what the Brazilian model brings is an honest, independent discussion about what type of disinformation is impacting fairness of elections, and I think that's relevant. I think just saying that let's not talk about this because it's content issue, I think that doesn't work, and I think we need to have this type of conversation, and it's urgent. So that's my view here, Judith.
If I just may say, design solutions are great, but we don't want them to be done by non-democratic regimes. And some countries just don't have the time to wait for the results of research on the DSA in terms of their democratic backline. Right?
Absolutely. I'm getting signs here that we need to move to Q&A, and I've noticed we have Stefano in the audience. Maybe you can tell us about what's happening in Italy.
Thank you. I don't know where we are in terms of democratic backsliding, but I'm curious about your experience as well, because in Italy, basically, we have a government and the Prime Minister. She stopped having press conferences with journalists, and she uses only digital platforms to communicate with the general audience. And the surprising development was that the owner of one of these platforms, Elon Musk, became a major player in Italian politics, which is quite surprising because he's quite a busy guy, but he has time to interfere almost not daily but weekly in Italian politics. And basically he became close friend of Giorgia Meloni, the prime minister, and then very close friend, I mean maybe too close friend, and then he became a supporter of the other leader of the center-right coalition, Matteo Salvini, who is maybe the far right we have in Italy. I mean, we have different nuances of far right, but he's one of the far right we have in Italy. And he spoke at the Congress of his party supporting his leadership. And what is most surprising, Elon Musk basically challenges the authority of the President of the Republic in Italy, which is something that nobody has ever dared to do, because the President of the Republic is the most popular person in Italy. And he has repeatedly, I mean, at least in 3 occasions, challenged directly him. So I don't know how to deal with that, but journalists are totally disenfranchised in this situation, because they are supposed to comment what happened on digital platforms and what Elon Musk does, and we have no direct access to Elon Musk. There is a strange guy who pretends to be the representative of Elon Musk in Italy, and he's something between a hacker and whatever, and he's indicted for corruption, so that's the situation. So I don't know how to react to this, but I was curious, for example, what happened in Brazil, because we mentioned the clash between Elon Musk and a judge, basically a single person, and what happened to the political landscape, how the government reacted to this, because Elon Musk was not happy of Lula's government, but what happened? Because in Italy, the problem is that we have Elon Musk, the government, and nothing else in between. And journalists are totally, I mean, we watch what is happening, it's quite fun, quite scaring, but we cannot have any direct role in it.
Thank you, Stefano.
Yeah, I can react to that. So I think here we have the Supreme Court, right, and have a justice of the Supreme Court in this clash with Elon Musk. And of course, there's also these sympathies going around, right? So to a certain extent, of course, there is the business model of the platforms, but to a certain extent, there is these relationships going on as well. And of course, Elon Musk was alleging that X was being censored because it was related to far-right discourse. So it associated this with an ideological view. The government actually pretty much watched here and implemented the decision when the ban was taken, right? So the Anatel, the telecommunications operator, was the one that coordinated the ban with the telecom operators. So the government didn't really get engaged in this particular discussion. But then you have the follow-on on this, which is, I mean, you have recent, I think it was February, that Truth Social and Rumble actually sued this Supreme Court justice, saying that it was abridging or trying to abridge the freedom of speech of Americans. So there is a lawsuit against the person of the Supreme Court Justice of Brazil in Florida, I believe, going on here. And this was exactly in the same day that Bolsonaro was indicted for being part of the coup in Brazil, or the attempt coup in January 8th. So it was kind of like the symbolic reaction to what is going on, and it was indicted before the Supreme Court as well. So I do think that there is this broader relationships at the ideological level that's going on as well with the platforms. And I do think that courts are playing an important role in the Brazilian system, with all the difficulties, with all the complexities of dealing with content, but still standing up to like being in the middle of these relationships and saying, look, we need to have some view over how this is going to impact democracy. And Brazil was really close to a very big backlash, right? I mean, we had this attempt coup in January, and then there was this investigation that really found out deep involvement of the president and its aides and in the whole issue. And it's now on trial, in a criminal trial before the Supreme Court. So that's where we are at this point with all these relationships in the middle of it. So I think that's what we're seeing.
Thank you, Kyle. I see we have more questions here.
Yeah, my name is Tim Wu, and I'm interested in the history of propaganda and censorship. And I want to ask a question about Israel, and it's sort of more a question about the playbook, but I want to see if I've got this right. So if I've got it right, the government or the ruling party is less interested in using sort of classic, what you might call classic censorship, which is where you ban certain forms of information and imprison the people, and more interested in voluntary, I guess first of all, some voluntary restraints, then also sort of flooding the zone with propaganda and taking advantage of maybe more of scarcity of attention than other things, to try to make sure that all information is out there and reaches everyone. I want to see if that's right. And is it right then that, in a sense, that free expression principles are important to protect the propaganda mechanism? In other words, so that there aren't ways of trying to control propaganda techniques. I don't know if that question makes sense to you or not. But in other words, does the government have a sort of free expression approach that goes along with the propaganda approach? And is this description correct?
I don't think the government has any, there are legal mechanisms to deal with propaganda, if that's what you're
Maybe my question hasn't got
but Israel is similar to the situation with Maloney, in that sense that there is no interaction anymore for the government with legacy media. So you don't have accountability anymore, right? You're just talking and propagandizing your position as prime minister directly to your voters, your audience. By the way, Netanyahu only interviews to Channel 14, the Israeli Fox News, and 2 years ago he was still interviewing with U.S. media, but U.S. journalists started asking tough questions. They did their job, so he stopped that. And now he's only using.
Maybe I have a better another question. How does he, if he does, make it, make sure that his content is reached more, the population than rival content? Is there some method to do
bots,
that?
Trolls, and sock puppets.
I don't want to dominate.
Netanyahu has in Israel what is known as the poison machine. Okay, he's the only politician that have a poison machine. We don't know who is financing it, but one thing is for sure, he controls social media. So when you look at his social media activity, you see that there are tons of bots and avatars and sock puppets. Everything is coordinated. You can see how they work, and they dominate the space. It's on TikTok, it's on X, it's on Instagram, it's on Facebook, and recently it's moved also to Telegram. None of his rivals in Israeli politics get close even to have 5% of the traction that he has on social media. And in many ways now the entire media landscape is dominated by two players, which is one is social media and what we call the poison machine. Now the poison machine is very effective in doing one thing. If you are emerging as someone that challenges Netanyahu, and it doesn't matter if you're a politician or a journalist or a civil society person, you know that the army of trolls and bots and sock puppets are going after you, and they will find something in your history, and they will humiliate you, and a lot of people just want to stay away. Now, going back to Dr. Baum's research, the other powerful, the only legacy media in Israel which is still has traction is the TV channel. And that TV channel, like Ido showed us, is owned by the Coca-Cola monopoly in Israel, which is also, it's a very big business that is, any moment, regulators can rein its power. So they play a game that sometimes they look very adversarial, but everybody understands that they are adversarial to one point, and some of Netanyahu's sock puppets are very much present in all the TV broadcasts.
If I can just respond as well here, this seems very close to the description that the media in Brazil had to what was called the hate office, which was like this office right by the president in the presidential palace, allegedly run by his son, that would coordinate social media in a very aggressive way with bots and the whole ecosystem there. So, and this was really mapped by media in different articles, and very effectively, and much more effectively on the right-wing side than any other player in the discussion. And then we're seeing that even after Bolsonaro left power, how the right-wing kept organized in a way that reaches much further. So let me just give you one example. We had a couple months ago, or a month and a half ago, this congressman in Brazil who is 28 years old, the most voted congressman last election, 1.5 million votes. He had a post that was basically disinformation about a new policy of the government to monitor instant payment. Okay, just in a way that monitors other financial transactions, now it would monitor instant payment in a certain way, like other financial transactions. And then suddenly this guy issued this video saying, look, no, the government's going to tax instant payment, right? So we're going to pay taxes on instant payment, which was not part of the discussion. It was not anything like that. It's scammy, okay? Exactly. No, he was actually saying that the government had announced that it would tax, that this was part of the discussion there, and that this would lead people that were kind of informal in the economy to be taxed as well. So it was really like trying to spread panic of something that was really a light governmental, reasonable, or just business as usual for government. This video reached 300 million people, just 300 million views in 3 days. Okay, just like an amazing viral video. The government backed down from this decision immediately with this video, right? So it was really impressive how far this video went and the impact it had on policy decision at that point. So this is really, and that's my point here. And you can debate, Luigi, if how fake this is or how bad this disinformation is. What I'm saying is the use of social media by the right is so organized and it's reaching such a viral impact that is really clearing the agenda for the policy discussion. That's what's happening.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say one closing remark, and we're done, and we can all go to dinner. In times like this, marked by geopolitical turmoil and the rise of new tech oligarchy, with nearly unlimited power, many choose to keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass. My hope is that those here today will choose differently, that we will speak up, as Barry Lynn calls us to do earlier today, because in the face of the erosion of truth and freedom, silence is not neutrality, it's complicity. Thank you very, very much, everyone.
Good evening. For those of you online, good evening from Chicago. In a beautiful spring day in Chicago, is an oxymoron. And thank you for joining us in the room and online. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Luigi Zingales. I'm the faculty director of the Stigler Center, faculty member of Chicago, and one of the organizers of this conference. Tonight, we're delighted to host a keynote conversation with the chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Andrew Ferguson, and the University of Chicago professor, Eric Posner. Thank you both for being here and making the time. Before we begin, a few notes. First of all, we are on the record and live streaming, and we will post all the conference video on the Stigler Center YouTube channel. If you have questions for the speakers, we will address them in the last 15 minutes or so. Please wait for the microphone before speaking so that everybody also online can hear your brilliant questions. As usual, views expressed by guests are their own, not those of the Stigler Center or the University of Chicago. We hope that you will join us for the remainder of our conference tomorrow, which will continue in live stream. Also, we invite you to check our website for more details, as well for the Stigler Center publication, promarket.org, and the Stigler Center podcast, Capital Isn't, which I co-host with Bethany McLean. And now please allow me to briefly introduce our speaker. Andrew Ferguson is chairman of the U.S. Federal Trade Commission since January 2025. Prior to that, he was a FTC commissioner since March 2024. Before, he served as Virginia's Solicitor General, Chief Counsel to Senator Mitch McConnell, and as a Republican counsel on the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. He also practiced law at several Washington, D.C. law firms. And then our own Eric Posner is the Kirkland & Ellis Distinguished Service Professor of Law at the University of Chicago. His research interest is very broad, but includes antitrust and constitutional law and financial regulation. He's also a prolific author, and his most recent book is How Antitrust Failed Workers. Between 2022 and 2023, Eric served as a counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust. And now I turn it over to the speaker. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for that kind introduction. I consider it an honor and a privilege to address such a distinguished group. The purpose of this conference is to discuss whether increased market concentration negatively affects our marketplace of ideas. There are two assumptions hidden within that objective. The first is that it assumes that the marketplace of ideas is something we value or ought to value. And the second is an assumption that increased market concentration could undermine that value, whatever it might be. If that weren't a possibility, this would be a pretty short conference. In my comments this evening, I want to provide some brief reflections on each of those assumptions. What value are we trying to preserve in promoting a marketplace of ideas? For Oliver Wendell Holmes, the answer to that question was simple: truth. In one of his most famous dissents, Justice Holmes argued that the best test of truth of the truth of an opinion is its widespread acceptance by individuals engaged in a free trade of ideas. Just as success in a competitive marketplace can demonstrate the utility of a product to consumers, so too a consensus forged by the free and open exchange of ideas is the best test of the truthfulness of that consensus. But Justice Holmes did not end there. For him, the truth arrived at by a free trade of ideas is the only ground upon which an idea should find its expression in our law. In other words, the marketplace of ideas is valuable not only because it helps us to discern what is true, but also because it promotes a political order where consensus is forged by the exercise of public persuasion, rather than imposed by the exercise of public power, or by the collusion of actors wielding private power, or, as we've seen recently, the collusion of public and private power together. Characteristic of Justice Holmes, this opinion was personal, pragmatic, and progressive. Holmes had nearly died fighting for the United States in the Battle of Ball's Bluff. The great contestation of slavery ended with that war, but as he put it, he realized that time has upset many fighting faiths. And he believed that political consensus could and should be won not on the battlefield, but in the free trade of ideas. For Holmes, to embrace persuasion over power stands at the very heart of our theory of the Constitution, obliging us to be eternally vigilant against attempts to restrain or limit the free exchange of ideas among citizens. If Holmes is correct, freedom of speech, which makes the marketplace of ideas possible, is a value deeply woven into the very fabric of our constitutional order and our society. If market concentration negatively impacts our marketplace of ideas, it is because it limits rather than expands the free exchange of ideas among citizenry. Now, the marketplace of ideas is, of course, a metaphor, and as such, it has its limitations. For one thing, the widespread adoption of an idea does not necessarily make it true, nor is an idea's limited adoption necessarily a bar to its truthfulness. My own view is that there are objective truths in the law of nature, discoverable by the application of human reason. And those ideas are true even if they are believed and advanced by a very small minority of the community. But history reveals that those truths are not always readily discoverable, and even once discovered or revealed, what those truths pretend for any particular community at any particular time or place is not always obvious. Reasonable minds can and do disagree about them. Within the boundaries of objective truth, then, there is much room for debate, and that is where the idea of marketplace of ideas matters the most, both for discovering the truth as part of the process by which human beings apply their reason to nature, and for determining how to apply those truths prudently to the circumstances in which a political community finds itself. When we speak positively about the necessity of a marketplace of ideas for an open, free, and democratic society, we're not thinking about the market for PR men, Madison Avenue, advertisers, and other paid purveyors of propaganda, which all too often includes members of the legacy press. Rather, we are thinking about the free, open, and informed exchange of ideas among ordinary citizens, motivated by a desire to seek the truth and serve the common good of their community. And not only that, we are also thinking about a truly public forum through which each citizen, not just society's elites, have equal capacity to express their own opinions, to have them heard and responded to by others, and for the consensus emerging from that exchange to have a genuine effect on the public policy of the society in which the exchanges take place. I'm thinking about the Vice President providing a detailed response to a policy criticism by a random anon on X. I'm thinking about the fresh perspectives one finds among academics and journalists who no longer have to depend on institutional gatekeepers that have long abandoned their core principles to educate, to inform, and to challenge abuses of public power. I'm thinking about an X thread on foreign policy written by an informed citizen lacking any credentials from the elite gatekeeper institutions which actually can influence public debate among policymakers. I'm thinking about the dissident physician who takes to social media to challenge his colleagues' consensus on a public health crisis and whom history proves to have been absolutely correct. I'm thinking about the capacity of the individual citizen to amplify, through sharing or reposting on online platforms, his or her own opinion, cause, or policy, and to coordinate civic action to effectuate the realization of that policy into law. These are all examples of how the digital revolution has opened new avenues for citizens to participate in the political and civic process. Like any other, this revolution has its promises and its pitfalls, and we have to collectively decide how to balance the two. Yet if the greatest promise of social media is that it facilitates a mass expansion of the capacity of the citizen to engage in a free and open exchange of ideas, its greatest pitfall will forever be the temptation of social media companies to short-circuit that marketplace by censoring and limiting opinions with which they, or others, all too often the Democrat Party, don't agree. And because they occupy a new sector of our economy, these platforms often benefit financially from a relatively lean set of laws and regulations governing the conduct of their businesses. Social media companies and the free exchange of ideas they facilitate are therefore vulnerable to outside parties who seek to create, by censorship and control, a more favorable information environment to advance their own social or political agendas. It should be obvious to everyone here that if the social media space is highly concentrated, with incumbents facing little to no competition from rivals, it will be easier for platforms to engage in censorship, whether on their own initiative, in collusion with each other, or at the behest of left-wing public officials, regulators, advertisers, or other DNC interest groups. In other words, increased concentration can negatively impact the marketplace of ideas because it facilitates a variety of censorious practices. And censorious practices, whether carried out by state actors, private aggregations of power, or a combination of the two, is inimical to the free expression that makes our marketplace of ideas possible. While I think such practices do some symbolic harm to our political culture by undermining the value of free speech in society, they also constitute a deliberate abuse of a social media platform's market power and a potential violation of our antitrust laws. When social media companies practice censorship, they inflict harm not just on those users whose opinions are excluded altogether or limited in dissemination, but also on any user who is attracted to the platform because it facilitates a genuine marketplace of ideas. To be sure, antitrust law cares about the mistreatment of the speaker, but it is no less concerned with the injury inflicted on the user who wishes to ingest ideas on a platform. If part of the attractiveness of a social media platform is that it facilitates a genuine marketplace of ideas, a highly concentrated, less competitive market will make it easier for social media companies to degrade the quality of their product through censorship without facing any competitive consequences. If a social media platform can make its product less attractive through censorious practices, violations of its terms of service, or through excessive advertisements, and if it can do so without a proportionate loss in its customer base, there are strong reasons to suspect that it is not operating in a competitive environment to the detriment of its users, which could be a violation of the antitrust or consumer protection laws, depending, of course, on the facts. For this reason, the Federal Trade Commission recently requested public comment on the experience of users whose access to social media platforms has been denied, demonetized, or limited due to the content of their posts, their affiliations, or, most terrifyingly, conduct that took place off the platform. To my mind, the best way to preserve some of the promise of social media as a digital marketplace of ideas is to acknowledge that the quality of its product depends in part on its commitment to free speech to its users. Consumers and content creators want a platform committed to free and open exchange of ideas. If they wanted left-wing apparatchiks to curate or inspect their ideas prior to public dissemination, they would content themselves to sit in a think tank lecture or inside a university classroom, or they could read The Atlantic. Of course, not all consumers or producers of ideas on social media are seeking the truth by engaging in diverse ideas and clickbaits. Users have diverse interests on social media. Some are sating their curiosity with clickbait. Others might be doom scrolling. They might be trolling, or they may be seeking consolation in the values of their own beliefs or prejudices. In those cases, we are not faced with a consumer or producer of ideas who intends to engage in the free marketplace of ideas. But that doesn't mean that the prospect of engaging in a free and open exchange of ideas is not part of what attracts even those users to a social media platform. You can't doom scroll without an abundance of pessimistic perspectives. You can't troll without there being individuals whose opinions you see fit to lampoon. And you can't find consolation in the validation of your own beliefs without accepting that others do not share those beliefs as you do. Every user of social media, from the low-brow meme makers to the self-anointed policers of misinformation, is invested in the preservation of free expression on social media. Because users of social media prefer it as a form of free expression, and as such a facilitator of a marketplace of ideas, high concentration in the social media space leading to censorious practices poses an identifiable harm to consumer welfare. While we cannot always assume that consumer welfare will dovetail with the preservation of important constitutional values like the freedom of speech, it is a fortunate coincidence for an individual like me who is committed to freedom of speech as I am, that the vigorous enforcement of antitrust laws can promote this important social and constitutional value. I have emphasized tonight the dangers of censorship in a highly concentrated media market. I have not spoken about the dangers of, quote, misinformation, end quote. This is not only because I categorically dismiss elite and Democrat hysteria over misinformation altogether, but also because I believe that a highly concentrated social media space generates far more opportunities for elite and left-wing manipulation than it does for populist so-called misinformation. One prominent left-wing scholar once described manipulation as the exercise of power in secret, unknown to those who are influenced and lacking any kind of public legitimation. As Missouri against Murthy revealed, when a society combines high concentration with opacity surrounding content moderation decisions that control the dissemination of information on social media, you have a recipe for elite manipulation of the public under the guise of combating misinformation. Fortunately, the solution to manipulation and misinformation in the social media space is the same. To ensure that social media platforms meet consumer demand for a product that protects freedom of speech, thereby facilitating a genuine marketplace of ideas through which we might test the truth of our own claims as well as those of our fellow citizens. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ferguson. Your thesis is admirable in two ways. One is that it's so responsive to the topic of the conference, so I'm sure people appreciate that. And then the other is that it's extremely clear and crisp. And so let me summarize it like this. First, consumers want a free exchange of ideas. They go onto social media platforms in search of them. Second, the platforms, and I want to ask you about this, don't actually do that or haven't done that. Instead, they've engaged in what you call censorious conduct or content moderation, or they limit speech, however you want to put it. And then, therefore, you're arguing that, I guess maybe presumptively, or you're claiming, just as a matter of fact, the platforms aren't actually engaged in competition. So on the first, is it true that consumers are actually, or users are actually going onto social media platforms seeking the free exchange of ideas? You mentioned that some go on to like have fun, to troll other people, maybe to torment or bully people. It also seems to be the case that people don't often want to actually hear the ideas of people, you know, who differ with them. To a great deal. So what's the basis of your view? It sounds like an idealized view of how people behave rather than the reality.
I do think it's the reality. Even people who are pretty like strictly aligned with one side or the other do derive pretty obvious pleasure from engaging in good or bad faith, it depends, with ideas from the other side. I mean, I meant what I said. You can't troll unless there are people around that you disagree with. And so even someone who goes on just to, you know, bully, I'm not going to say harass, but even if someone is going on just because they want to pick on people they disagree with, you have to have access to those ideas, number one. Number two, I think the reaction to the censorship epidemic of 2020, the public reaction, sort of revealed a strong preference to in favor of having access to ideas that you agree with, that you disagree with, or that you're not sure about. I think sort of the you know, the success of X after it was purchased by someone who had a relatively open commitment to free speech, especially after everyone promised it was going to fail when it was originally purchased, is pretty good evidence that there's a preference for this. Now, you know, it's also obvious that I don't think consumers want sort of a like no holds barred access to everything, including, you know, categorically illegal stuff. It's definitely true that people, you know, like receiving some content more than others. But I think it's equally true that the average consumer does not want a platform where particular ideas are just categorically excluded. And if they did, you would expect, you know, there to be platforms where the curation was aimed exclusively and expressly to just one side or the other. I guess Blue Sky is a potential example, which is not exactly taken off. I also think, you know, a lot of consumers began engaging with these social media platforms when they were quite openly touting their commitment to free speech and a free exchange of ideas. And then over time, that commitment somewhat eroded. And one of the things that the FTC asked in this initial phase of the investigation, asked consumers to weigh in on was, what was your understanding of the terms of service for these platforms when you signed up on them? And then were you being kicked off of these platforms inconsistent with their terms of service? And a lot of these platforms had often very flowery commitments to free exchange of ideas in their terms of service. And a lot of consumers think that they didn't live up to them. And President Trump in 2020 actually issued an EO asking the FTC to look into this. The FTC did not, but that's one of the things that we're examining now.
Right, and I do want to ask you about that. But first, a number of people have complained that Musk has kicked them off X or deplatformed them or whatever the term is. And then I'm not on X myself, but I gather that you can't really avoid Musk's tweets or X's or whatever they're called. So, I mean, so he starts off with, I think you're right, commitment to freedom of expression. He loosens the moderation rules. But what should we think about what's happening now? Is this evidence that there's not competition in this type of social media? The fact that he's deplatforming people?
So I don't know as an empirical matter whether he's deplatforming people. I simply don't know. I'm sure some people, as is true of every platform, are removed for violating terms of service. I also think it's very obvious that people are allowed to say and express ideas on X that you are not allowed to on other social media platforms. I mean, Facebook, for example, still has a vaccine misinformation policy. And then in terms of avoiding Musk's tweets, it might just be my algorithm that gives me ready access to them. He's also one of the world's most famous men and is an important leader in the most important government on earth. I don't think it's terribly surprising that the algorithm would be, putting his ideas in front of people. I don't think that suggests like a competition problem, nor do I think the removal of any particular user does. But I think insofar as the argument is there wasn't sort of widespread idea-specific censorship, especially in 2020 and 2021, you're just asking me to not to believe my lying eyes.
Sure.
There quite obviously was.
I want to come back to this point about exchange of information, and then one of the speakers earlier today reminded us network effects, and you would think that if people want to exchange ideas, be exposed to new ideas, you'd want as big a platform as possible. Yeah. And that seems to lead you in the direction of monopoly. So how do you reconcile your view that the best use of a platform is exchange of ideas among as many people as possible, but your desire as well to have competition in the social media sector?
Yeah, so I do not think that a particular platform's propensity to censorship is categorically an indication of monopoly power, or is categorically an abuse of market power. Honestly, the sort of like social media problem that has concerned me more before the purchase of X was the sort of eerie similarity of the censorship policies across all of these platforms, including like the almost identically coterminous decision to eject Parler from the online world entirely at the exact same time, to get President Trump off of all the social media platforms within a couple hours of each other. The risk of collusion, which is made easier by an absence of competition, is what concerns me more. And I've written about this, but I think insofar as I don't think you said this, but if you did, just to clarify, the mere fact that a platform conducts censorship is not itself an indication of market power. The thing that concerned, I think, a lot of Americans in 2020 and 2021 was that all these platforms seemed to basically move in lockstep on a variety of social issues. And like the reality of this became even clearer once we had Discovery and Murphy against Missouri. They all were adopting the same policies, often in consultation with the government or with lists of experts and they all were using the same experts. That concerns me the most, is the idea of a handful of market participants that are just going to agree on what contours their product will have. And when your product is the exchange of ideas, that's extremely dangerous.
Right, right, and I did want to ask you about that. So, but you quickly went from and as an antitrust lawyer, I'm sure you're thinking about this, but you quickly went from the fact that they were all doing the same thing at the same time to the possibility that they were agreeing with each other to do the same thing at the same time. And as you know, as better than anybody else here, as well as anybody else here, parallelism occurs all the time in markets. It can be prices, it can be quality, it can be all the rest. It can be all kinds of things. And so to use the examples you gave, one you mentioned pushing Trump off the platforms. This was immediately in response to the election controversy. Responses.
Well, maybe. I
just mean as a temporal matter.
Right, but no, it happened after. It does not follow it was a response. It is entirely possible that they talked to each other about kicking off the world's most famous man. And I think that's the issue I'm concerned about, is if there are only a handful, that sort of collusion is very easy. Or if there's a willing partner in the government to sort of like communicate amongst the various platforms what the rules are going to be. It's very easy to do if there's only a small handful of them.
Right, but so you're worried that they might have entered into an agreement, but you don't have any evidence, is that
no,
right?
And nor did I say that. My contention is, same with the ejection of Parler. Mm-hmm. These decisions being made coterminously could just be conscious or unconscious parallelism. Mm-hmm. Could also be the result of collusion. Collusion is made easier if there are fewer participants, and that is the concern that I'm discussing.
Okay. You also mentioned just now your concern that the government during the Biden administration pressured the social media platforms to censor, as you would put it, limit what people have been saying about, what people were saying about COVID. Now, that doesn't sound like an antitrust problem. At least, do you think that's an antitrust problem? If the government says to these platforms, look, you're saying things on or allowing speech on your platforms that are causing people not to get vaccinated, with the result that this epidemic is going to get much worse. Is that an antitrust problem, or is it a different kind of problem, or is it not a problem at all?
I think it's a problem, and it isn't necessarily an antitrust problem. So I think Murthy itself revealed two things going on. There was pressure applied. The court said it wasn't coercive for First Amendment purposes, but there's definitely pressure, consultation, collusion between the platforms and the government. There also was repeated references to the record of all the platforms consulting with private outside experts on what the rules should be. That is potentially an antitrust problem if there's an agreement among them that we're going to use these experts to help us set the rules. Even if the sort of collusion pressure from the government isn't an antitrust problem, it is a problem for a civic society, and it is a problem made easier if there are fewer market participants. If there's a wider smattering of market participants, it's harder for the government to get on the horn with everyone and pressure them equally. It's easier basically to buck the government because there are more people. It's harder for the government to apply pressure across the board. There's just a handful of these companies that the government has to pressure. It's just easier to pull that off. And even if that's not an antitrust problem directly, like that conduct isn't an antitrust problem directly because of nor Pennington or state action or whatever, I don't think it follows that it's we throw up our hands and say, oh, well, antitrust laws can't address this directly. That is a problem, and it is a problem made easier by concentration in the market.
Yeah, I read the Murphy opinion, and I guess I just had a different impression. I'm curious, maybe I read Alito's concurrence, which sort of lays out the strongest case. And what I got the sense what was going on is you have a bunch of government officials probably panicking, talking to Facebook and a bunch of other these social media platforms and saying, look, there's a pandemic going on, people are dying, there's this misinformation being circulated, which we think is causing some people not to get vaccinated, which of course will harm other people if, through contagion. Facebook, please, stop allowing people to share this information. It's causing as much harm or more harm than other types of policies that you have against bullying or harassment or what have you. Now that just sounds to me like the government, very strongly trying to encourage people in the private sector to act in a way that would advance the public good. Is that pressure, or is that sort of unacceptable pressure in your view for the government to say to these independent institutions, we want you to do that, or is there something else going on?
So I think it depends on sort of whose version you believe. I don't know if you read the district court opinion. The district court's view was this wasn't just, hey, do us a solid or do the country a solid. It was like, do it or else.
Yeah, what is the or else? That's what I didn't get. What was the threat, the implicit threat, however you saw it?
I think it's the same threat that a government can always potentially inflict on any marketplace participant, which is we can make your life difficult. The regulators can show up, they can audit, they can investigate, they can cost you a lot of money, and the path of least resistance is do what we say. I mean, this is not dissimilar to the issue the Supreme Court confronted with the New York financial regulators, calling up people and saying, quit doing business with the NRA or else. And the or else is just, we have a tremendous array of investigative tools. Those tools are expensive when applied to you, even if we don't win at the end of the day. So knuckle under. And the court's conclusion for state action purposes was it wasn't sufficient to transform the social media companies into arms of the state. I just don't think it follows from that sort of doctrinal nicety that the problem isn't government officials backed with potential coercive power, formal and informal, calling up social media companies and saying the following ideas are to be proscribed, proscribe them. And having worked in the government a fair amount, I think your view is either very charitable or maybe a little naive about what happens on a phone call between a private company and its regulator.
So the government shouldn't call up private institutions and tell them, do this, stop saying this, or we're going to punish you?
I do generally think the government should not threaten private people with punishment because of things they're saying, unless they are criminal, yeah.
All right, good to know. Let's talk about the advertiser boycott issue. Also, you said you've said it before that you're worried about. You think that advertisers colluded or might have colluded to boycott social media platforms that displayed speech that they didn't like. Could you tell us more about that?
Definitely did not say they did collude. I said
they might have, yes.
Yeah, that this risk is real and needs to be confronted and taken seriously. I mean, look, part of the way that people who have ideas get them out there is they make a living by promulgating ideas. You are one of them. You get this, incredibly protected job at the University of Chicago to sort of say whatever you want. Other people participating in the marketplace of ideas can say what they want as long as they can get the eyeballs to pay attention to them. And part of the way that you sort of make sure you can keep getting the eyeballs is advertising. And this isn't just true of social media platforms. This is true for a huge array of just individual speakers who have views both acceptable to the elites and dissident. Bloggers, YouTubers, people on X, all over the place. Part of the way that they get their ideas out there, and they can afford to keep getting the ideas out there, is if they can attract advertisers. If advertisers get into a back room and agree, we aren't going to put our stuff next to this guy or woman or his or her ideas, right? That is a form of concerted refusal to deal. The antitrust laws condemn concerted refusals to deal. Now, of course, because of the First Amendment, we don't have a categorical antitrust prohibition on boycotts. When a boycott ceases to be economic for purposes of the antitrust laws and becomes purely First Amendment activity, the courts have not been super clear, sort of a we know it when we see it type of thing. But the concern I raised in that concurrence with which I am deeply concerned is if advertisers either get in a room together and say, we're not going to do advertising next to this idea, right? Or they say, we're going to agree that this third party decides which ideas get advertisement and which don't, and we're just going to let them do it, right? We are going to dry up the idea because we are drying up the person who has the idea's ability to make money off of that idea. And unless those people can get tenure, they need to keep attracting eyeballs because that's how they make a living. And drying up the advertising will dry up the idea. And so that the risk of an advertiser boycott is a pretty serious risk to the free exchange of ideas.
Just parenthetically, having tenure does not guarantee you any eyeballs,
yeah.
I'm afraid.
Fair.
But, we write for very small.
That's right.
Just a few pairs of eyeballs. But again,
although having gone to law school, I know they pay a lot to see and hear you. So.
Yeah, well, that's true. Again, I just want to press you on this a bit. We see parallel conduct. We see a bunch of advertisers who are worried about their brand. And as rational economic actors, they don't want their advertisements to be on a platform that people associate with stuff they abhor, whether on the left or on the right. And so just seeing them pulling their ads from platforms that host offensive speech in whatever way, it could be just speech that the advertiser itself doesn't like. That's not a problem. It's only if they get in the back room. But when we talk about advertisers, we're talking about thousands of countries, thousands of companies around the country or around the world. There's no back room that they could all fit in together. Is it plausible at all that they engaged in collusion? Or you mentioned also that they consulted with third parties, but it would seem to me, this is just business as usual. There are third parties out there that study brand management and how people react to, how the association of an advertisement with a particular type of speech might affect business. What's the basis for actually trying to investigate in this kind of setting?
Can they all get into a back room and agree? Having represented trade associations, the answer is yes. Have they? I don't know. No one's looked at it. At least, no one has publicly looked at it. But is this a possibility? Of course. Number one. Number two, there are lots of advertisers. They tend to use a small handful of advertising agencies to make a lot of these decisions for them. There also are a lot of advertisers, but there aren't that many huge advertisers. And a decision by a bunch of huge advertisers to cut off access could have massive downstream economic effects on speakers who need access to advertising. But again, I don't think you're saying this. The fact that there is, coterminous identical conduct, this is true across all of antitrust law, does not mean there's an antitrust violation. But, where there is smoke, there is not always fire, but there might be. And the whole point of having the antitrust enforcement agencies is when you see smoke, at least take a look. And I think, this could have been for a number of reasons, but one of the most prominent, you can call it brand safety managers if you want, was GARM. They confronted a single antitrust lawsuit from X and dissolved almost immediately. And it doesn't follow necessarily that they were committing the antitrust violations that they were accused of. But I do think that this risk is sufficient enough, and if it got really bad, would dry up enough access to ideas that it is incumbent upon the antitrust enforcers to take it seriously, and if they think there's something there, to look at it.
Okay, I have one more question, and then we're going to take questions from the audience, so please get your questions ready. You talk, in your remarks, you mentioned this kind of ideal of people exchanging ideas on platforms. And my question is, and you've said, basically you said you don't like censorship, but you've also acknowledged that that there need to be some kind of regulation, or am I wrong about that? And this strikes me as an important question because of your willingness to infer from limitations on speech that there might be a competitive problem. So what is it? At what point do we become suspicious of a social media platform? So I assume you've said, I think, that they could like block illegal behavior, like child pornography or something like that. But if they, genuinely think that their users are offended by Holocaust denial or conspiracy theories or what have you, are you saying that even if they implement any kinds of limitations, that's bad for society, it's bad for the marketplace of ideas, and it suggests that they must be driven by anti-competitive goals?
No, I do not think that the imposition of any limitations is bad
so
for
I
society.
just want to ask you, yes, what are those limitations?
And I think it can vary from platform to platform, and I think, frankly, in a good competitive environment, we would expect some variation from platform to platform. Nor do I think that just the act of content moderation is itself evidence of a competitive problem. But if any company is doing stuff that quite actively drives huge swaths of its consumers off its platform, and doesn't seem to suffer competitive consequences, ad revenue doesn't come down, what have you, that is at least a suggestion that there might be a competitive problem. It doesn't, the FTC and the government generally, actually not generally, the entire government is not the censorship police, because it would be very difficult for the government to be the censorship police without winding up doing a lot of its own censoring. But I do think that if there are businesses who are doing stuff that drive either a huge swath of their users or their preferences off of their product, and that nothing seems to happen to them, they don't suffer any competitive consequences, they get bigger, they get more profitable, there's at least evidence that competition is not thriving in the space. But it can't be, and it isn't, that just because every time a company decides to censor or content moderate, whatever you want to call it, that the antitrust enforcers need to show up. I just disagree with what seemed to be the long-held position by many, which is that this isn't evidence of a potential antitrust problem at all. I think it is.
And just a quick follow-up, was it actually the case that when Facebook and other social media platforms increased the limitations on speech, that lots of people left those platforms?
People left. It also got use of these platforms became super politicized, which is exactly what Facebook said it was trying to, a lot of these platforms said they were trying to avoid. I mean, Facebook acknowledged in January of this year that it had been downgrading all political content, had been trying to keep it across the board, suppressed. There's evidence that that isn't actually what was happening, but it's sort of neither here nor there. It became this extremely political product at the same time, and they did not lose many users, even as the public impression and public polling about favorability of these platforms plummeted in 2020 and 2021. And that doesn't necessarily demonstrate, that isn't the proof, that isn't proof in the pudding. It doesn't make the case. But when you are enforcing antitrust laws, you don't show up at an antitrust problem when the case is fully baked and you just go. You're constantly looking for smoke to see if there's fire. And in my view, this is absolutely smoke, at least in some circumstances.
Okay, questions? Yes. Yes, over there.
So thank you, Chairman, for your speech, and I'm very fascinated by your approach to collusion, or potential risk of collusion, that seems to be quite novel, and I really endorse it. If there is smoke, take a look. I think that last year in this conference, I was asking people around to say, there seems to be a coordination in not publishing the information about the famous Hunter Biden laptop. Why there was not an antitrust enforcement on this issue, because that's really a serious issue. And I hope that you apply the same rule across the board, because there are a lot of potential risk of collusion, and a lot of cases where there is smoke. And if you take a look in all those cases, would be the most interesting 4 years ahead of us. Let me give you a suggestion, for example, because in a lot of industries, not only there are the trade association, but there are the consultants that play a role in giving the same suggestion to everybody. A colleague at different university told me that he was in a former life a consultant and went to a bank and suggested this regional bank to increase the fees. And then the regional bank, what they did is actually recommended him to all the other competitors. So he went to all the other competitors and they all increased the fees. So, and unlike the case of newspaper where we maybe see the evidence, in the case of consultants, we don't, because they don't publish actually who they consult for. So I hope you're going to look at the smoke, and you're going to ask all the consultants to publish the list of who they consult for, and you look into that. Thank you.
I didn't hear a question, but I'll I can comment on it nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, look, so two things. My view of the antitrust agencies is that they're cops on the beat, and you're supposed to walk around the markets, and if you see something that looks like trouble, you take a look. You don't prejudge, but you take a look. On the collusion thing, obviously collusion under antitrust laws requires some agreement on something. But, I mean, you know, trade associations play a valuable role, but there's a pretty long history of trade associations that can act as sort of third-party facilitators of horizontal conspiracies. You know, I think that there is a risk that that can be taking place in the advertising markets. It's definitely not the only market where there's a possibility of that. You know, I'm always interested in looking for the smoke. To be clear, sitting in Washington or even with our regional offices scattered throughout the country, we've got one here in Chicago I just came from, we can't see it all, and so part of the role of people like you is to like alert the agencies when something's going on. We get complaints of varying levels of politeness about things happening in the market, including from some people sitting in the room right now. And they are often very helpful because it won't be obvious to us, you know, as we're all sort of looking where we're looking about what's going on. So this is helpful.
Yeah. Matt still. Oh.
Thanks. So thanks for the speech and the questions. I guess I have a question about your broad observation that consolidation can lead to certain forms of coordinated speech restrictions. One of the things that I've heard a lot of when I go out to LA is there's a lot of fear of talking about China, particularly because of vertically integrated streaming systems that are highly consolidated. You hear this. The government actually put out reports in the mid-2010s, and you hear it all the time. You haven't seen a Chinese villain in movies for a long time. There are a number of reasons for this. But how would you approach looking at a problem of consolidated, vertically integrated speech platforms, for lack of a better word, outside of the sort of partisan approach, but looking at something like Chinese control over Hollywood, which is more of a national security question?
What I said in my confirmation, okay, so it is not the role of antitrust law or of antitrust enforcers, or frankly of government, to ensure some particular quantum of competitors in a market. We're going to end up with central planning. It's going to be worse than whatever we have now. But I do think that we ought to care about consolidation independent of the particular doctrines of antitrust law, because it is much easier for government to control what you think, believe, and do, and what I think, believe, and do, if there are a limited number of suppliers above us. It's just much easier for them to coerce a couple people than it is a bunch of people. It just categorically is. And that's true of any government. And I think vigorous antitrust enforcement that protects against consolidation and leaves like a variety of suppliers makes it harder for the government to coerce you and me downstream by coercing the people we rely on for stuff. how I would think about the particular problem of vertically integrated like movie studios and streaming services in China, I don't have a particular answer on that just because, I think there are potentially like fronts to think about antitrust law and our competitiveness vis-a-vis like foreign rivals. That isn't generally how antitrust law has constructed it, although I do think there are like interesting antitrust theories about whether like a merger that would give a foreign government more control over a particular industry should matter to the merger analysis. I'm open to that prospect generally. It isn't, traditionally what antitrust law has said, but it's at least an interesting like line of inquiry. But I think my view is antitrust law its job is not just to be anti-consolidation and make sure there's a certain number of competitors. But if you've got vigorous antitrust enforcement, you can resist consolidation and therefore resist the coercion of the individual or of the family downstream from just coercing the supplier. That's the thing that makes me very nervous about a limited number of suppliers of anything. Debanking has become this like catastrophic problem in this country where people are being denied access to retail banking services on the basis of things they say or believe or affiliations. If you've only got a small number of very large banks and the government has a particular view on whether someone's idea should be permitted in the marketplace, it's a lot easier to drive that out of the marketplace if all you have to do is have the banking regulator call a couple banks and be like, we don't like people who have these views banking with you, which is almost exactly what happened in the NRA against Fulo case with New York's banking regulator, just calling financial institutions, being like, you do business with the NRA, I'm coming for you. That is an easier maneuver to pull if there are a few number of people involved in the market. It's a lot harder if there are a wide variety of participants. And that is one of the reasons that I think even for libertarians on my side of the aisle, who are focused mostly on the relationship between government and the citizen, you ought to care about antitrust law because the government has a hard time directly coercing 350 million people, but a lot easier times coercing 6 or 7 suppliers that all 350 million of us have to interact with.
Yes, back there.
It's working.
Just wait for the
So on the topic of speech, I appreciate your remarks. Other members of your administration have broadly suggested that there hasn't been enough crackdown on speech, particularly at protests on campuses and other forms of speech at college campuses. Now, obviously, you're an independent agency. You're free to express your own views. And I'm curious, I guess, whether we can take it you're with university leaders like Princeton's Eisengruber, who think it's important to protect freedom of expression of all points of view, no matter what, at places like college campuses.
I'm not sure exactly what the question was.
The question is whether you believe the freedom of speech principle extends to the rights of protest on campuses, and therefore you stand with the universities and against other parts of the administration who have threatened universities and suggest that they should crack down on speech.
I am not aware of universities suggesting that there be a crackdown on speech. I am aware of the suggestion that universities should not make it so that students fear for their physical safety when they're crossing campus on the basis of their religion. And I definitely agree with that. I think that the value of free speech is fundamental to this society. But the right to speak does not include the right to intimidate on the basis of someone's religion, to harass, whatever you want to call it. So, I am quite firmly of the view that I am a member of the most free speech administration of my lifetime, and I'm extremely proud of that fact.
Yes, right over here. Yes.
Oh, hi, this is Barry Lynn, and I agreed with a lot of what you said, and as an organization, our organization, a few years back, just as a for instance, we condemned Facebook for knocking Alex Jones off the platform. May he burn in hell. We condemned AWS for knocking Parler off. But I have a couple quick questions. So amplification by the platforms, because all amplification means that other people's voices are being obviously put down in the order at which they're being presented to an individual. Is amplification a problem? Is it a form of censorship? And then the second thing is, you mentioned the Biden administration during the pandemic, putting pressure on the platforms. Last August, at that point, former President Trump threatened in writing Mark Zuckerberg with life in prison for, unless he did the right thing. Was that a wrong thing for Donald Trump to do when he was running for office?
Is amplification a form of censorship? No, I think throwing someone off of a platform because of the view they express is a form of censorship. Also, not the greatest example of civic discourse to just shout out someone burning in hell. I don't love that. But I agree with you that they shouldn't be throwing off people, just because on the basis of the views that they articulate.
And the second thing about President Trump.
I don't remember him saying that, so I don't,
Okay.
don't have any
All right.
comment on that.
Over here.
I have a question. Let's put it that way. So I think when the agency is considering entering into new areas, and I think free speech would be one in the US, then potentially the institutional guarantees matter. So I wanted to ask you about your view on the independence of competition agencies in a context of actions as the one you discussed, that potentially there might be a smoke.
Sure. I've made my view on this extremely clear a lot. I think that the idea of independent organs of executive power is very difficult to square with democracy. When we vote for the president, we're voting for the person who's going to be in charge of the entire executive branch. I guarantee that almost no one in this room would want me to be able to wield executive power free of political accountability. I guarantee no one in this room would want that. And I don't think in a democratic society